Hello and welcome to a very special bonus episode of Into the Aether. It's a low-key video game podcast. My name is Brendon Bigley.
I'm Stephen Hilger, and I'm grinning with two raised fists in the air, kind of like Teddy himself.
Kind of like Teddy, yeah.
Yeah, I was giving you could push me over very easily. I'm so excited to be here. I think I said my name. I'm Stephen Hilger, and this is our very special bonus episode for Persona 4 Golden.
Yeah, it may or may not be a low-key video game podcast depending on what the runtime is.
Yeah. I think it will be long just because we were talking before recording, like, okay, how do you want the structure to be? Do you want to just talk like freely once we get into spoilers? Do you want to just like talk freely about the game, or do you want to go like dungeon by dungeon? And the minute I said that, I'm like, whenever we kind of go by the plot, it's 4+ hours. Like, it just happens. Like, I remember we for our Last of Us Part 2 episode with AJ, our producer, that was like one of our first longest bonuses because we talked through the story. It just adds 2 hours to the episode length.
Yeah, I'll say this at the very, very, very top. One of the reasons I agreed to doing this episode with that format is because I found, at least when I finished Persona 3, that the experience of playing a Persona game is very different from knowing what the story of a Persona game is. I think there is something to be said about following the actual timeline of the video game, because even in the downbeats, like, that's actually maybe the most important part in terms of what's endearing you to these games in the first place. So I think it makes sense when discussing a Persona game in the kind of depth that I think you and I want to today, to talk about it from a dungeon to dungeon standpoint. At least we will start spoiler free. So if this is your first time hearing about Persona 4 at all, and you're just like, what the hell is this? How did this end up in my podcast feed? How did I download this MP3 file? It's like the metaverse navigator showing up in Persona 5. Just like, I keep trying to delete this app and it keeps showing up.
What's this bear-shaped phone I found in the sewers? Oh, it's Into the Aether.
We're going to start talking spoiler free about the game, just what we like about it and our experience with the franchise and this game in particular. But then we'll start talking about what happens and some really deep thoughts. And then we'll answer a bunch of questions. A bunch of you sent in some great questions.
We got a lot of fun questions.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. I will set up sort of a Chekhov's gun here. I added something. I think you might have seen it. I wrote asterisk some light prop comedy.
Some light prop comedy. Yeah.
So expect some light prop comedy in this audio medium,
which is going to translate, exactly, really well in podcast form.
Anyway, so it's for bonuses. we usually start with like, here's our history with the game or the series. Worth noting too, because this is potentially someone's first episode, given the popularity of this game. First of all, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
And basically, the format of our show is that every week on Wednesday, Brendon and I will talk about games that we're enjoying. That's kind of it. Like, we make an effort to focus on the positive. Sometimes they're new games, sometimes they're old games. I think allowing ourselves to be open to what we're playing kind of lets the format of the show grow in interesting ways, because sometimes it will be like we're just talking about the big new releases, and then sometimes we'll kind of go down a rabbit hole that is completely time agnostic. So I think we've both enjoyed over the past 8 years just like allowing the show to not necessarily be about our takes on things, but about our like journey of discovery, like literally like learning more about ourselves and about what we love about video games.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what to expect every week. It's a pretty open and flexible format.
I will say this episode in particular does feel like the end of maybe an 8-year arc in some ways.
Yes. That's why I had both fists in the air.
Yeah.
I was excited. Yeah.
And I would even argue an even longer arc than that, but specifically like it is almost the culmination of the first 8 years of the podcast, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. Which is ironic because I feel like this is technically our first like official Persona bonus. And just to quickly explain what that means. So like, we have the weekly format, and then we'll occasionally do what we call a bonus episode that is usually about one game or a series. So at this point, we've done a lot. If you want other recommendations, I think my favorite bonuses that we've done off the top of my head are Chrono Trigger, Ocarina, and Mother 3. But I honestly have enjoyed them all. And we also our big event episodes that we do twice a year. At the end of the year, we do GOTY, of course. And then in the summertime for our season premieres, we've started doing big console retrospectives. So kind of connected to this episode, we've been gearing up to do a Vita episode for our patrons. And then this summer for everyone, we'll be doing a PS1 retrospective, which is going to be a lot of fun. If you want to follow that, I'll put my backlogged in the show notes, and we have the full playlist like in backlogged if you want to play along. But that's the show, unless you want to add anything else, Brendon.
I don't think so. No, I think that's basically it. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for being here. I want to segue back to your point of this being like an 8-year journey. And maybe that will also be a nice segue into your experience with this franchise and everything.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So if you have been listening to this show since the beginning, and we lightly joke, but also seriously mean sometimes that this show is best listened to in order, like go back to episode 1 and listen to the entire thing all the way through and then catch up to now. That doesn't mean you can't jump in right now. But if you have been listening since the beginning, if you are an old head, you know that when we started doing the podcast, I was not a fan of turn-based RPGs. Like the JRPG in general was a thing that I was not a fan of. That's a little bit harsher than I want to be. I was like curious about it. I was JRPG curious. I wanted to get into it. I wasn't totally sure like which one was going to be for me or how. And over the course of the show, I have tried many, many, many of them. And I would say in the first like 2 or 3 years, finally started to lock into a couple in particular. I think the 2 that were like big turning points for me were Fire Emblem Three Houses and Dragon Quest XI, both of which we did bonuses on, which I would say are like prequels to this episode, in my opinion.
Three Houses especially.
Yeah, totally. And Dragon Quest XI became, I think, like it's tied for my favorite game of all time.
Hell yeah.
So, we've gotten there at this point. And I think in the years since, there's been this like back and forth almost repertoire between you and I, because you came to the show with a lot more JRPG experience than I did. You grew up playing Final Fantasy and things like that, where you and I are now like almost trading blows with like the most obscure JRPG franchises we can pick out of obscurity.
Once we got to Xenosaga, and then what was the DS game you brought? Soma Limit? What was it called?
Soma Bringer. Yeah.
Soma Bringer. Soma Limit.
Yeah, Soma Bringer.
You won because I didn't remember the name, so you chose the more obscure one.
Yeah, I think there's that, and the one that I always think about is Brave Story New Traveler on the PSP, which I was like really trying to go to bat for.
And I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah, I'm maybe the only person. It's me and apparently everyone in Tokyo, because when I went to Tokyo trying to find a copy of that game, I could not. Like, no one who owns that game is selling it. So there are people out there who feel very strongly about it, or they didn't print any of them, and it's all a hallucination, which is also possible.
Of us.
Yeah, I'm the bravest or the least sane. Who knows? But either way, that's been the history of the show. But this truly does predate Into the Aether. This is the reason that I say this is like the longest arc on the show in some ways. Persona 4 Golden goes all the way back to when you and I first started working together at a video game website that no longer exists.
Yeah.
It was the era that you like to say was the era where you had a 3DS and everybody else was playing everything else. Mm-hmm. And I was basically peer pressured by everyone on staff to get a PlayStation Vita for Persona 4 Golden at the release of that. This is in 2012. So this is now 14 years ago, which is wild to think about. But 14 years ago, I bought a PlayStation Vita and was like, my first JRPG that's not Pokemon is going to be Persona 4 Golden. And I was, being, I would say, lightly rooted on by the other people on staff, but I wasn't having conversations that were like, here's how to play Persona. I was basically just being thrown into the deep end with like really no guidance whatsoever. It was like the other people on staff, and then I also very fondly remember listening to the Besties talking about it, a great podcast that's existed for a long time. They were big Vita heads and they were big Persona 4 Golden heads, and they were like, this is one of the best games ever made. The fact that this is like on a handheld that you can bring with you is incredible. And I remember their complaint specifically about it being the game takes 10 to 14 hours to get good. And the entire episode was like a de-evolution of their conversation, turning into, is it okay for a game to take 10 to 14 hours to get good? That just became the like central argument of that. So it's been burned into my head because I made it 10 to 14 hours into that game on my first attempt. And I remember thinking to myself, like, maybe it'll start to get good now. And then I like had to move on to other things because, again, we worked for a video game website. We had a lot of other games that we needed to play and other things that we were doing. And I couldn't just focus all of my time on Persona 4 Golden. So I moved on to other stuff. But when I I started this show with you, like when we kicked this off and I said I wanted to get into the like JRPGs in general, all of it has been me trying to get back to this game in particular. Like I have known that I would love this game if I was able to see it through since I first started playing it, but never quite made it there. And just like in the spirit of thinking about this and just kind of reminiscing, I actually went back and I listened to a lot of our old conversations on this podcast about Personas 3, 4, and 5 in particular, just to like see kind of where my head was at and where your head was at as we were talking about these things. Because we'll talk more about like your side of things, but like you're coming at this having played the original on PS2 and having not seen some of the golden stuff, which I think is going to be a really interesting conversation to have. But for me, I've taken so many running starts at this game in particular. And there's one episode where I described the Persona franchise as similar to Monster Hunter, where everyone I know has, I think, taken a couple running starts at Monster Hunter and has had a hard time breaking into it, but eventually you do. Like if you are interested enough in playing Monster Hunter and you get a new one every time it comes out, eventually you will have a breakthrough moment where you'll get into Monster Hunter. And that experience is huge. Like once you break in, then it's all there for you. And I started to wonder, because of my experience with Persona 4 Golden kind of never really working out despite all the times that I tried. And then even Persona 5, I played probably like 10 to 15 hours of Persona 5 when it came out. I probably played like 15 to 20 to 25 hours of Royal when that came out, but still never finished either of them. I also jumped into Persona 3 Portable and Persona 3 Fez here and there, and like nothing really clicked until Persona 3 Reload came out. And that game was one where I just couldn't put it down until it was over. Like I remember saying on the episodes where we talked about it, and even in GOTY that year, like I was finally having the Persona experience that I'd always wanted to have with that game. And the weird irony of it is that for me, the idea of getting into Persona was actually all to play 3. Like 3 was the one that I really knew I was going to connect with on like a religious level. And I did. I had like the experience that people had with Neon Genesis Evangelion with that game in particular. And I love it for that. And I think that's great. But I also have this feeling now, or I've had this feeling since finishing it, that like now is the time. Like now that I've seen a Persona game through, and you told me this years and years and years and years ago, but like once you've made it to the end of a Persona game, the rest of them are just kind of like candy. Like you could just like jump into them and you have an idea of how Persona Fusion works and why you would be doing it and like how to get new skills and like shuffle time and all of these like strange mechanics that, you know, just feel kind of like picked out of thin air and shoved into one video game. Like all of that stuff kind of coalesces into one cohesive unit. And that made the experience of coming into Persona 4 Golden like finally work for me. Having that knowledge of Persona 3 Reload, despite technically going backwards with some quality of life stuff that they obviously introduced in Reload, Golden is still like a very modern video game.
Yeah, I think
it still works. Like it still works a lot better. And there were even years and years ago, you and I were recommending that people start this franchise with Persona 4 Golden if they were interested in it because of how modern it still felt. But because it's also more pared back in some ways than Persona 5 was. And I will just say before we start talking about like really in depth about this game, I had a really good time with it. I think it's incredible. I loved it. I love these characters in particular, which is like the take that everybody has about this game. I do have a lot of critiques about it, some of which people have brought up before and some of which I think are maybe unique to me. But I think it's an exceptional game. And I will reiterate a thing that I've said many times on the show before, which is that even the worst Persona game is better than most games you will ever play in your life.
Yeah.
So let me just add that caveat to the beginning before I hand it off to you, who, I mean, your experience with Persona is like you've been doing like a machete order also in your own way.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. It was fun to reflect on all these years together. It is surreal how, I mean, it does feel long ago when we were writing for that website. Yeah. But the fact that it's like over a decade is kind of chilling.
It's pretty wild.
I will also just not to reply guy you in real time, but I will just say out loud so no one else has to. Persona 1 is the worst Persona game of all time. Now we can all move on together. Anyway, I also loved it. So it's interesting, like my experience with this series, I didn't have the same experience of trying it multiple times, but I was sort of gradually introduced to it.
Right.
And there wasn't an immediate interest. In fact, there was sort of fear, and then it became interest as time went on. I think I've shared this story before, but I'll share it again because, you know, it's the Persona 4 Golden bonus. The first time I ever like was introduced to the idea of this series existing, like when I learned that Persona was a thing was the summer of 2010. It was the summer of my freshman year, after my freshman year of college. And I was at a friend's house and his family was over and his cousin was there. And as cousins do, they were playing their PSP. And I was, oh, what are you playing? And I looked at the screen and before me was 4 teenagers stylishly shooting themselves in the head, fighting like Hot Topic Jesus.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what is this?
Yeah.
And the cousin looked at me and said, oh, it's a dating sim. Like, that's it. Like, no other
so
explanation.
Good.
I'm like, how is this a dating sim?
Yeah,
what?
That's so
and
good.
at this time, like, you know, so I have kind of a lifelong history with JRPGs. Like, my foundational game in many ways is FF7. So at this time, I'm well versed in RPGs, but I'm certainly like nothing compared to who I am now in terms of like doing this show has taught me way more than I could have ever learned just like normally existing.
Yeah.
So I was familiar with RPGs, but I had truly never seen something like this. And I hadn't even seen Evangelion at that point. So like that kind of imagery, that sort of like, you know, the stylish and kind of shocking imagery of Evangelion that Persona 3 borrows heavily from, a stranger to. So I was truly just like, what on earth is this? And I remember looking it up afterwards and sort of being intrigued, but also I had no way to play it really. I guess I could have gotten a PS2, but I wasn't like that interested yet.
Yeah.
But I remember listening to the music and being like, this is cool, but I don't know, maybe one day. And then it kind of left my mind. Years later, we worked for that website. I think I joined it was 2012 or 2013. Regardless, everyone was talking about Persona 4 Golden. And I was like, wasn't that game where like you fight Jesus and it's a dating sim? And they're like, oh, that's 3. That's the weird one. This is 4. 4 is good. And I remember looking up 4 and I was like way more interested in 4 at that time.
Yeah.
And I was listening to the music was really the thing that like kept me intrigued. But again, I just didn't really I didn't have any money. I wasn't really like buying older games at that point. I just sort of was like, all right, whatever. Persona 5 comes out and I'm like, okay, this series is literally haunting me. I feel like every handful of years it like taps me on the shoulder and shows me something kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Now is the time. And there was also like a lot, like even before it like completely blew up, there was a lot of like excited press about Persona 5.
Right.
It really kind of felt like the exact like flow of excitement with the Elder Scrolls, where it's like you have Morrowind as this like cult hit, and then it reaches a larger audience with Oblivion, and then Skyrim is this like lightning in a bottle moment.
Yeah.
The same thing with Personas 3, 4, and 5. I played 5 and I just loved it. And I do wonder if I had played 5 without seeing my friend's cousin play 3 or like be told about 4 if I would have had the same interest in it. So I do think your point of like you need to sort of take a stab at it a few times is valid or is correct. But regardless, like 5 I just like adored on a level that I rarely feel with video games. I think a lot of people felt that way when it came out, given how like immediately certified as a classic it is. Like it's almost boring to say you like it now. Like it's become so mainstream that it's sort of like saying you like the color red or something. It's like, yeah, of course. Like it's Persona 5.
Yeah, we've described Persona 5 as their Final Fantasy 7, especially
100%,
with the amount of like spin-offs and everything that exists in the orbit of Persona 5, but like it has reached cultural status. Like it got to the point where people just thought jazz music was Persona music.
Yeah, right, exactly. So loved Persona 5. And then once I finished it, I felt the worst thing about being a Persona fan is when you finish a game, you kind of feel like empty inside.
Yeah.
And so I started it again. And then I got like about halfway through it again. And I was like, wait a minute, let me finally check out those weird games everyone was talking to me about years ago.
Yeah.
So then I purchased, at that point I was buying like older games fairly often. At this point I'm in my like mid to late 20s. And I purchased Persona 4 and Persona 3 Fez for PS2. Just consumed 4. I like beat it in a few weeks. It was disgusting. And then I started 3 Fez and really liked it, but needed a break and didn't finish it until years later, but also loved that game.
Yeah.
And since then I've just become like this is an easy answer for maybe my favorite series ever, which is weird to realize. I'm like, I don't know if I have a singular objective answer, but when I think about what I like about games and the structure of games that I like, there's plenty about Persona that I don't like. And we're going to get into that in this episode. It has a lot of problems and I don't think any of them are perfect, but I don't think there's another series that does this loop better.
Yeah.
The loop of like the life sim mesh meshed with another game. Like so many games try to do that, and I don't think any of them have come close to how good it feels to play Persona, where like you're always looking forward to doing the other thing while you're enjoying the thing you're doing. Like grinding in a dungeon, you're like, I can't wait to hang out with the janitor or whatever. Like, you know, it's like, and then you hang out with the janitor, you're like, I can't wait to make the devil out of this experience.
The closest analog is like Civilization in terms of the one more turn idea.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's basically it. Like I could not, we could sit here for the next 5 hours and not say a word, and I don't think I'd be able to come up with any other examples.
Yeah, I think, I mean, and thinking about the games that I love the most, it's like, you know, they come up every episode, but it's like my favorite series are like Fire Emblem, Mass Effect, Persona.
Yeah.
And all three of those series gamify your relationships with other people in interesting ways.
Right.
Three Houses comes pretty close to this loop, I do think. Mass Effect as well, I think it's a bit more on the rails, and it's a bit more like you're not really given like a limitation and choice in the same way. In terms of like your interactions with I guess you choose like who you want to pursue romantically, but like you're going to talk to everybody on the ship, at least most of them. Some of the humans are boring, but you know, anyway. So yeah, I just really, really love this series. At this point, I've played through 5 Royal, 5 4 Golden, for 3 Fez, and I'm about halfway through Portable and Reload. So I've almost played every version of 3, 4, and 5. I haven't played much of 1 and 2. I started 1 when we were doing our PSP episode and like thought it was cool, but like again, easy candidate for like the least interesting Persona game. I mean, it sets the foundation, but not much else. 2 though is really cool. I really liked what I've played so far of Innocent Sin. I really hope those games get like a light remaster or something.
Yeah, 2 is where it starts to find its identity, you know, because I feel like 1 as a spinoff of SMT is like there's an interesting idea here, but it's not really being explored to the fullest extent. And then 2 is when they start introducing like the real character work that I think becomes the bedrock of these games. And then 3 is when you get the calendar system, and obviously things go wild from there. Yeah,
3 is the one that introduces like the loop we're talking about. Yeah. But you're right, 2's characters are really good, and I think that's also where this series does have like a rebellious soul in some way. Like even though 5 is like more explicitly about rebellion, I feel like all of these games are about sort of like breaking norms in some way.
Yeah.
And in 2, the whole premise is that like rumors are becoming reality, which is actually kind of similar to 4's whole deal. So it's interesting to see like what are the ideas that keep popping up. I mean, especially if you count Metaphor as like an unofficial Persona game, right? We're leaning even further into rebellion at that point.
Yeah, same director as 3, 4, and 5. So you know, it's people consider those games a trilogy for a reason, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that it was, you know, all directed by the same person. Yeah, which does raise questions about Persona 6, but we don't have to talk about that yet. We could talk about that later.
That's a conversation for another day. It'll probably be announced the second this episode comes out,
God willing.
It's also worth noting that we're recording this on March 21st, 2026, and the Persona 4 remake is still looming in the distance. Yes. Like it's been announced at this point, but there's no release date. And I'm curious if that will also be announced the second this episode comes out.
Yeah, the most we've seen is just the protagonist running down a street. Like that's out of the shrine and down a street with no load screen. It's worth mentioning, between the shrine and the street. So I guess that's what they were really trying to show off. But that's as much as we've seen of Persona 4 Revival. Some people ask questions about Revival though, so I'm sure it'll come up later.
Yeah, to continue the Elder Scrolls analogy, we basically got an Elder Scrolls 6 trailer for that remake. Which is like it exists, and maybe 8 years later you'll hear about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll just say, why don't we segue into like just our top level thoughts on Persona 4 Golden itself? Now that we've talked about our time with the series, like you, I love this game. It was really interesting having played the original version of 4, because this is not a case like Persona 3, for example, has 3 different versions that I think different people will go to bat for different versions for that game. Like there's a whole fandom for Portable over Reload, and same with Reload and Fez. Like each of those versions of 3 has some kind of trade-off and something going for it that you don't get in the other versions. 4 though, like I don't know anyone who's saying play the original 4 over Golden. Like Golden has kind of become the de facto way to play it.
In my research, I found one YouTube video where somebody was trying to make that case, and every comment was like, clown, absolute clown take.
Like I only played the original 4 because I didn't have a Vita, and I wasn't really like looking to buy a Vita for just that game.
It's understandable.
That's really the only way I would recommend playing original 4 over Golden is like if you only have a PS2 and you'd rather not get a Vita. Although now, like it's worth noting, like when I played original 4, Golden was still locked to the Vita.
Right.
It wasn't until 2020, I think.
Yeah, it was 2020.
When Atlas ported Persona 4 Golden to Steam. And it like, I think that was the decision, because I think before then Atlas was like infamous for not porting anything anywhere, and people were like, please let us play your games.
Not porting anything, but also simultaneously teasing everybody by sending out yearly surveys to all of their newsletter subscribers that were like, would you like if we ported our games to other things?
And everyone's like, yes. And they're like, here's toothpaste. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Here's toothpaste with Teddy on it. Exactly. That's as much as you get. Nice try, idiot.
So now it's worth saying, like, Persona 4, like before Golden existed, Persona 4 was a great game. It came out in 2008, so 4 years before Golden came out. But there really isn't anything in 4 that isn't in Golden. Mm-hmm. The only thing, the biggest difference, honestly, so like I would say overall, Persona 4 is like about 80% the same as Golden. I don't know, like if you want a full list of differences, I'm sure you can find it online. Off the top of my head, the biggest differences, so the newest stuff, like the stuff they just added completely, is 2 new social links with Marie and Adachi, and a new dungeon, a new like optional secret dungeon, and epilogue, and just like new personas, a lot of quality of life improvements. Whereas I feel like Persona 5 Royal, the marketing of that game is more about like, here's a giant epilogue to the original game.
Yeah.
While Persona 4 Golden has that, I think the biggest selling point is just how much new stuff is kind of mixed throughout. Like it's more like gardening is a new thing, and like riding your scooter around is a new thing. And there's a lot of new like just scenes of characters hanging out. So it just feels like more complete, and it's significantly easier. I remember, I don't know if I've just gotten better, but I do remember playing original Persona 4 and having to grind way more and getting like my team wiped out pretty much every dungeon at least once. Like I have grown really fond of the original theme song of the original Persona 4 because of how often I would hear it getting kicked back to the main menu.
Yeah.
Whereas Golden, I played it on normal this time, and I found it to be a pretty easy game up until the final boss fight. Like I think it starts off, actually in retrospect, I think it starts off like the first boss is pretty hard because you don't have a full party yet.
Right.
And then it kind of evens out, and then it picks up in the like final 3 bosses. Like,
yes, I agree.
There's like 3 or 4 dungeons that all feel like they should be the last dungeon, but they're not. All of those bosses are pretty tough. Even vanilla 4 compared to 3 on the PS2 is like night and day. 3 is so fucking brutal in ways that are like maybe even beyond what they were intending to do.
Yeah. Yeah. They sand a lot of that stuff off in Reload, obviously. But the funny thing about 4, funny is maybe not the word for it, but like this game famously, the original 4 famously had a pretty short lead time between the release of 3 and 4. They didn't have a whole lot of time to put this game together, which is why they're like reusing a lot of assets and things like that. And a lot of the like tweaks to the battle system remind me so much of the original Pokemon games like Red and Blue, where things are just like kind of so out of whack in some places. Like, you know, I think one example that I see all the time, which I totally agree with, because the first time I ran into it, I was like, what are you talking about? And this is way too in the weeds, I think, for this beginning part, but whatever. If you're listening to this, you're probably also a sicko for this franchise, so you know what I'm talking about. But like, there are enemies who block almighty damage in this game where I'm like, that's not how almighty damage is supposed to work. Like, almighty damage is supposed to be like typeless. You know, there's a reason it's not on the chart. So as soon as an enemy can block almighty damage, like, you might as well just add that to the type chart. You know, there are things like that all over the place that really just feel like a team trying to figure out how to like twist an idea they already had and kind of expand on it in new ways. But I think the core of this game, and the thing that everybody always talks about, and the reason that everybody speaks so highly of Persona 4 is a combination of the location and its characters. Like the people who you meet in this game are obviously incredible. The location, I think, is really unique for basically any video game, with the exception of like Boku no Natsuyasumi. Like that franchise is maybe the closest you get in some ways to what they're trying to do here. And I think there's a real marriage of those two. You know, I think they explore it pretty holistically, especially between some of the new characters as well. Like the way Marie is interacting with Inaba, which is the city that this takes place in, I think is really interesting. You know, as a complete outsider to like humanity, which is kind of fun. There's some really fun stuff going on, I think, in this game from that perspective. My feeling about it in terms of like its difficulty is very similar to yours. Like I think the first dungeon in particular, as you're saying, because you don't have a huge party yet, it is a little bit rough. And then as soon as you get past that, like that, what's funny is, you know, the besties argument about the 10 to 14 hours before it gets good thing. Like there's a world in which the 10 to 14 hours is actually just making it through that first dungeon, because there's so much of this game that is on the rails pretty early on, as they like lead you through that first dungeon. And then as soon as you get past that, the game opens up and is like, all right, do whatever, you're good. Like whatever you want to do it's all up to you now. And
that was the first thing I noticed.
The game clicks.
Yeah, that was especially coming from 5, where like the first, 60 hours is Morgana telling you to do chores. Like I feel like
dude, I have some thoughts about 5 that I'll talk about, because as you were saying, like when you finish a Persona game and you have an empty place in your heart, you're like, all right, on to something else.
The next one. Yeah.
I jumped right into 5. So
hell yeah.
I have new updated thoughts about Persona 5 we'll talk about later.
That said, I actually think I don't know what you cut from the opening of this game. Like I would in that argument of like, does it take too long to get started? I think it only takes too long if you don't know what you're getting yourself into. Like I think in the grand scheme of things, once you're in the loop of this game, it goes by so quickly, and it is such a long game that spending that time in the beginning, like really drilling the point home, like this is what the town is like, this is what life in the town is like, before you have this exciting call to adventure, this is kind of how boring the town is. Like I think that's all really intentional.
I think so too. I think the thing about this game that really I think works, and the reason for the 10 to 14 hours thing that makes sense to me is because of the length, right? Like the 10 to 14 hours out of a 60-hour minimum video game makes a lot of sense, right? Because if the other 50 hours are making your way through the thing that they spent 10 hours tutorializing, you're going to have a really good time with that. I think the biggest issue that Persona games run into, in my eyes, is the amount of systems at play. And it's a thing that I'm thinking about all the time, is like, what is the design by subtraction version of Persona? Like, how do you, like, what can you remove and still have it be a Persona game that people connect with and like don't revolt over?
Yeah.
And I don't really know what you cut, which means that you do need to onboard people into like a billion different systems. Like not only talking about how combat works, if people maybe haven't played an SMT game before and don't understand how that works, but like the Persona fusion side of things, and then like on the day-to-day calendar system side of things, like why you would focus on going to, study in the library versus hanging out with a friend, and how those two different things impact different parts of your gameplay. Like there's so many systems at play, all while also setting up the narrative and the story, right? Like there's the top layer of like, they also need to make the story interesting and make the characters good for you to want to hang out with them in the first place. There's so much work that needs to be done in that opening bit that I agree with you. Like on this playthrough, I was like, damn, like I agree. Like there's really not anything you can cut from here. Like I think there's this argument that people make all the time about this game or this franchise in general about like what is filler and what is not filler. And like, I really think that if you are clicking with what Atlas is putting down with this franchise, like there's no such thing as filler in Persona. It's like, it's all additive to the experience of like living in this place for a long period of time. You show up as a character who used to live in Tokyo and is in this town for a year, and you need to like just make do with what life is like then. And a lot of that is going to be boring. And like, it's wild to say. And I think it's specifically wild to say with a medium like video games, where the idea is so frequently like high octane, make sure everybody is always engaged at all times. Everything has to be rewarding always, that like downtime is just as important in these games. I feel like there are not many games optimizing for downtime outside of ones that like label themselves as cozy or life simulators. And Persona is very much like reveling in that downtime. And I think they do that in 3 and 5, but like 4 seems purpose built to highlight the downtime as actually your reason for the season in some ways.
Yeah, it it feels like with Persona 3, because that was the first game with the calendar system, and with S-Links, which are basically the game's way of gamifying your friendship. So like whenever you hang out with someone, you level up the S-Link, and then that S-Link will have some kind of gameplay reward. So like for a lot of the party members, if you upgrade your friendship with them, they'll start to like do better in combat, and they'll like take a lethal hit for you, stuff like that.
Right.
I think the S-Links were like the surprise hit in 3. Like I will say, like even in Reload, like the S-Links are not quite as good overall. Like I think there are some really, really good standouts. Like the Dying Man S-Link is I think the best one they've ever done still. Like that's like amongst the best little vignettes of storytelling you can get in the S-Links. But some of them are like a lot of just like your random classmates are kind of forgettable. Yeah. And a lot of your S-Links with your party, you don't unlock till like the very end of the game. And because it's more overtly a dating sim in 3, you kind of have to choose like who you're focusing on. So you kind of have to choose like, am I talking to Yukari or Aegis or Mitsuru or Fuka? I think Portable does a better job if you play as the female protagonist, Katone, because she gets S-Links with everybody. And like you get to kind of know the cast on a deeper level. Like Junpei, for example, the sort of class clown character, his S-Link like completely reframes his character, which is like, I think that's like his S-Link is a good example of why people really go to bat for Portable, because like that's the beauty of S-Links for your party members, is like you get to know them in a way that the main plot can't account for.
Yeah.
Like the main plot has to move things along in a way and like keep the crew in a group and kind of keep them as like a bite-sized version of themselves. But the S-Links allow you to see them like, oh, what is Mitsuru like when she doesn't have all this pressure on her? Like, what is she like when she's like relaxed and talking to a friend?
And that's the big narrative design question about Persona also, right? Is like, how are you focusing on these characters' growth through their S-Links in a way that is separate from the growth that has to come from the main plot progressing is a really difficult question to answer, I imagine. And like, I find that different Persona games definitely lean into different pieces of that. And I feel like 3 in particular does a pretty decent job of it. And 4, I'm a little bit more iffy on, if I'm being honest, in terms of the party members.
Yeah, the party members' S-Links, and we'll get into this, but some of them even feel at odds with the main plot's arc for them.
Yeah. It's the weird irony of this game is like, I think the S-Links in some ways are the weaker aspect of the game, despite this being the one that everybody, including myself, will point to and be like, best characters.
Yeah, I think it gamifies the S-Links and makes them more available in a way that's more fun to experience than 3 keeping them all to the end and forcing you to hang out with the guy who likes his teacher for like the first third of the game.
Dude.
So
oh my God. I just refused to do it. I was just like, I'm just literally going to study every day.
So I guess my magician personas will just suck.
Yeah, they did the whole time. I didn't even care. It was like, yeah, you could be level 1 until the end. I don't want to talk to you.
That's why Portable is canonically the best Persona 3, because the magician is just Junpei instead.
Oh, that is way better.
Although you can't escape Kenji's wrath, because there's another S-Link where it's the girl who plays tennis. I think it's the strength arcana. Or no, she's the chariot. And she's like, I have a crush on this guy. I hope he feels the same way about me. And it's fucking Kenji. Like he like shows up again. Like, oh my God, I can't escape this guy.
And there's no dialogue option that's like, don't even try. He's in love with his teacher.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I know this guy from a past life. Do not waste your fucking time.
You're out of his league because you're 18 years younger than you need to be.
So weird. But yeah, I agree. I think overall Persona 4 Golden succeeds at the life sim piece of it the best. But I do think it struggles to connect what it does and the story it tells in the life sim part with the main story.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Persona 3, for all of its like newness in its mechanics, does marry the two pretty seamlessly, especially considering like everyone in that game has an arc, you know? Like I like how like in Persona 4 and 5, every party member's persona evolves when you max out their S-Link, which I do think is a smart move gameplay wise, because it feels like you did it, you know? But I also kind of like how in 3, they just evolve in a pivotal moment of story.
Yeah.
So I feel like in 3, it feels like they are maybe making sure the most important beats for the characters happen in the main story and allow the S-Links for the party members to be like a fun extra. Whereas I think like there are 2 different stories being told in 4.
Except with the exception of like a couple characters in particular, right? Like Teddy's entire S-Link happens via the main story, which I don't know if that's the right move, honestly. Like it works, I guess, but it doesn't really allow you to like get to know Teddy when there's like and I think it's maybe one of the reasons people dislike Teddy so much, but you know, it's like hard-hitting emotional beat of the plot. Everyone leaves the room, everyone is sad and dour. Teddy stays behind and is like, I'm so glad you're here, Sensei. And then he leveled up. And like that's as much depth as you give Teddy.
Teddy secretly stayed 2 hours later and ate all my snacks.
Yeah, you know? Exactly.
Oh, my star persona is gonna rock. Yeah, there is always a character, like usually like in 3 and 4, the Fool Arcana is like the group. And then Judgment becomes like the final act, basically, which I think is fun. It is fun to like give you something, because there is a version of like you could play this and not hang out with anyone. So like, I mean, I don't know why you would do that, but like you could just go fishing every day. But the game does like kind of let you know, like, okay, even if you're avoiding this system, we're going to show you how powerful it can be by giving you a few for free. Right. You know, I think that is smart. But yeah, it is weird when it's tied to a character.
The person who finishes Persona 4 Golden and only has maxed up the Fool and Justice and Teddy, and Judgment and Teddy, and like that's it.
Yeah, you get like the world's next supervillain achievement or something. But yeah, I honestly, like, I don't know. There was a time where I would say like which Persona was my favorite, and I honestly think they're all, despite each of their flaws, I think they're kind of equally strong. Like I would say pound for pound, 5 Royal feels like that's the game Atlas has been building up to this whole time. You know, like it's kind of hard. Like 3 and 4 are kind of more on equal footing in terms of just the overall production value. And then 5 is like, oh shit, this is Persona. Like even just the way the all out attacks look compared to how they look in 3 and 4.
Yeah.
But even outside of the aesthetic, like I just think the systems and everything, like it does kind of feel like the dream Persona game, despite my own issues with 5 too. But I feel like the main plot being the strongest in 3 and the life sim stuff being the strongest in 4, 5 is a happy middle ground, I think, between the two.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I also kind of struggle with this thought in the first place, like the idea of like ranking them. It really feels so subjective and so personal in that way. You know, like I think 3 will always be my favorite for a lot of reasons, which I have outlined on the show before. But even just like finishing 4 and jumping into 5, once the veneer of like, I can't believe this game looks like this wears off, you start to run into like, oh yeah, this has its own share of stuff that's going on with it that's like, you know, holding it back in some ways and excelling in other ways, because it's, you know, coming at it from a different perspective. And they're all trying to do very different things. And at least that's the way I was thinking about it for a long time. I will say though, my thought about 4 and in terms of the overarching plot, and I'll get more into the specifics of what I mean by this when we get into the spoiler section, but my overall thoughts about the plot kind of land more on, it feels like an attempt at doing what Persona 5 ended up succeeding at in terms of exploring a specific idea. There's an overarching theme that's being touched on here that is like, I would say semi-successful depending on which characters you're looking through the lens of, but on the whole feels a little bit underutilized and in some cases like contradictory with itself.
Yeah, I think I'm going to plug our friend Matt Horton's video essay about Persona 4. Yeah. They go more into Inaba as a setting and sort of the real world's influence on Inaba and like sort of the conflict in like real world Japan between like the urbanization of a lot of the country and sort of the traditions and like sort of the connection to spirituality as well. That's definitely present here. I would argue one of the many reasons the game feels like it's contradicting itself at times is that it is trying to not paint Inaba and by extension small rural towns as like inherently a better place. Like I was thinking about how like the sort of American equivalent of this is like the Hallmark movie, right? Where it's like a young professional, you know, overwhelmed at her job, moves to a small little countryside town, and it's like, it may be simple, but it's better here. And you know, it's like I meet a guy in flannel who I used to know in high school, whatever. It's like there is this, or even Stardew Valley.
I was about to bring up Stardew Valley.
Yeah, there's this fantasy of like leaving it all behind and going to kind of an isolated place where it's like just nature and maybe a few people you love. And And the game wants to interrogate that fantasy while also providing that fantasy.
Yeah. It is taking a really nuanced, holistic view of it, right? Like you, which is the canon name of the protagonist, which is going to get confusing, but you showing up from Tokyo in this place being like, I guess this is just where I live for a year. He's more of a blank slate than a lot of the other protagonists are, I would say.
Definitely, especially compared to Joker. Joker should just be voiced. Like he is a totally
and he is sometimes also, which is funny.
Right.
But then Yosuke, who's the first character you meet, like he also came from Tokyo or a big city. I don't think they specifically say if it's Tokyo or not, but he came from a big city and is living in Inaba and like fucking hates it. Like he's like, I'm trapped here. My life is working at Walmart. This sucks. And I think that back and forth between like how everybody in the town feels about where they live is very interesting, especially at a time, this game coming out, what was it, 2010, I think was when the original release came out?
It was 2008 was the original, and then 2012 was Golden. Yeah.
So in 2008, when it comes out, this is the era in Japan where like the economy is really not doing so well, and it hasn't been for a long time already, and people aren't sure what the way through that is. You have giant things like Aeon, which is like basically Japan's version of a Walmart, popping up in towns like Inaba all over the place, and then siphoning business away from local mom and pop shops. And you have, there are a lot of socioeconomic things happening in Japan that are like spelling doom for cities like this and towns like this. Like even on my trip to Japan last year on our honeymoon, like Percy and I spent a month traveling around Japan, and there were a couple towns we showed up in where like, the population was at one point 33,000 people and is now 3,000 people, and 90% of them are 80 years old or older. Right. that is the reality of where things are now. And when this game came out, they were like starting to grapple with the fact that that's the path and the trajectory they were on without like huge societal changes. And I think this game takes a really interesting approach of like both making the case for making those societal changes, but also reinterrogating the use and the I would say like the glamour in some ways of towns like this and growing up in places like this, which is a smart thing to be interrogating, right? Like the fact that it's not just taking the Stardew Valley approach, I think, which is the easier approach and works for a game like Stardew Valley.
Yes.
But would have definitely like cut the knees off so much of the thematic exploration that they're trying to go for here. It paints the game, I think, in like a brighter light when you consider the fact that it is contradictory in some ways. I think where my critiques will come in as we start talking about S-Links in particular is, and I think like the way the game wraps up in particular, like the third act, I think, is where it starts contradicting like its own nuance is where I start to like bristle at it a little bit. But for the most part, like it does paint a really rosy picture of places like this in a way that I think, as you've said before, makes this the most replayable Persona, because Inaba, despite being, significantly more limited than what you're experiencing in literally Tokyo in Persona 5, there is a comfort to that experience. There is a comfort of being like, every single day I have only like 8 things to choose from to do. Which of them do I feel like doing? That loop feels almost better in a town like this than it does in Tokyo, where it's like, I could go to the hot spring, I could go to the batting cages, I could go fishing, I could hang out with this person, I could eat a really big burger, I could hang out with this person, I could go back and study, I could do a crossword puzzle, I could make thieves tool. Like there are about 1 million different ideas at play simultaneously in terms of what you will do next on any given day in Persona 5, and that is part and parcel with living in a city like that. I really do equate it to what you and I have done in real life, right? Like you and I grew up in the same town in New Jersey, which despite being pretty close to New York City, was still the suburbs. And we were like walking around our town with our friends, sitting in parks, sitting by a lake, riding our bikes around.
Yeah, we literally had like a floodplains area, like a bagel store, like a bar. Like it had a similar, like, if it didn't happen to be a half hour outside New York, it might as well be anywhere else in the country. In this small town. Yeah.
Yeah. And I honestly, I kind of experienced that recently. I went with some friends who were starting a flower farm into like really like South Central Jersey ish.
Yeah.
Mid Jersey, Central Jersey, which I think people think is not real, but is real.
Central is more flattering than mid, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry to Central Jersey. I don't dislike you, but anyway, I was in Central Jersey.
Did Brendon just say South Jersey is mid?
And I just like, I had this feeling while I was there that was just like, this really is not so dissimilar from where we grew up in North Jersey, and it's not so dissimilar from like places I've been in the middle of Ohio and elsewhere. And it was also in the midst of playing this game, and I was like, it's not so dissimilar from the experience of being in Inaba. That's kind of what they're going for here. And I think there is this feeling that people have when they grow up in towns like that, that's like, fuck this place, man. I can't wait to get out of here and live my real life elsewhere in like the big city or just like anywhere else but here. And I think so few people are glamorizing moving to a town like that, Yes. No one's really doing the opposite until like kind of recently is when people started doing that. And I think I think this is a global phenomenon in general, but like some of that is due to the fact that the economy has gotten so fucked up that people are like, I can't afford to live in a major metropolitan area, and it's much cheaper to live in a town like the one I grew up in instead. Like that's a place where I can actually maybe buy a house, which feels like, an impossibility in most places.
Oh yeah.
And things like that. So there is this like sense that people are trying to move out of metropolitan areas and back into towns like that, but no one's still glamorizing it. No one is talking about it from like, I can't wait to do this. This is going to be, where I achieve my fullest, truest version of myself, out here in the middle of nowhere. And I think this game does make a strong case for the kind of life you can live in a place like that. And we talked about this now months, if not years ago on an episode. But I think the thing that's interesting about this game and the way in which it specifically denotes the flip that both you as the protagonist and you as the player will probably have around the same time is the end of spring and the beginning of summer in this game. The entire spring season at the beginning of this game, it is cloudy and it is gray and you never see the sky. And then the first day of summer, the sky is blue. And it's like one of the days, it's like the first day of summer is also a day where like you can just kind of do whatever you want. And you are, given basically limitless options in this beautiful sunny day. And it makes Inaba this place that felt so oppressive, and like there's we haven't even talked about the plot at all.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's telling we haven't even brought up the murder mystery. That is the main plot. Yeah.
Yes. There's a murder thing happening where like many people have been killed in this town recently, and all you are thinking is like, wow, it's so nice out. I can't wait to call up my friend and go hang out with them by the floodplain. Like that flip is so interesting. And that I think is where this game really succeeds. And that's why I said at the beginning, Persona games live and die by actually playing them instead of like just hearing a plot synopsis or just knowing what happens, which is why, despite knowing every single plot beat of Persona 5, I am playing it for myself finally now all the way through.
Hell yeah.
But like that experience of Persona 4, waking up on the day where it's summer and being like, I can do whatever and I love this town, like that's a feeling you don't get just like going on Wikipedia or just listening to a podcast like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking about that flip of like, oh, this has suddenly become a place I want to be, and I'm glad I'm in. I think the very obvious like central thesis of every Persona game is that like life is worth living with other people. Like you find meaning both for yourself and for the place you're in when you're with people you care about. It's something that's really effective in 3 when, without spoiling that game, there's a point towards the very end where you can't hang out with anyone. Like you pretty much just go to school and go home and go to sleep. And I've rarely seen a game portray what like a thick fit of depression feels like, where it's just like when your life is on autopilot, even in this game, it feels so unsatisfying. And you realize like even that dude who likes his teacher, like I would maybe not him, but even just like having the option to be with other people is better than just doing like what is immediately required of you.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing too. You see that all the time in 4, that like the characters that are either villains or on the wrong path are all just kind of going through the motions and are only caring about what they get out of it. And usually for the goal of leaving Inaba.
Right.
And I think it's interesting too to compare Persona. You mentioned in passing like Persona 5's portrayal of Tokyo, where like I think that game shows Tokyo as a fun place to live, but it's certainly not romanticizing it. I feel like if anything, it's kind of critiquing life in a big city. Like that opening beat is just making fun of how complicated public transit is in a big city, especially
the first time you go to school. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Yes, exactly. And I mean, like it adds to the identity of the game because that game's story is more about society at large. So it makes more sense to take place in a gigantic city like Tokyo than Iniba. But yeah, I don't think it's like Tokyo is almost like an afterthought of the game outside of just like the design and the sort of energy of it. It's not really as interested in talking about like what is life like in the big city as this game is interested in what is life like in a small town.
Yeah. Persona 4 really does feel like this interesting like gradient between 3 and 5, because I think even what you're talking about in terms of like specific characters and their motivations, you know, going through the motions, mostly being isolated from others, right? Like most of these characters that are on a bad path have isolated themselves in some way, shape, or form, and then wanting to leave Inaba, like that feels so much like apathy syndrome in Persona 3, which is explored, I think, very well and you know, ties into the calendar system in a really interesting way. And then so much of 4 is also interested in like, what does society writ large care about? And, you know, how does that materialize in a town like Inaba? And that, I think, is, as you're saying, almost better explored in the environment of a big city in some ways. So you have this game that is like pulling from the past and also, you know, doing a rough outline of what they're going to explore in the future. And I don't know how well all of that kind of coalesces in this game, but it does create one hell of a place to hang out and some great characters to hang out with along the way.
Yes.
And that's the thing that is so strange to me about it, is like when I think about my, you know, when I over the past couple weeks, as we've been gearing up to do this episode, when I've been thinking about like, okay, what are like the things I really want to hit? Like what points do I want to make? Like what are my real like true Persona feelings about Persona 4? So many of them are critical. Like so many of them are the things that this game like does not do very well. And yet all I want to do is start the game over, or like as soon as Revival comes out, like play that remake. I am like desperate to see the ends of other S-Links that I either didn't finish or ones that I didn't even start. Like there's so much that I didn't do in that game that I'm dying to go do again. And I think it's notable that like this game ends with an option to start a new game plus, which maybe that was present in the other ones and I just didn't know that. But the fact that there is like a new game plus option that shows up in this was like shocking to me.
I'll also say, like, without spoiling, when the game actually ends, the characters are all like, we can't wait until you visit again.
Yeah.
And you literally do in the golden epilogue. Like there is like a summer reunion, and like all the Persona games, at least 3, 4, and 5, end with saying goodbye to everyone.
Right.
But in 3, you're not visiting. That is the last time you're seeing everybody. And even in 5, there's like a little bit of this finality to it where like characters talk about, you know, staying in. Well, I guess they do because there's all those sequels. Maybe it's similar to 4, but like 4 does feel the most kind of built to be replayed. Even just the fact that it's the only Persona game where a couple S-Links have a choice. Like you have to choose which character you hang out with. Like there's the soccer and basketball S-Link, and then there's the music and band S-Link. Not like especially good S-Links, if I'm being honest, but like even just the fact that the game has like, you actually can't even meet everyone, even if you max out every S-Link, like you'll have to replay it. And I think when you said that when you reflect on this game, what comes to mind is mostly critiques, even though you deeply love it. I think that goes back to what we already said, where like this game's strength is in the mundane.
Yes.
It's harder to praise a mundane moment that truly feels like you lived it. I think that's the strength of this game in particular, is like there are so many innocuous moments with the cast that just feel like you're actually hanging out with your friends. There are characters I really love in 3 and 5, but this cast as an ensemble feels the most like they're your actual friends.
It's the only time playing one of these games where at the end I was like, I need to know how the rest of their lives went. Like I'm desperate to know how they're doing. Like the fact that Rise shows up in ads in the subway in Persona 5 was like such an, like, I exhaled. So I literally I never noticed that before because I had never gotten far enough in 4 to like hang out with Rise. But literally before we started recording, I was playing 5 and I was in the subway and I saw an ad with Rise in it. And I like had this deep guttural exhale that was like, oh, she's all right. She's doing okay. It means so much to me. And I've heard that Naoto shows up as well in some ways. Like there are allusions to Naoto in 5 as well. And like that makes me feel so good because I care so deeply about these people as people. And like I want them to go on and live like good lives and hope to God that the choices they make are actually the right ones for them. In a way that like I kind of already knew at the end of Persona 3 that everyone was going to be okay. And
because they all have those like big arcs already. Like they have that like those kind of transformative moments throughout the game.
But I think compared to like 3 feels like you are building a family in a way, right?
Yeah.
Like 3 really feels like a family that's coming together. And 4 is interesting because it's centered so much around family, but like the experience of meeting and hanging out with all of these people really does feel like building actual true friendships. Like when I think about each of these people, like I do think of them as friends in a weird way. And then 5 is like there's friendship in there, there's family in there, but it's like also kind of like coworkers in some ways. And I don't mean that like I don't mean that in a negative way because those characters are also great and I really like hanging out with them. And I think a lot of them have really great they're not S-links in that game. Confidants, in that game. But this is the one that like nails the friendship element of Persona the best, to the degree that like now that the game is over, I'm like, can't I just call up Chie and hang out? Like, can't we go train again by the floodplain?
Yeah, I feel like 5, you said coworkers, but I also think it feels a little bit like a superhero team more, where it's like when everyone joins in that game, I love the awakening scenes in 5. Yeah, they're awesome. So fucking good. But I also don't think anyone joining feels quite as meaningful as Ryuji and An. Like those two, like you're kind of bonded. You're like have gone through so much trauma together as a trio that like everyone else joining feels like kind of tertiary in some ways. And I've said that before. I think like whereas Persona 3, I do actually think you need to see it through all the way to like fully experience what that game is trying to say. Yeah.
And I'll say for the listener who might think that that's hyperbole, like you had been telling me that for years and I am fully 100% on board with that statement now having finished it.
And I feel like with 5, I think 5's first palace does almost too good a job of like saying the thesis of the game that like everything after that is kind of just a different version of the same idea.
Yeah.
It's still I love 5 and I think there's great moments after that first palace, but nothing feels quite as personal or like effective as that first dungeon in my opinion. And 4 I think kind of feels just pretty even throughout because the main plot is not quite as in focus in some ways by design, because like without saying too much, like the big bad is literally trying to obscure the vision of the main plot from you, which is very clever.
Yeah. The whole squad is like on the same point of the investigation until Naoto shows up, basically. Like they have not progressed at all in terms of even coming close to an idea of what is happening and who is doing it. They're just like, I guess we'll just keep going on the TV and saving people. But like,
and then they're like, oh, here's an actual detective.
Here's an actual detective with real thoughts. Yeah.
That happens to a degree in 5 as well, where it's like you're kind of Beavis and Butthead until Makoto shows up. Like on Ryuji and Joker are like a great trio, but like they all share a single brain cell. And I feel like when Makoto shows up, it's like, all right, this is the actual plan. First of all, don't yell. I love being a phantom thief in public. Right. Too. Like, here's how the metaverse app works.
Yeah. There's a part early on where like you're literally at Shibuya Crossing and Ryuji's like, so when are we going to steal Kamoshida's heart? And your only responses are shut up and don't be so loud.
It's great. This is such a great series. You know, I think especially considering, it's wild to think how old this game is. Like we said before, it feels remarkably modern. It feels dated in many ways too, but in terms of just like how the gameplay feels and even just like how like there are games from 10 years ago that feel much older, for lack of a better word, than this game does. And I think it's partially because this style of game has become so much more common. Yeah. Like when this came out in 2008, the real, like your only real point of comparison would be like you said, Boku Persona Natsu Yasumi, maybe Animal Crossing, maybe like some visual novels, like murder mystery visual novels, but like nothing quite like this. I mean, Persona remains one of a kind, but I do think it's amazing how common like the relationship meter has become. You know, like, and even in some of the most like AAA, we're doing Assassin's Creed checklist game, those games have now started adding like, oh, and if you do more missions with this guy, like he'll give you a better deal at the store, and like you'll get a little vignette about his life. Like that's kind of become like almost expected in a lot of ways, where like this was so fresh and new in Persona,
right? Because people want depth, right? Like that. I think at the end of the day, this is the thing that, you know, is the constant back and forth between video games, is like, how wide do you want to go versus how deep do you want to go? It's why you and I have talked and spoken so highly about the Akaza franchise, like a Dragon franchise
too. Yeah,
it's just this feeling of like Kamurocho being this place that you return to over and over again, and every time they set a new game there are like more buildings you can go into than the last time, or they've changed a little bit since the last time, and there's just more stuff to do in the same, you know, 15 block radius that you kind of know by the back of your hand at a certain point. You know, that idea of continuing to go deeper and deeper and deeper into knowing not even a city, but like one neighborhood of a city, I think is really powerful. And that's what Persona is so good at, is like giving you so much depth in this one location. And they even pull that off in 5 in a place like Tokyo, which now that we're talking about it, I'm like, we should probably do a Persona 5 bonus at some point also. Maybe when I wrap that up.
I'm down. I also think they do a good job in Metaphor, which is probably the widest they go, being like this epic fantasy kingdom, but like they have some restraint. Like there's only like 4 or 5 cities you go to.
Right.
And in some ways it feels like, you know, you were hypothesizing like, where could the next Persona game take place? And I haven't stopped thinking about your suggestion of Hawaii as a location, which would just be so interesting and so different and like so historically rich to explore.
Yeah.
Not to mention the mythology as well, if we want to pull personas from like, you know, Hawaiian folklore or whatnot. But regardless of what they do, like I think Metaphor showed that you could kind of set the whole game in any one of these cities and it would work. You know, you have like a sort of mossy, smaller fantasy town outside of a big castle town. You've got this like tropical island. You've got this like kind of totalitarian, like
you got the fire level,
place.
You got the ice level.
Pretty much, yeah. I realized I was saying
bomb
that
planes,
while I was going through. Like one place is warm, one place is cold. You can jump higher here. You're little here.
Space for a bit.
Yeah. I mean, just set it in space. Why not?
Hello.
I think we're probably approaching spoilers now, so maybe this is a good like point to cut off. It's also been like an hour. Unless you have anything else you want to say before we get more into spoilers.
I knew this is what was going to happen with this episode. Of course, it's been an hour. No, I think you're totally right. We should get into spoilers. Hey, if you haven't played Persona 4 Golden, it's an extremely good video game.
Yeah, I would highly recommend it. I guess I'm curious, before we move into spoilers, would you recommend starting with this? Do you still think that like this is a good second one to play, or do you think it's a good one to start with?
Oh, that's a tough question. I like honestly, and I think you will probably disagree with me, and I think a lot of people will disagree with me. I think the best starting point for this franchise right now is Persona 3 Reload, actually. Because I think the skeletal foundation of 3 is even more streamlined in terms of the amount of things you can do than 4 is, you know, despite 4 taking place where it does. Like, you know, 3 being, I guess, the first of this trilogy, they were still figuring stuff out, and the amount of places you can go and things you can do on a day-to-day basis are like pretty limited, which I think in some ways gives you the feeling of like a wider degree of motion. That on top of all the quality of life improvements that they've added, having learned from the success of 5 specifically, makes 3 Reload a great on-ramp to this franchise, because you're not going to be overwhelmed by the amount of things you can do per day. As we've already said, the story is incredible. The characters are amazing. It all coalesces by the end into an extremely satisfying conclusion. Like I think that game is a great on-ramp into this franchise. And then I think you could go to 4 Golden or 5 and have a great time. I think until 3 Reload came out, 5 would have been my 5 Royal would have been my obvious, like, this is what you should play first and then go backwards if you like it. But I think 3 Reload has made a pretty good case for a good first one.
Yeah, I agree with you for the most part. part, I think my answer would be like whatever one looks the most interesting, you'll probably have the most fun playing.
That's also true.
Think,
yeah.
But I think in terms of structure, 5 Royal or 3 Reload, and probably once the 4 remake comes out, that will also be like an equally good starting point. If I had to guess.
That's the like, you know, shadow peering behind the column in the background of the conversation is like at some point that might come out and end up, you know, taking that spot.
I'm excited. I feel like we should do a Persona 3 bonus once we've finished every version of 3. Just like have completely lost our minds.
I was thinking in the back of my head while we were talking earlier, it'd be fun to do a 3 bonus where you finish Reload and I finish 3 Portable as Katone.
And then we can talk about both. That would be that would be awesome.
Yeah.
It's funny because we technically do have a Royal bonus, but it's from the earlier years where bonuses were a little bit faster and looser, and like in some ways we're literally just here's an extra episode.
I did actually re-listen to that, and it's about 30 minutes of us talking about 5 Royal tacked onto the end of about 2 hours of us talking about Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Yeah, I think it was like the pandemic just began and we were like, why don't we just talk about what we like? Yeah. And that will be this month's bonus. So that's a fun, like, and also on our Patreon about 4 years ago, I recorded an episode with our good friends Alana and Callie, who were like probably the biggest, even more than us, like the biggest Persona experts I know. We had a lot of fun going through 3, 4, and 5. Although at that point I hadn't played Golden. So I've said this before, we've accidentally mirrored the games and like releasing incomplete versions and then re-releasing like a Royal version of an episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's only a matter of time. Would definitely do a Royal episode, and then a 3 of 3 episode would be a lot of fun.
3 complete.
3 complete, yeah.
Yeah.
And then whenever 6 drops, that will probably be like an immediate thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I feel like my hunch, I want to put this out there before we move on, but like my hunch, I think we'll definitely get an announcement, like a release date for Persona 4 Revival this year. I don't know if it will come out this year, but I think we'll know the release date at some point this year.
I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Persona 6, I think, is a 2028 game at the earliest. Yeah. I don't expect that like anytime soon. Maybe like a Game Awards or Summer Games Fest reveal like next year.
Yeah. They already missed their window to say Persona 6 2026. So, you know.
So I guess it's 36 now.
Yeah. It's going to be 2036 is going to be Persona 6. It's funny because like famously, one of the reasons that Persona 5 was such a big deal when it launched, outside of how good the game is by itself, is the famously long development cycle for that game. You know, if you talk about Persona 4 coming out in 2008, you know, and then like a team of people working on Golden while the rest of them moved on to 5, like
basically 8 years, because that was 2016 in Japan. Yeah,
it was announced for PS3 initially, and then eventually came out on PS4. I think is a great indication of how long it took.
I think it came out on PS3 in Japan, but then worldwide was 2017 and PS4. But regardless, they spent like 8 years on that game, and it's
which at the time was a long development cycle, and now is just the norm. But
now it's like now it's like what 6+ years is the norm. Although that said, pretty much almost every year since Persona 5 has come out, there has been a Persona 5 spin-off, which is I think partially why people are a little bit sick of it. Like 2019 was Q2 New Cinema Labyrinth, 2020 was Persona 5 Royal, 2021 was Persona 5 Strikers, and then
Tactica at some point.
Tactica was a little bit after that, and then the mobile game,
Phantom X.
So like almost every year, like clockwork, there's another Persona 5.
Yeah, unreal.
I mean, Atlas has been like, look, I want it to take as long as it needs to, but I would be more impatient for Persona 6 if they weren't releasing some of their best work over the past decade. Like even just a couple years ago, like that was Unicorn Overlord, which I know is Vanillaware, but it was under Atlas.
Yeah.
And Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, Persona 3 Reload, and Metaphor were all that year. Yeah. Which like maybe they could have spread out more in the lead up to 6, but and then now we're getting this 4 remix. So anyway, why don't we break here and we'll get into spoilers. But thank you for listening. If you're leaving us here, thank you so much. Into the Castle Online is our website. We appreciate you, and we hope you enjoy Persona 4 Golden if you're going to go play that. And if you don't want to, then just thanks for hanging out for a bit.
Yeah, go play it. Come back, and we'll talk about meeting a gas station guy.
So King Moron is kind of the fool in secret, in my opinion. See you later.
Bye, everybody.
Every day, you can't hide from me. You gotta pray for the rules, but you They miss the history, but they fight all the place in it. Yeah, they fight all the place in it.
Hello, we're back.
Hey,
Final warning. We're going to talk
final
about
warning for spoilers.
We're talking about the game, the
full
whole
game.
video game.
Yeah. We're not going to go through like every single plot beat, but we will kind of anchor the conversation with the dungeons. So like,
yeah, our first 80-hour episode. We're going to talk about. We're going to redeliver every line of dialogue.
The worst part is I'm not against that. Tonight I'll be playing the role of King Moron and the gas station attendant. Here we go.
I'm going to be Dojima and Nanako.
I think you'd be a good Dojima. I would, if I were to cast you in this, it would be Yosuke. Actually, I think you've got a Yosuke energy in a better way than he does, but you kind of have that carefree vibe.
That's very nice. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, I think if you ever wanted to cosplay and dye your hair, you could do a great Persona 4 hero cosplay. If I do say so myself.
Oh, that'd be fun. I would love to do that. I've always wanted. I have oftentimes thought about dyeing my hair exactly that color. Also.
Yeah, I know that's a color you've gone to, which is why I thought of it.
Yeah, it's very expensive. That's the problem with it. It's very expensive to get your hair that color.
Very close friend of mine used to have their hair green and then gray, and they stopped because of just how expensive it got to maintain.
Yeah, but
it's very cool. Anyway, Persona 4. So yeah, we'll just kind of talk through it. I think we'll like use the dungeons as like a reference point, and we'll kind of talk. We may spoil events later in the game through the conversation, and we may even touch on some things in the other Personas, specifically 3 and 5. So we'll give you a heads up if we're going to spoil either other game too, but for the most part, it will be about Persona 4 Golden.
Yeah. So how does it begin, Steven?
So the game begins, you're a popular city boy moving to the countryside, and it's not like you're a silent protagonist, but in the cutscene you're shown, he looks sad about it. Like you see this like flashback of you're in class and the teacher's like, I'm sorry, Mr. Popular is leaving. And everyone's like, no way, him? He's leaving? I love him. He's the coolest, smartest guy in school. And then it's you on the train looking at your new home, and you move in with your uncle and your younger cousin, your uncle Dojima and Nanako. And initially it's like kind of icy at home. Like you get a sense that Dojima, while friendly, is not very present. Like he's a very overworked, tired man. One of my favorite Persona archetypes is like the tired middle-aged dad character. Like Sojiro is that in 5 and Dojima is that here. You don't really have that in 3 unless you count Akihiko as that as a teenage boy. But
I was
otherwise,
maybe thinking the monk also, but that's a totally different vibe.
Yeah, that's like a cursed version of this. But so basically like you're gonna live there for the year. You're living with your uncle, and the beginning of the game is just sort of like this is the sort of 10-hour, or not, it's not quite 10. It's 10 if you count the lead up to Yukiko's dungeon, which is the first dungeon in the game, after like the brief tutorial dungeon with Yosuke and his awakening to his persona. But basically like the first at least 2 to 3 hours is like you just sort of walking around town, getting to know like the immediate trio of friends is Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko. And this is where like they're really beating you over the head with like, this is a small town, there's nothing to do. You have nothing to do yet as the player, basically.
Right. Yeah, you're bored here. Yosuke, having had a similar experience, is also like, yeah, I've been here for a couple of months longer than you, and let me tell you, it's fucking boring here. And Chie is just like pretty hopeful and optimistic and like pretty energetic at all times, but even she is like, you know, I spend most of my time watching movies and like working out. Those are like the two things I do.
Yeah, so it's telling that like she's the most cheerful one, and she's sort of the most attached to a fantasy of some kind.
Yeah, right.
And Yukiko is the most withdrawn, which, you know, initially like leads to this air of mystery, but you later learn she's like just deeply depressed. Like she's just like going through a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, so you're introduced to this trio of friends and also to the murders that have started. So there was like a political affair aired on TV, and then I forget if is it the journalist who covers it, or is it the woman involved in the affair that is the first victim?
I think it's the woman in the affair first.
Right. So it starts off like the murders are kind of just like this disturbing event on TV that's not directly related to the protagonist.
Yeah.
But then as time goes on, one of Yosuke's friends who he works with, this girl Saki, she is killed. And that's kind of when like it starts to obviously affect the characters directly.
And I think take a second to also acknowledge, like, again, this is a small town where like maybe 1,000 people live total. And the fact that 3 of them have died in like a couple weeks span at most in like really gruesome ways. Like when people die, they're not just like, you know, not that this would be any better really, I guess, but it's not just like, oh, they're found dead in the street, but like their mangled bodies are hanging from the telephone poles. Yeah. Specifically, which is like really horrifying. Like students are the ones finding them because they're like walking to school and they're like finding these bodies strung up. It's like a really horrifying thing, and it turns the whole town on end because there is immediately, as soon as you start the game, there's immediately a sense that like Junes, which is the department store that moved in, that's like the Aeon or the Walmart equivalent, you know, people are already like, the town is starting to lose its soul because Junes is here. So that on top, like people have stopped coming here and they've started like going to Junes or just like going anywhere else because Junes is fucking everywhere. So why do I need to go to the one in Inaba? There's this sense that like Inaba is dying, and now actually people in Inaba are also dying. Right. So what do we do about this, like as a town?
Exactly. And on top of all this, there's a rumor going around that if you watch TV on what's called the midnight channel, like if you put your TV on a certain channel after midnight when it's foggy outside, or is it when it's raining? I know it's like raining, when the fog is in, when it's raining. Yeah. If you check in the channel at midnight, the rumor is I think you'll see like the love of your life or something. Like the rumor is different than what it actually is. But essentially the protagonist does that one night and ends up actually like going into the TV and learning that they have this power to enter the other world. So like in Persona 3, it's interesting. I find it interesting the ways you enter the other worlds in 3, 4, and 5. Like in 3, it's like you have to have the potential yourself. So like you kind of have to be an X-Men to go in here. Yeah. And it's like the dark hour is like when it happens and everything is like transformed into this like creepier version of itself. And if you have the potential, you're like awake during the dark hour when most people are asleep. Yeah. And then in 5, it's an app. It's like an app that's like
an app that keeps showing up on your phone. Over and over again.
And 4, it's you go into the TV, which I guess you do also have to have like the power to do so.
Yeah. Look, I'll say this at the top. I think one of the great sins of this game is spending a large portion of the end of it explaining like the mechanics of how everything worked the whole time. And one of the things that they explain is like there are technically only 3 people that have the potential to do this at first, but they share that potential with other people. So you as the protagonist like share the ability to go into the TV with your friends by getting close to them.
I think part of that explanation is how the story and the characters and especially their personas connect to Japanese mythology.
Yes, exactly.
Like 3, 4, and 5 are all kind of largely rooted in different mythologies. So in 3, it's Greek mythology. I believe the starting persona is Orpheus. And then in 5, it's like folk heroes. And you start with Lupin. Right. And in this game, it's like largely Japanese mythology and you know, gods and goddesses rooted in both Shinto and Buddhism and other kind of like Japanese religion and folk tales.
Yeah, you start with Izanagi, I think is the name of the persona. Who is like the long story short is it's just like one of the gods that is responsible for creating Japan is the idea. Like there is a mythology around how Japan was created. Yeah.
He's referred to sometimes as the one who invites. So it's a fun little thing that he is actually the one like giving power to his friends. You don't need to know this, but I think it's like, I do think it's really impressive, especially in 4, how much they've gone out of their way to have like all of the supernatural elements kind of echo a lot of mythology and folktales and religion as well.
Yeah, it definitely adds, it adds a lot of flavor to this game. Like I didn't really know any of that stuff really until the end when I was like, okay, well, I guess not until the end, but like there's a lot of stuff in Marie's S-Link that, you know, talks about this stuff where I was like, oh, okay, like I pick up what you're putting down a little bit. And some of that honestly is because I played Okami. Like I knew some of this stuff because like Okami is also kind of
like Amaterasu. Yeah.
Is like kind of a retelling of this same bit of lore or folklore about like how Japan was created way back when. But it really wasn't until after I finished the game where I was like, I need to look some of this stuff up and see like how 1-to-1 the experience is. And like basically everything in the game is named after something, like even down to the school. It is like roughly translated to AD Gods High School, which is about like the 80 gods who were birthed when Japan first sprung up in the ocean, like stuff like that.
And I think having the personas be rooted in this like story about the creation of a place as the place is dying and losing its identity is like an interesting dynamic.
It's really interesting. Yeah.
I also like how a lot of the gods themselves have a duality. I mean, Izanagi and Izanami inherently are like two parts of the same, role. They're both the creator deities, but then they go in different directions. And I feel like the only thing you really need to know, our hero, Mr. Itagawa, like goes through the myth in his cameo when the kids visit the high school in Persona 3 or from Persona 3. Anyway, all that aside, basically.
Did I hear correctly that in Persona 3 Portable, you go visit a place that's in Persona 4 also?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
You go to the Amagi Inn, I think?
That's awesome. I haven't gotten that far myself, but I love when the games like do little crossover things like that.
Yes, they did do it. That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yukiko is in the game as like a little kid. That's sick. Wow, I can't wait to get there.
Anyway, this beginning of the game is largely like, okay, we're getting these mysterious powers. We're figuring out like what's happening as the murders get closer to the lives of these characters. And then eventually Yukiko is targeted and taken away. And that's kind of the point where they all decide they're going to not only rescue her, but start kind of investigating what's happening.
Yeah. I just want to shout out, like, first of all, the rumor of the Midnight Channel is the most like you live in the suburbs rumor of all time.
Right. It's like, what else are we going to do? Turn the TV on at midnight.
Really, it's like, that's the whole basis of like Demon School. Also, if you played that game recently, it's like that exact kind of rumor. Like every single person growing up has heard some version of a rumor that sounds just like the Midnight Channel.
It's very
rumor.
Bloody Mary. It's like,
it is very Bloody Mary, but I love the idea that it's like, oh, it's the love of your life, though. It's like, you're getting the like final shot of a Tokimeki Memorial run if you watch the TV at midnight while it's raining. But what's interesting is like in the beginning of the game, at least when you first hear about the Midnight Channel, you look at it for the first time, you see the outline of a girl and you call Yosuke, and Yosuke's like, I saw the outline of a girl too. And you both like describe what you saw and you're like, oh wow, we saw the same girl. We must have the same, like we're rivals now because we have the same love of our lives. And then it's, I think the next night that you realize it's Saki, and like that's the moment where it's like, oh shit, there's something going on here because she shows up dead the next day. It's like, okay, there's definitely something going on here. And like you and Yosuke and Chie are like the only people who have any idea that the Midnight Channel not only is real, but is like not showing you the love of your life. It's not this like fun rumor, but is actually showing you who's going to die next. So the idea that Yukiko is the person who shows up right after that, especially considering she's been in such a dark place recently, and we haven't mentioned Chie's relationship with Yukiko, which is like this very protective relationship where like she's kind of felt like she needed to stand up for Yukiko because Yukiko doesn't tend to stand up for herself, generally speaking, at this point in her story, like sets everything into overdrive immediately. That's like, okay, well, you can go into the TV. We're seeing our friend in the TV. The last person we saw on the TV fucking died. We need to do something about this immediately. And that's like really what kicks off the whole experience.
Yeah. And Yukiko's palace, or her dungeon rather, it's similar to how Persona 5 works, where like in Persona 5, every dungeon is like the palace of the warped desires of a villain. So the first palace is a character who, I don't know if it's a spoiler. Basically, it's like a series of villains that see the world as theirs to control. And it basically turns the dungeon into like a place that a heist would take place. So the first dungeon is a castle. The next one's a museum. The next one's a bank, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
In 4, the dungeons are largely you saving who will become your next party member. And their dungeon is like rooted in their either like secret desires or their fears in some way.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of similar. There's a dungeon in 5 that like flips the formula that is more like a 4 dungeon. But regardless, that's how most of them work. And so Yukiko's dungeon is, she's basically a princess in a castle waiting to be saved. And when they see them on the Midnight Channel, at first it's like a foggy silhouette, and then it's like them as if they're on a TV show, like, hi everyone, like who will save me first? Like, where's my charming prince?
Yeah, it's like the first episode of a reality TV show essentially, or like a game show. Yeah.
Which I honestly really love that flavor. I feel like pairing like the origin myth of Japan with like a sort of retro era of TV is such an interesting choice. I think Persona has like, the whole team has such a gift at like finding what things fuse well to, no pun intended. Like they fuse these kind of different worlds to make something that feels so unique and stylish. Like when our heroes go into the TV, it's kind of funny. They have to find a TV that's big enough for them to jump into. So in Juness, in the TV section of the store, there's like a gigantic widescreen TV that they can all kind of jump through. And of course, they meet our Lord and Savior Teddy, who is a empty mascot. He's like a mascot costume of a big teddy bear that is empty inside, and he's sort of their de facto guide around the shadow world because he can like sniff out where people are.
Right, because he's been there the whole time is how he talks about it. He's like, I've always been here. I've never been anywhere else, which is why he's able to like tell whenever anything changes in the TV world, because he's like, well, I know where everything is already, so if anything's different, I would know about it. Teddy is maligned for a lot of reasons. I understand those reasons. We'll talk about Teddy more, I'm sure. But I need to say at the top, I love Teddy so much. I am a big Teddy fan.
I also really like Teddy. I think I like Teddy way more than Morgana, personally.
Yeah, me too. Oh my God. Yeah.
Because I feel like they both fall into the trope of like the horny mascot character.
Right.
Because Morgana, I like when they introduce them as like the cool-headed leader who happens to be a cat. Like that works for me fully.
Right.
But then when they lean into like their crush on and like all this weird stuff, I'm like, this is not what I signed up for.
Right.
Teddy, though, I feel like there's plenty to critique about the way Teddy treats other characters, but there's something so endearingly pathetic about him that you can't help but, at least in our case, like we both really liked him. And I think his more egregious behavior, at least in this game, maybe less so in some of the spin-offs where they play that up, but in Persona 4 Golden, I feel like a lot of his behavior is like trying to learn what it means to be human and like echoing literally what he sees on TV.
Yes.
Which I think is interesting. Even though there's like gags that are annoying and eye-rolly, I think overall, I never doubted like the character himself and his intentions.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the crux of it, right? Is like, I do think you can't excuse his behavior, obviously, but like there is a certain degree of like, he was just born. And as you're saying, like he doesn't know how to act and what's going on really at any given period of time. Like there's one bit of dialogue I remember where he's talking about how much he loves. There's a point where he starts living with Yosuke in I think like the attic above his house. So he's like helping out at Juness all the time.
Basically,
also,
Persona 5. He's living in the attic.
Yeah, he's
like
living Persona 5 for Juness instead of Cafe LeBlanc. And there's a bit where he's talking about how much he loves living with Yosuke and helping out at Juness. For example, he loves that he gets to play tag all the time. And Yosuke's like, you're not playing tag. Security is chasing you out of the building. Also, and it happens every day.
Those two are just comedy gold. They go so well together. Like, and the voice actors are so good as those roles. Like, it's just perfect. Like, I love Yosuke and Teddy is just so funny. So I think Teddy works. I mean, I feel like my favorite animal mascot is still Koromaru from 3, who's like literally just a dog.
Does not become human. My
favorite like Persona comic I've seen online it's Koromaru on like an extremely buff human body. And it just says like, he says he regrets he has but one life to give against the fall. And then it cuts to like a scared cat going, Ryuji called me useless. Like it's Morgana. I was like, I love that. I love that dynamic.
I've said this before. I'm surprised that the fox was not the animal mascot of this game. Like Teddy is an interesting decision because it feels like maybe at one point it was the fox, and then at some point during development they were like, no, we need Teddy.
Yeah, the fox feels like it maybe was like a Koromaru-esque party member at one point, and then becomes more of just like a way to heal and a way to do side quests.
Yeah.
But then Teddy is the mascot. It's also, I feel like Aegis in marketing is more officially the mascot of 3, but I don't really consider her in the same realm because like there's a literal like animal in each game that I feel like is more comparable. But anyway, so like
you meet Teddy,
you go save Yukiko. Yukiko's dungeon is this palace.
Yeah, what do you think about that, by the way? Yukiko's dungeon being this palace like this.
I don't know if it fully matches what she's actually going through. It works in terms of explaining how dungeons work, and I think starting with a literal like castle is very video gamey.
Yeah. Right.
And I do think like she feels stuck in a way that works here. I feel like her story is so much about like whether or not she inherits the inn and like whether she stays in Inaba to run the Amagi Inn or not.
Right.
I feel like there's like a romantic angle to her dungeon that I don't really get in the rest of the story, you know?
That's one of the things that I think about a lot with this, because in the beginning of the game, Yukiko is painted as like she's the prettiest girl in school and everyone wants to date her, and she will never give anyone the time of day and is very uninterested in the idea of dating, which I think is very interesting because I think it really stems from like the pressure that she has put upon her is you will take over the inn, you will find a husband, and you will run the inn together, and you will continue the family legacy. And I think there is something about at least the way this is framed initially, like if you can come save me from the castle, like I'll marry you and we'll be together forever, which I think is, you know, it's an unfortunate framing because again she feels like she has this pressure put upon her. I think it like works in some ways, but I agree that especially, and this is what I was talking about in the spoiler free section, like the divide between how do you tell these stories through S-links versus how do you tell these stories through the main plot. This almost doesn't work if you don't see her S-link all the way through as well.
Yeah,
like
right.
Her S-link does so much work to fill in the background of like why it's a castle in the first place, why she feels this way. And I do think it's interesting that the realization that should probably free her from the castle and allow her to face herself in the main plot is actually a realization that happens in like step 7 or 8 of her S-link instead. And that's when I'm talking about like the kind of incongruity between the main plot and the S-links. Like this is actually maybe one of the best examples of that, is like there is a huge divide between what they want you to take away from her story here, which is like after this castle or after this dungeon, like she opens up and she's fun to be around and she laughs all the time and she's like open to dating and will date you, the player, versus what it's actually about, which is like societal expectations and her not feeling that she's good enough and having other things that she wants to do and not wanting to live in Inaba and wanting to explore the world and all this other stuff, which I think makes her a much more interesting and well-rounded character, all happens outside of like the actual part of the plot that's focused on her.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting too that like, you know, we get a mini dungeon with Yosuke's awakening where it's largely about like you actually hate it here and like you think you're too good for this place and all this stuff. And
right.
I really, really love the like monster design, how that flips to become their persona.
Yes.
So like Yosuke's boss is like this weird kind of creature on top of a frog, and then he becomes this like sick Digimon like with like a big like sunglasses.
Big grin.
Yeah, with a big grin. There's sort of like a frog theme to his whole persona line, weirdly. But
I do wish Yosuke had a more fully fleshed out dungeon. I think that's one of the things I've been thinking about a lot.
It would double the length of the game, but I think it's interesting that he and Chie both have their awakenings like very quick on the way to Yukiko's. Although I think, and this is maybe overly generous of me, but I do think Chie having her awakening on like floor 2 of Yukiko's palace does feel like an extension of their friendship, where like
I agree,
she will become the knight in shining. Her persona is like a samurai, right. So it's like cool that she becomes the knight to rescue her in the palace.
Yeah, totally.
I also like that scene because I think their friendship feels very real to me, and that like Chie is simultaneously like she's the tomboy, she's like, you know, she loves kung fu movies and like steak and like all these sort of, I guess, like painted as masculine activities, right? And then Yukiko is like very feminine, seen as very beautiful, and Chie like loves Yukiko and stands up for her and protects her because she knows like how many people are trying to take advantage of her and maybe like pursue her romantically or pursue her for the business prospect of like being in a relationship.
Yeah.
At the same time, like there's a piece of her that is jealous, and that's like such a real thing where like, you know, in any friendship, like you will love your friend and stick up for them, but there's a piece of you that's like, yeah, but fuck them for this. Like, you know, like,
that gets to the heart of a thing that Alana brought up on that bonus that you guys did years ago, which I really feel in my heart of hearts, which is like Persona 4 feels like actual teenagers. And like, I think the best social links and the best writing in this game comes from the stuff where these kids are allowed to be kids who are figuring things out versus what she described Persona 5 as, which is like the CW television version.
Yes, the 31-year-old model playing a teenager.
Which I really feel in my heart of hearts gross. I love so much of that stuff, and I think Chie in particular has almost the exact opposite problem that Yukiko has. I think where the most interesting stuff that you get from her all does happen in the main plot, and then her S-Link is like kind of whatever, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah, it's fine. I feel like another big change, actually, which is interesting from 4 to 4 Golden, is her voice actor switched.
Yeah.
And I only bring that up because the performance of Chie in original 4 versus Golden is so different that you actually get a different sense of character altogether. Like her performance in 4, the voice actor who plays Chie in 4 sounds much more like relaxed and mature, and like it paints Chie as like the one like crossing her arms and rolling her eyes at the rest of the group. And in Golden, she's like, I can't wait to go outside. It's so much more like Ryuji coded almost.
Yeah.
They're literally the same arcana. And I think that that's actually more accurate with the script. Like it kind of changed the way I saw Chie, because I found her to be a little bit dry. No disrespect to the performance, but I feel like the way she was being performed was like, Chie is like a sort of normal girl who has like a few eccentric interests, but is otherwise like the voice of reason. And here she becomes like the excitable jock in a way that I think is actually truer to what her role in the ensemble is.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder in that original framing of her, how the moments where they also try to paint her as an airhead would like play out, right? If she's
it didn't
like
feel accurate,
right? That would feel really contradictory, and you know, it still doesn't feel great. I think in this game, outside of the fact that like the times where they do that are moments where she just like says something out loud without thinking, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're actually right, Chie," and she's like, "Oh, I don't know, I was just saying shit at random."
Yeah, it's not that she's dumb. She just has no filter. And she like is a
Yes.
very head first character, which I think is great because you need that in a detective group, you know?
Absolutely.
She also will like kind of stumble into the right answer without thinking too much about it, which is fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think overall, I think Yukiko's Dungeon is a good introduction to the gameplay, at least. And her, you know, kind of officially joining the party, she's one of the characters, to your point, that feels the most real to me.
Yeah.
That sometimes leads her to feeling a little bit underwritten. Like I do think she's like underutilized in the rest of the game. In a lot of group scenes, it feels like the writer's like, oh yeah, have her mention the inn and then do her funny laugh, and that's kind of it. Like there are so many scenes where like that's all she does. But I do think she's got really great moments, and I think her S-Link and just like the moments where you're like hanging out with her that are not S-Links, she's like a really interesting and well-rounded character. And yeah, it does just feel like a normal person going through something that feels more relatable than maybe some of the other characters.
This time around, I say this time around as if I'm definitely going to replay the entire game, which I probably will.
Who knows?
But this time around, I decided that she was going to be the romance option that I went with, because I was curious about how little I was hearing from her and other stuff. I was like, it'll be helpful to have more opportunities to like hear from Yukiko and see how she's feeling about all this stuff. And I'll say the romance option for Yukiko is like interesting, but also kind of dry in its own way.
Yeah.
It doesn't really illuminate her character very much outside of like, I'm so glad you're here and we're going to be here together and I love you. But there are some nice moments here and there. Like I think the like Christmas and Valentine's Day stuff in particular is really nice. But the problem with playing this game and going for the true ending, though, is that no matter who you're romancing, if you're going for the true ending on Valentine's Day, you will have your date with whoever you're romancing, and then you will hang out with Marie anyway afterwards.
Yes.
And she gives you chocolate that's alive. and that is always going to be more interesting than whatever happens right before that. The fact that Marie hands you a bag and is like, I made you chocolate, and like his hand is shaking like he's holding a bag with a cat in it, and then eats it and is like, my stomach is moving, but the chocolate tasted really good. Like that is always going to be more interesting than anything that's happening in the actual romance that you're going for, which is maybe a reason to decide to romance Marie.
It's similar in Persona 5, where I feel like, especially in Royal, where like Kasumi is like painted as like the canon option, and literally will like confess her love to you no matter what. Some of the S-Links, like most of the time it's like you choose whether or not it's platonic or romantic, but some of them, like it feels like you have to be like actively mean to them to go the platonic route.
Yes.
Which sucks. Like Rize especially, like you have to like actually be a dick to have her not become your girlfriend.
I felt so bad with Rize
Yeah.
in particular because she is like, well, she's the Lover's Arcana.
Yeah.
And she is really exemplifying that by like being so stoked about you all the fucking time. And I understand why people went wild for Rize, both in the game and outside of the game.
Yes.
Because she's so nice and she's extremely well. I mean, we'll talk about her when we get to her
She's
stuff.
a great character. Yeah.
But she's an amazing character. She's an amazing character. And I understand why people wanted to go in that direction if like that's the romance option that they choose. But I don't know. There was something about Yukiko where I was like, there is something about her quiet demeanor in particular that feels like it matches being a silent protagonist where like
they're both the silent protagonists.
they're both the silent protagonists. Like everyone else is like always very, very outwardly talking about who they are as a character. And these two are like either completely silent as far as we're aware or just chilling for the most part. And I appreciate the scenes that they have together for that reason.
That also kind of matches, I feel like, your personal temperament where like you, as evidenced by our partnership, you have a lot of theater friends and a lot of like very extroverted friends. And I think you enjoy kind of like finding a place to sit and just watch the chaos unfold. Like this
is the weird irony about me. And especially when people meet me in real life, because they're like, oh, this is Brendon. He hosts like 800,000 podcasts and has a YouTube channel, blah, 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 blah. Like me in person, I really am just chilling. Like the thing somebody actually at my wedding, somebody came out to me before they got in a car and drove off, a family friend of ours. And she was like, you know what I like about you? I like that you don't speak unless you have something worth saying. And I was like, that's like maybe the kindest thing anybody has ever said to me before they got into an Uber and drove away.
I've never heard that about me. The thing I hear when like someone meets me, like our mutual friends who we've like met through doing shows like this, on the network and stuff, I hear some version of like, oh, so you're just like this.
You're exactly
like,
the same.
Yeah. And our friend Kim, I think our friend Matt, who I've already plugged his video, we've become very close, which has been great. But Matt, when we first started hanging out, was like, oh, you're just like this. And then our friend Kim went, he's actually more like this off the show. Like he's like more normal on the show than he is in real life, which I thought was flattering in its own way. But yeah, I actually went for Yukiko. I went with the Yukiko romance the first time I played. And I went Rize this time specifically to avoid having to be mean to her because I knew that was coming. And the Rize romance is great. You also don't learn anything profoundly new, but I think kind of like how Yukiko pairs well with the protagonist because they're both like quiet but sort of like powerful. They have a quiet but powerful presence. Yeah. Rize and the main character both have main character energy. It's like when they're together, it's like the ultimate power couple. Like it's great. Yeah. And there's a sadness because like you get the feeling with Rize, again, we'll talk about her more later, but like it's probably not gonna last. Like she's just so busy that like this will probably be like the last time you get to spend a lot of time together. And that just feels like a very real like end of high school relationship, right? Where it's like you make all these plans to stay in touch in college or whatever, but it's like it will probably fizzle out and that's okay. You can enjoy the present, you know? I'm curious what the other relationships look like. We'll talk more about that as we get further in. But I think this is like, you know, this kind of marks the 10 to 12 hour period we were talking about before where like, I think most people would say the game gets good, you know, in the thick of the first dungeon because you get a sense of like what the loop is. And basically the loop is like, what do you want to do today? And you have a deadline for the dungeon. So there's sort of this like fun stress of like planning to get the dungeon done as quickly as possible. So you can then just focus on upgrading your S-links, upgrading your social stats and just existing in this place.
Yeah, I do think like even by the time you're done with Yukiko's dungeon, they're still introducing new systems to you in this game. So there is a sense that like you're still on the tutorial on-ramp. And the thing that I would say to people, I mean, you're already in the spoiler section, so you probably know this, but like the thing that I always feel about these games is like you're never off of the tutorial on-ramp with these games really until they're over in some ways. Like every Persona game is a tutorial for the next Persona game you're going to play really more than anything else. But I do think when you're done with this dungeon is when the game really feels like, especially depending on how quickly you do the dungeon after they give you the deadline, like it's when you really get to exhale. And as you were saying, like you start to explore Inaba and start to like figure out what your routine is going to be and what things do you really care about. And I think we didn't mention this at all actually in the spoiler free section, but I am curious about your feeling about the like progress gating in this game, specifically with like getting to the golden content and how you like need to do certain things that aren't maybe super telegraphed to see the whole game.
Yeah, this is, I think Persona has a reputation of sort of hiding major mechanics. Like,
yeah.
I think once you know all the systems, it's not an especially complicated game. I actually think it's fairly simple, but it's not intuitive, and you're not going to know what's important or why. And like, I didn't really know fully how to play until I finished 5, even though like I loved the game. Like I got to the end and I was like, oh, I just went to sleep for like a week. And I'm like, why did I do that? Time is so precious. So like the only person who wanted to talk to me at the end was Ryuji, because he was like the one person I maxed out, which was honestly hilarious. But anyway, there are things you have to do that the game doesn't tell you have to do to unlock the extra golden content at the end. And even in the original game, there are 2 dungeons that you won't get unless you like properly deduce who the culprit is, and then also do very like esoteric things.
Yeah.
On top of that, there are just this is the easiest game to just miss. Like I finished this game twice, and there are a few S-links that I've just never found organically. I've gone back and watched the ones I've missed, but like I've also never caught a bug. I've just like never known how to find the bug net, even though I know it exists. And the fishing I also got very late.
The bug net thing drives me up a wall. I don't know what it is about the bug. Okay, so let me just explain the bug net thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, you get the fishing rod pretty early in the game if you know where to get it. You can also get a book that teaches you about fishing, and then you're off to the races. All you have to do is go to the liquor store at night, and they'll give you breadcrumbs that you can use to go fishing. And the fishing mini game is like fun and good. Once you have unlocked the fishing rod and have caught some fish, specifically some red goldfish, there is a character in the shrine who is there from basically the beginning of the game. Is this little kid who's like, I lost my bug net, I don't know where it is. Around the corner from that kid is another kid who will tell you that there's a rumor about the shrine that at night there's like a ghost who shows up near the shrine. It's like the ghost of a woman who died. So you're basically given all the information you need. There's a bug net somewhere in the shrine, and if I show up at night, there will be a ghost of a woman, or probably realistically like just a woman who's there that kids think is a ghost, who will probably give me the bug net or access to the bug net. I never found it the first time I played the game. I never found it the second time I tried playing the game. I always knew exactly what to do and where to go. So this time around, I was like, I'm going to get the bug net. And I Googled it. I was just like, how do I do this? Like, where do I go to get the bug net? And I found a bunch of Reddit threads that were like, just go every night and eventually she'll show up. After you've talked to the kid and stuff, she'll show up, and you got to give her a red goldfish, and then she'll give you the bug net in return. Great. I did not see her. I went to the shrine basically every night throughout the entire playthrough of this game, Steven. All 60 whatever hours of play. I went to the shrine basically every single night. She did not show up until January.
Which is like the optional like extra month.
I am in the golden section of the video game, and she shows up and is like, do you want a bug net? And then at that point I was like, there's no way I'm finishing the Fox S-Link, because the Fox S-Link is like literally, can you do Sega bass fishing, Legend of the River King, like catch the most rare thing in the entire game by first catching the rarest bug and then using that as bait to catch the rarest fish and then give it to the fox, and that's how you max out the Fox's S-Link. Like, there's no world in which that was going to happen, while I was also trying to max out like some of my party members' S-Links and get their third forms. I was like, I am not going to prioritize finally catching a bug for the first time in January over getting Kanji's third form for his persona.
Right.
There's no world in which that's going to happen. And I'm sure we'll talk about this later. It is my number one thing I hope they change about the remake. Like, the number one thing is I want a story plot beat that hands me the fishing rod and hands me the bug net. To get to, I guess, my question that I asked you, I love so much about the esoterica of this game.
Yes.
It feels built at, I mean, it was built at a time where, yes, the internet is popping up and people like have obviously cell phones and are texting each other and stuff like that. But there is still a sense in 2008 that games are being built with the expectation that you will go find somebody else in real life who you know in real life, and you will have conversations about what you experienced and how you experienced it and how to find things. And you'll be theorizing out loud and going back home and then playing for yourself and seeing what you can find and what you can discover and using that information to illuminate your journey. That's really cool. cool. That is very different from the way games are played now, where like things are expected to just appear online immediately in a guide and you go look it up and you could just have like every answer immediately. There is something so great about the fact that like you will not get the bug net until January if you don't know the exact ways of doing it. On the flip side, that in particular is not a piece of the story, or is not a piece of the game that should be gated in that way.
Yes.
I love the fact that so much of this game actually is gated in that way. And this is a complete 180 from how I used to feel about this game, but now that I've finished it, I actually love the experience that like you need to answer 6 questions very precisely to be able to move on to the golden stuff in this game. Like I think that that's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's an extremely off-putting design choice that makes it very hostile to the player unless they are playing the game carefully, making sure that they're using a lot of different save states, and again, like having conversations and being intentional about their experience in this life in Inaba. I think that actually does serve the plot. What does not serve the plot is the ghost lady will show up at the shrine at random at some point throughout your playthrough. I'm
totally with you. Like I think the esoteric requirements for the final dungeon and the golden epilogue and pretty much all the story and S-Link stuff feels like it is following the tradition of like a Famicom Detective Club or something, where like I think obviously one of the main influences on this game is like the rich history of like murder investigation visual novels and adventure games.
Yeah.
And it's clearly pulling from that. And it's also just in the theme of the game, where like for example, when I played Persona 4 on PS2 for the first time, I missed the secret final dungeon and I didn't even know it existed at that time. And I felt like I truly saw through the whole game. Like, there wasn't a piece of me that felt like, oh man, I blew it and I missed the like it was still a happy ending. There was like maybe 1 or 2 lines where someone's like, I guess we never figured out the mystery of the Midnight Channel, but what a summer. You know, it's like something like that.
The TV world is still foggy, but that's fine.
Yeah. Overall, like a very satisfying conclusion. And I think it is really cool that like, again, thinking about how this is built to be replayed, like I can't imagine how cool it would have been to play this game and then replay and on a whim just do something a little bit differently and be like, oh my God, there's a whole other dungeon.
There's 30 more hours in this video game that I didn't get to experience. Yeah.
But I agree. I think where it loses me is basically all the side quests is where it gets to like every side quest is annoying and not fun to do. And that's
literally every single one that is not just like somebody standing in the school quizzing you. Those are the only ones where I'm like, that's fine. Whatever.
Love the quiz. And I love the ones where it's like, can you go back to this dungeon and get me this material? Because there isn't like a Tartarus or Mementos equivalent in this game where like both 3 and 5 have like a never ending dungeon you can kind of grind in. Well, not never ending, but seemingly infinite dungeon where you can grind, in addition to the more authored, like in 3, it's the full moon bosses that are kind of like the story dungeons. And in 5, it's the palaces. In 4, it's just the character based dungeons, but you can revisit old ones and fight like a optional boss to get like a cool weapon. Yeah. So like, I think the side quests that exist that kind of encourage you to do that is interesting. But yeah, a lot of them are just like, I already have so much on my plate. I'm not going to go out of my way to help a nameless, faceless NPC. Like I need to increase my bravery to talk to someone in my party. I'm not going to waste my time with you.
That was also my experience. I did almost none of the side quests in this game. Like really almost none of them. I found so many of them to be so esoteric that I was like, I don't want to do it. Or it was the alternative where they were like, you can go back into a dungeon and do this. And I never really felt compelled to do that, because usually the reward for doing so, you know, outside of like finishing those side quests, which usually the rewards for those aren't great either. But like the reward is like you go fight that boss at the end and they give you a weapon that's good for, you know, the character whose dungeon it was initially. So frequently you're getting better weapons than that, like almost immediately afterwards. Like as soon as you go to the next dungeon and then you sell a bunch of stuff to the blacksmith in town, he will have a better weapon than the one you maybe just got from the dungeon that you replayed. So like I never really found that compelling. I did it for, I think, Kanji, which is the next one we're going to talk about. I did it for Kanji because I didn't know that mechanic was there. I'd never never seen that before. It just hadn't occurred to me to even try doing that on any of the previous times I tried to play this game. So I was like, oh, that's cool that I could do that. So I took a day out of my calendar. I went through the entire kanji thing, fought the boss, got the thing for kanji. And then it was like, I think maybe the next dungeon or right after that, where I got like a much better weapon for kanji that I was like, why did I waste a day on this when I could have done an S-Link?
Yeah, two quick things. I love the weapon merchant in town. He's an artist who is like a metal smith. He's like the guy in Iron Giant that makes like weird metal sculptures in his backyard.
Yeah.
I love him. He's great. I love the music that plays when you're talking to merchants. Like one of my favorite merchant themes. And I really like how Kanji's weapon for a lot of the game is just a chair. Like he just has like a WWE fold up chair that he smacks. Like
at one point you can give him a whole desk from the high school.
Yeah. When I knew I was in love with this game was just seeing the protagonist run around with the golf club in one of the dungeons. And I was like, this fucking rules. Like I love this game so much. Like I think 3 is also great, but I like how for the lighter tone, it also doesn't take itself quite as seriously. Yeah. And I think that goes a long way with like the weapons being like a desk or a chair or a golf club. I just like love that sort of almost like Earthbound-esque touch to the combat.
Earthbound is a game that I was thinking about a lot actually while playing this game. Yeah. Because it that feels like the like prototype for a game like this. You know, Earthbound obviously is significantly sillier, and it like you know, it is very like even more so like fantastical sci-fi experience. But you and I have talked so much about like the lack of games that are set in just like normal places, you know. So many RPGs in particular, and turn-based RPGs is what we're talking about, are set in like fantasy worlds or sci-fi worlds or whatever. And the list of games that are taking place in like normal places is very thin. This is like the most normal place ever in a video game. Like even like Tokyo Xanadu and the upcoming Kyoto Xanadu, like those games maybe are the closest you get to a place like this, but it's like Persona 3 and 4 are really like, this is just a normal town that you would visit like on a road trip. You'd stop over to get gas for a minute and then keep driving.
There's an undercurrent too that the other world is sort of like it's like in many cases in Persona games, the other world is directly explained and like given, like in 3 they kind of go further than 4 and 5 do in explaining like what led to this other world and what shadows are. In 4 and 5 it's a little bit more tied to just like, oh, this is like a world connected to ours that's informed by our collective subconscious, basically.
Yeah.
But I feel like the fact that the ensembles are almost always like a group of teenagers, it just sort of feels like this is a world that like only they can see. Like it's like this is like a strange kind of secret they have from everybody else, which I think is kind of fun. It reminds me of like the appeal of something like Digimon, where it's like there's this world that like you can only see in this era of your life kind of thing.
Yeah, like the Minish in Minish Camp.
Exactly. Which I think adds to this level of like reality where it's like even the fantasy piece is sort of like kind of a concept from reality. Like it's not like fully real, even though it has Matrix rules where like if you die there, you die for real. But like it's still like a reflection. It reminds me a lot of what I love about the best Spider-Man stories, where it's like the superhero stuff works best when it's a reflection of a real relationship Peter has with someone else or any of the spider people.
Yes. Street level, baby.
Exactly. But yeah, I think Earthbound is an interesting comparison to make, because that the whole like origin point of the Mother series is like, what if Dragon Quest was just in the suburbs?
Yeah, right.
And how weird can we get with that? Anyway, shall we move on to the next dungeon?
Yeah, let's maybe take a break and then come back. We'll talk about Kanji and Rize. And
I think the rest will be a little bit faster because there's a lot of setup we have to do with Yukiko's, but I think I imagine it will be kind of more character centric as we go through the rest.
Famous last words, Steven.
What year is it? Anyway, now just dungeons. All right, next.
We're back with a big one. It's time for a big one.
Yeah.
It's Kanji time.
It's Kanji time.
It's always Kanji time.
I will say this at the top. I love Kanji. I think Kanji is one of the best characters in this series. We will get into how the game treats him, but I just think like as a character, he's easily one of my favorites. I'm not sure how you feel about Kanji though.
I love him. He's so fun. He's
great.
He's so fun. Basically, like every line of dialogue he has is gold. And talk about people who play well off Teddy also.
Oh yeah. I love how he calls him Ted. I love how he looks 30 and is 14.
Yeah.
And I love how there's one line he has. So Troy Baker plays him in the English voice cast, which I listen to, and it's a great performance. There's a line where there's like a weird festival happening in school and you end up making like a like speed dating thing.
Yeah.
And Kanji sits down and there's like a brief pause where like no one else is there and it's just the four of you. And he just goes, what the hell is this? Like, it just like, it's like such a Beavis and Butthead moment. Like I just love how blunt he is. And
that school festival arc is so funny, by the way.
it's one of my favorite parts of the game.
Yeah.
And that's actually where like those moments of like those kind of group scenes are where you see how dynamic the script is to like who you're dating and what your relationship level is with everyone. Because there's a lot of different versions of those scenes, which is really cool. It just shows you like sometimes it feels like in games where the way a character feels about you is dynamic to the player's actions, it can sometimes make the group scenes feel like they're in another reality. And it usually lends to this feeling of like everyone is in love with the main character by default. So it can always make sense. I feel like Mass Effect and this game are two of the better examples of like, oh, it actually feels dynamic to how you're playing largely.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's doing the Chrono Trigger magic trick in the background, but it never really has a moment where it's revealing itself, because if it revealed itself, that would like show too much of its hand in some ways.
Everyone is still in love with you as Commander Shepard and you anyway, but it largely works.
Yeah.
But so Kanji, his whole thing is like he's a bully that fights other bullies. Like he's a rebel with a heart of gold, but he's getting in a lot of trouble. And like, you know, he dyes his hair blonde. He's got all these tattoos. He has a tattoo of just a skull and crossbones, which is so funny and is like definitely temporary. And he's wearing this like, you know, jacket over his shoulder. He fights with a chair. And the thing with Kanji's character is that when he's introduced, it's as this like kid everyone is scared of, right? Because he's so tough.
Local ruffian, part of a biker gang, etc.
And then the game quickly reveals that like in addition to all this, he's also clearly struggling with his perception of masculinity and also exploring his own sexuality. So it's like abundantly clear that he is reckoning with his attraction to men, or to just like, you know, he's having a sexual awakening, and he's also like internalizing like, does this make me less of a man to be attracted to people, to masculine people?
Yeah. This is an interesting thing, because I think this is like a deviation between the read that basically everybody has of his arc versus I think what was the intended goal of his arc. Because I feel like the intention behind this writing is like a very classic, at least in 2008 and before, idea of like, you know, this is another thing that I think gets better illuminated if you experience his S-Link, you know, but like he's into like crocheting and knitting and things that at least are painted societally as more like feminine hobbies.
Right. It's like a flip on Chie's interests and stuff.
Yes. And because of that, he thinks of himself as like less manly. And because of some of the other things that happen, especially like with his father and stuff like that, like he has this kind of warped feeling about himself and who he is supposed to be as like the quote unquote man of the house, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's what they were trying to go for. Right. And like, you know, you and I grew up we were born in the 90s and were, you know, kids at the time that this game came out as well. Like we were in a New Jersey suburban high school.
Yeah, we were the age of the characters like when this came out, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not gonna lie and say that there weren't moments where like people were calling each other gay pejoratively all the time because of like crossing their legs when sitting down or something. Like really like dumb menial shit like that was pointing people in the direction of like, also it's worth mentioning our town that we grew up in, deeply conservative as well.
That
was the thing that was happening all the time. And I actually think that that's what they were trying to go for in the writing of Kanji's script in this way, is like that kind of pressure, because I see basically every character as a way of like succumbing to societal pressure and then realizing who they are in spite of that and despite that.
Yes.
And I think that that's what they were trying to accomplish with Kanji's writing. And what actually happens, like via the text and via, again, most people's reading is like, he is, as you were saying, like having this sexual awakening, is clearly having instances where he's like attracted to men and is curious about how that's going to impact him. And again, how of all of that folds into what they were intending to write, which is like, how does that affect his masculinity in a society where, like, again, like it's just him and his mom running this textile shop. Like, he is supposed to be the man of the house. What does it mean for him to be attracted to men as well in 2008?
And it's tricky talking about kanji. I mean, we're approaching 20 years of discourse on kanji, so
right.
I truly don't know if I can say anything new about this. I think we'll include a bunch of writing from queer writers about, like, there's a lot of great writing about both Naoto and kanji from a lot of great writers. I'll once again also point people to Matt Horton's channel Flow State. On his Patreon, he has a video specifically about like the queerness of Persona 4.
Right.
And it was interesting to hear his perspective, because I think a lot of people like heavily warn other people about this game, like, hey, it's like deeply homophobic, all this stuff. And
yeah,
it's simultaneously like better and worse than you would expect given those warnings.
Right.
You know, like it's weird. I think this is an old enough game that like even the reception of a character like Kanji has changed over time, because it's worth considering. I mean, you mentioned this already, but like as bleak as shit is now, I'm not going to act like things are good now in terms of like how society treats queer people. But I do think that like in my lifetime, I can't think of a more homophobic era than the late 2000s, where, like you said, there was just sort of at least for our age group, there was like an unquestioned use of the word gay as like a universal negative.
Right.
And I think for a game like this to come out in the thick of that and also be, I mean, I don't know, I would imagine there are plenty of games that predate Persona 4 that cover queer themes and like sexual awakenings like this. But I can't think of one that would be as mainstream as this that was coming out in this time. Mm-hmm. So I think for a lot of people, seeing a character like Kanji, if you played this in 2008 and you were like a young person, or regardless of age, if you like played a game and you're like, oh my God, I'm playing a 2008 RPG that is like asking these questions at all.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people felt really seen by that. I think by more modern standards, it's easier to like kind of pick apart, but it's also now been so long that it's almost looped back and like, you know what? I'm glad they tried. Like, I'm just like, I'm glad there was like an effort at all.
Yeah.
Even though they kind of shoot themselves in the foot. Cause I think like, as much as I think Atlas has gotten better in how it treats its characters, it's telling that like in Metaphor, there is almost no talk of sex or sexuality.
Right.
Like it just like doesn't exist in that world in a way that makes me feel like, are they just scared to even try, you know, to have these conversations? But I think with Kanji, I think you're right. I think that his S-Link especially is less about his sexuality and more about how he's perceived as masculine.
Right.
And I actually think his S-Link is awesome. I think it's easily the best of the playable cast. He's just so fucking cool. And ironically, it is like extremely punk of him to be into like making stuff and like sewing and like repairing his jacket. Like that's a very like, you know, it fits into his aesthetic perfectly. And I love like, I mean, it's great. Like there's a moment in his S-Link where he basically, this kid loses his doll and he makes a doll for him. And it's like, as the game says, it's very elaborate. He has like accessories and like a top hat and like a soccer ball. And the kid loves it. And then Nanako, your cousin, I love Nanako just walks around town like she's in charge. I just love like, it's such like a little kid thing. Yeah. Like, and she just speaks her mind in a way little kids do. But Kanji is like terrified of telling Nanako that he made these because he doesn't want her to think he's like creepy or weird or effeminate. And she's just like, that's so cool. Teach me how to make them. Like, right. I think you're cool for making this. And like almost everyone tells him that. And it's something he's kind of like, he's had some experience where people judged him for pursuing these things that he has to get over. And it's just like a very sweet and simple story. I think where the game is like explicitly about his sexuality is in the main story and in his dungeon. Yeah. Where like when you first see Kanji, he clearly has a crush on Naoto, who at this time of the game, everyone believes to be male, to be a boy. Yeah. They're at least like passing as masculine. And Kanji is like talking to them and wondering how he feels about Naoto. And then his dungeon is a bathhouse full of like half naked, muscular men. And his shadow self is like a very stereotypically like effeminate, seemingly gay character. Yeah. And so I think I'll paraphrase Matt a little bit, where like I talked to Matt a lot about this game and I was curious like what he felt about this section. And Matt was like, and I agree with this, Matt was just like, I don't like need Kanji to be gay. I just need the game to like make up its mind like what the story is about. And I think like playing it again, I think there's plenty to critique in terms of like the stereotypical elements, but I think the biggest misstep with Kanji's story is just like them not saying what it's about. You know, like I think it's fine. Like I don't think the world is yearning for a story about like a bi-curious person who realizes they're straight, but like that would be a better story than what we get, because like it just ends with like, oh, I'm actually just nervous around girls and that's it.
Right.
Rather than like, because again, it's like, I think, you know, even though like I joke about that, like that is something people go through. People like think, oh, am I attracted to this kind of person or this kind of person? And they realize maybe they're not, or maybe they realize like, oh, it's a spectrum and I don't need to be boxed into one thing.
Yeah.
I think, you know, it would be great representation to have like an openly canonically gay Persona character. But I think the issue is not whether or not Kanji's gay. I think the issue is like the script of the game feeling like it gets halfway there and then cutting it off.
Right.
In some cases, literally, where I think it's worth bringing up now, like there is literally cut content in this game of a romance with Yosuke. There's recorded lines of dialogue where Yosuke tells the main character that he likes him.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's still like relatively ambiguous, but it's very clearly romantic, or at least like alluding to like a more intimate connection. And it's telling that that scene was cut and replaced with a scene where they fight instead.
Yes.
It's like you can feel the seams of the minute he's like, don't make me say it, let's fight. And then you fight instead of having a romance.
Yeah. When I say this game is messy, like this is the exact kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Because again, you know, if you want to give like an inch of the benefit of the doubt to the writing team behind it, like again, they were under a time crunch to make this game. So there's a lot of stuff that like doesn't come together, but it really does come at the expense of both like actually committing to what they're trying to comment on societally and also doing these characters justice. And I think Yosuke, in my opinion, is I think probably gets hit the hardest by this. Like,
sure.
I think what they did with Yosuke in particular is like one of the only things about this game that like made me like legitimately upset.
Yeah.
I was really like bummed out by the experience of like even finishing his S-Link and getting to like the let's fight scene. But just kind of like realizing I think what they were all like leading towards, because there are like 8 different strands of interesting ideas in his S-Link and none of them are explored fully. It all ends with him being like, it turns out I was just jealous of you, so we should fight, which is really a bummer. And in Kanji's case, I feel similarly, where it's like they don't commit to really anything. And in fact, they use the S-Link in some ways as a way of like even diffusing further what they started exploring in the main story. Right. Like I like his S-Link. I think his S-Link is great. I think it's really well written. I think it's exploring an interesting idea. I think it's done well, but it is like taken as a whole, a way of walking back even further away from the idea of him having any potential like spectrum of queerness within him. And I find that to be like even more damning in some ways than what they did in that dungeon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's also a case to be made that he doesn't like need to say to the camera, like, I'm gay for us to get it. Right. Like, I do think there's a way to maybe subtly do that. And like, you know, not everyone has that kind of like clear cut coming out moment in real life. Yeah. So like, I think there's a way to have it be subtle, but still like clear to the player. It makes me think like the cut Yosuke romance, the walking back of Kanji's story, and elements of Naoto's story as well. I can't help but, and this is just a guess, I don't know what happened here, and we probably never will. I don't think anyone's going to be like, here's the real story behind the script.
Yeah.
We're working at a company the size of Atlas under a company the size of Sega.
Right.
In 2008, and hearing, you know, stories from artists and writers at places like Pixar under Disney, where like you often hear these artists and writers saying like, we wanted to include a more explicitly queer story in this movie, but Disney said no in fear of box office performance.
Right.
But that happens all the time. And I can't help but imagine a version of that happened here, where it feels like there was a genuine interest in telling these stories. And either, like you said, maybe they didn't have the time or like the energy to like see it through, or maybe there was external pressure to remove it or to make it more ambiguous. I mean, I think the fact that that was cut kind of it feels more like evidence of this than anything else, but I also don't know.
Yeah.
This is just a guess based on what we got.
And regardless of the truth behind, that element of it, there is a thing that's always like niggling in the back of my head about this, what this franchise is supposed to represent, right? Like we talk about this franchise and you even use the word, like this is supposed to be like almost revolutionary in some ways. Like this franchise is supposed to be, a rebuttal against societal norms, especially like Japanese societal norms. Like we've talked in previous episodes about like how explicitly Japanese these games are in terms of the ways they're talking about and handling society. And yes, many of the themes do have broad appeal globally, but so much, like literally the mythology of this game being about the mythology of the creation of Japan and like how Japan has existed for the entire time and maybe what it can be in the future. Like that's kind of the core of what a lot of this game is exploring. There should have been, or maybe there's a better way of putting this, but the actual way to commit to that idea, if that's what the franchise is supposed to be about, is to look this stuff head on and take a clear stance on it. And it never does.
Yeah.
And in fact, when it tries to introduce characters who are openly queer, they're explicitly played for laughs, like every single time across the board.
I think the most egregious thing with Kanji is also just how he's treated after this.
Yes.
And I think we're all tired of the trope of like, oh, the homophobe is secretly gay. That's damaging in its own way.
Totally.
But I think it does make more sense the way Yosuke acts towards Kanji if his story ends with him realizing he's attracted to the protagonist.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make it good, but it makes it better in some ways. But yeah, like once Kanji, like there's this, moment where he's okay, like I'm going to accept who I really am. And then there are so many group scenes where like he'll get a nosebleed when the protagonist is topless and the group will make fun of him or like fear him when they're alone together. And it just sucks. And I think that's why I like his S-Link so much, is because it feels like it respects him as a character way more and like is in spite of how that happens. And look, it's like if we want to be abundantly generous, we can be like, what an authentic view of teenagers in 2008. Like that's
the kindest you can be to this. That really is the kindest. And that's kind of what I was leading at in the beginning, is like there is a very generous read of this that is like in 2008. This is, I was 16 at the time. Like this is what it was like to be 16 in 2008, definitely to a certain degree. Yeah.
For better and for worse.
For better and for worse. Yeah.
And I think like overall, I think the game's theme of acceptance and love rings louder than this stuff, but it stands out all the more for it and is the obvious question on everyone's mind with this upcoming remake of like, what are they doing with this?
Yeah.
Right. Like if I had to guess now, I would say based on how they've handled similar misguided scenes of in 3 and in 5, like they've changed or removed those elements for re-release. And I imagine the same will be true of here. I think there's the potential that they will like, look, I don't want to, even if I don't like something, I rarely say like rewrite this thing that exists. I think part of like analysis and critical thought is like responding to what it is for better and for worse and not demanding it be changed. But if you're remaking something, I think there's an opportunity to do right by these characters in what was clearly at least mostly intended by the original work.
Yeah. Right.
Like, so I think, I don't expect them to do a lot, but I think there's like even a slight rewording of like Matt brought up, like you can change one line in Kanji's dungeon to kind of fix most of the issues, Yeah,
because I think there's another version of this conversation where people are like, you should change Kanji's dungeon entirely.
Yeah.
And I feel like once you do that, you do remove a huge piece of who he is as a character.
Yeah, and I don't think you need to. The dungeon certainly has its own issues, but I don't think that's the egregious part of it, really. Like,
I think when we're talking about like the 10 years of discourse that have happened around this game, like that was the discourse for a long time. Like it really did start and end with like his dungeon shouldn't be that. If they're not gonna end it with him being queer in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
But we're at woke 2 now, folks.
That really reset my brain. I'm fully rewired. But yeah, Kanji, despite all of that, I think he remains a really great character. He's so lovable. And like, I also think, and this is something we talked a lot about in our Yakuza 0 bonus with our friend Eric Morrison, about the power of headcanon as well. And like how sort of so much of the Yakuza fandom is queer and does, think of these characters like in relationships despite what the game says. And there's power to that too. I just wish we lived in a world where it wasn't like reliant on headcanon to have any kind of representation.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Or at least
all the representation shouldn't exist in tags on AO3. It should be in the text. Yes.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I think Kanji joining the team, like he rounds out the ensemble really well. Like you said, like he's got great comedic timing and like he's just a good dude. And like my party the first time I played was largely Yukiko, Teddy, and Kanji. And he remained like I love this sort of like he plays like Ryuji does, where it's like massive damage to a single target and electric elements.
Yeah.
He's great.
I think one thing that's worth mentioning also from a plot perspective, when I talk about how the cast is like basically stuck on one idea until Naoto shows up. Up until Kanji's dungeon, the going theory is that there is a murderer killing women in Inaba. And then Kanji shows up and they're like, oh, it's people who have appeared on television. And that's the thing. And at no point, which I find interesting, at no point is anyone in the party like, we just have to be watching TV at all times and write down the names of every single person. Because like as soon as you come up with the idea that it's whoever has been on television, then you are entering this situation where you need to like see who's on TV at all times, which is a little rough. But Kanji is kind of the turning point for them. And this, unfortunately, is the sticking point that they have until Naoto shows up and is like, I have other ideas about how we can explore this beyond just assuming who was on TV at one point or another, which is very funny.
This is also when the family unit starts to form at home.
Yeah, we have not really talked about Dojima or Nanako at all yet, but we definitely should.
So Dojima is sort of connected because he's a detective. So he's literally like trying to figure out this case, and
he's the lead detective on the case. Yeah.
Initially, you're basically keeping a secret. Like, how would you explain to him like we can go into TVs and fight our repressed selves? Right. Like he wouldn't understand. So you're largely keeping him in the dark. It is kind of up to the player how much you trust him, though, which I think is pretty cool. Like, that does like affect certain things. But he's almost never home. So Nanako is. I think the way they write Nanako is really smart, because I think there's a weaker script where she's just like sad all the time at home. Mm. And I love how just like resilient she is. Like, I feel like that's actually more accurate to how kids sometimes behave, where like they just sort of like she's at an age where she realizes like she has to kind of be like the caretaker of the house.
Right. She shouldn't have to, but she does step up.
Right. Exactly right. And so he's always working, and she's like kind of like she's very confident, but she's kind of like aloof. And around this point in the game, your friend group start inviting her out more. Like you start hanging out together.
It's the most heartwarming stuff in a video game. Like truly.
It's so good.
Like that sounds hyperbolic, but I really mean it. It's like at any time they're like, Nanako, do you want to come with us? And they all like go sit at Junes, which is Nanako's favorite place in the entire world, or, invite her to the park or the beach or whatever. It's like tears in the eyes. You're being so nice to this little girl who really needs it kind of stuff every single time.
It's also great. Like, I don't know like how old the voice actor is, but like it's a really like real performance. Like it feels like a real kid. Because sometimes I've noticed in games, sometimes kids are voiced like clearly by the same voice actor who plays an older version, just going like, oh, hi. It's like, oh, like, yeah. I know that happens a lot in games. And
I should mention I played this game mostly with the Japanese voice cast. I did switch actually for Kanji's dungeon specifically to the English voice cast, just because I wanted to experience the English voice cast for like one bit. But then I switched back to Japanese for the rest. And Nanako's voice acting in the Japanese is also fantastic, especially when she's singing the Junes song. It's so nice.
Persona overall has had really good voice acting in a time where that wasn't a guarantee, especially for the English cast. Right. Like, the first, at least in Persona 3, which is 2006, like we're not like it's starting to become more of an expectation, but not a guarantee at that point. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I think, Nanako is like starting to warm up to you, and she thinks of you as her big brother. And she also kind of like everyone in your friend group. And that's kind of where I think I mentioned before how like the message of like love and acceptance rings louder. Like this crew will like, there's an S-Link later on that I'm sure we'll talk about where it's a kid that they don't know. It's his birthday.
Yeah.
And at the drop of a hat, they all show up. like to celebrate his birthday to cheer him up.
I got absolutely bodied by that scene. Yeah, it's so nice.
It just shows you like this crew like really, really deeply loves each other, and like also just inherently like thinks the best of other people until they're proven otherwise. Like by default, you are welcome and accepted outside of the scenes we mentioned with Kanji. But like that again, it's why they stand out so much.
Yeah.
But anyway,
there is one scene where everyone tries to decide if they're going to kill a guy or not. But besides that,
that's true.
For the most part, everyone's like, no, there's got to be another path here.
Well, that's someone they all believe to be the culprit at the time, which
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Though. It's like the one moment where they do not assume the best in somebody at all. They're like, he's definitely a murderer and we should kill him in response.
Yeah, like their faces all change at the drop of the hat if you're either doubting yourself or a murderer. Those are the only two ways to piss off this crew.
Yeah.
But Nanako is warming up to the protagonist, and Dojima is also like very grateful that, because I think he recognizes that he's not there for Nanako.
Yeah.
And part of that is not his fault, and part of it is because I think honestly one of the best S-Links is Dojima's, because he sort of confides it, like he's your uncle, but he kind of talks to you as if you're like a younger brother.
Yeah.
More so.
He says as much. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's just like, I think I'm actually, because, you know, he lost his wife, Nanako's mother, and like is intimidated at the idea of raising her by himself. So his answer to that is kind of just like not raising her. Like he's sort of knowingly or not, just like not being home. And he realizes that he's like running from his problems. And also like Nanako reminds him of his wife, and he's like not over her death yet. So
yeah, he's like constantly investigating the circumstances of her death. She got hit by a car. It was like a hit and run at the floodplain. So it's like also a place that he doesn't go very often, if at all. There's a lot going on with him that's interesting. But yeah, this idea that like he's both intimidated by the idea of being her father, but also feels like he's not good enough to do it alone. And then, as you're saying, that manifests as him just like choosing to not do it is happening on one hand. On the other hand, like he is actually an extremely busy person, which is
right.
Which is
like
a bummer.
he has excuses.
He has the excuse, and I think that's what makes it such a well-rounded characterization of this guy. Because like, there is an aspect of it where he definitely knows that he's not doing enough, but he is not putting in the effort to like have anybody cover for him or like come home early or like even do his work at home, which he starts doing later in the S-Link, which is like a thing that almost goes unsaid, but like there are parts later in the S-Link and later in the story where he starts bringing case files home and will like look through them while on the couch with Nanako, which is like, that's where kind of you have these like beautiful persona moments of like very subtle character work that's happening that like is kind of going unsaid. Even that was a moment where I was like, okay, he's learning something here. And that's a positive.
Yeah. I love Dojima, and I love how whenever you like start his S-Link, he's like, are you that bored? All right, I guess
love
we can
that.
talk.
Yeah,
Like,
it's so funny.
It's like
do you have
such a
friends
dad
or
move,
job
like,
or
like,
go fishing?
Also, we haven't mentioned how funny the fridge is. Like, you can eventually like make lunch. Also, the game totally roasts you if you make a bad lunch. I remember I made lunch for me and Yosuke, and it was like, you know, mystery food X core, and he was like, "What is this?" like no levels gained at all. But there's just like stuff in the fridge, just like leftover food and like weird items that it can raise your bravery but make you sick if you eat it.
It's the last thing
funny.
you do that day is you eat food from the fridge because it's so disgusting you just pass out immediately. That it is my favorite bit of slapstick humor in this game, that whenever anyone eats bad food they just pass out and wake up hours later.
It's like the mystery food X bit, like the whole running gag Atlas has where it's like, you know, like, oh, all these pretty girls are so bad at cooking, isn't that funny? Like it feels a little sexist.
Totally.
But the animation of eating mystery food X and seeing the protagonist go blah and just pass out immediately is genuinely really funny.
It's really funny.
You know, it is funny. Like I feel like I always think of the Seinfeld episode where like in the last season they reveal Elaine is terrible at dancing and like,
oh yeah,
so bad it's like ruined parts of her life.
Yeah.
I love the like third act reveal that like this character who is like otherwise very capable is extremely bad at one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I think what's interesting is like the family unit is starting to form here. They're no longer like just distant relatives you happen to be living with. They're becoming, because especially like we don't really know as the player, we know nothing about the protagonist's core immediate family.
Yeah.
So for us, this is our immediate family while we're playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they are our family in this moment. It's also when Dojima starts to be like, oh, 1, 2, okay, why are all your friends victims in this case? Yeah. Like the minute Kanji starts hanging out, he's like, can I talk to you for a second? Like, why is everyone you're hanging out with like the person who was almost killed? And I think he starts to, there's this tension of like, he's getting a little bit too close to your other life, which is really fun. It's very similar to how it works with Sojiro in 5, where like you're also kind of keeping it a secret from him the whole time. And there's a similar, I feel like with Sojiro, I read him more as like, this is adult Joker in some ways. Like it's sort of like if Joker gave up now and grew up, he'd be like a cool, charming guy with a coffee store largely by himself.
Right.
And I feel like it's sort of like Sojiro is inspired to go back to his sort of like youthful, rebellious self through Joker's efforts. But yeah, I like this sort of tension of like, oh, I'm getting to really like know and love Nanako and Dojima, but they're starting to like get too close to the truth.
There's like an L and Light Yagami thing going on here.
Yes, it's like the platonic familial version of that.
It's very interesting. I also just should mention, like in the background of all of this is Adachi, who is Dojima's partner on the case.
Yes,
who is this like almost, I don't even, how would you even describe Adachi? I'm trying to come up with the words for it. Like this part of the game version of Adachi, at least.
Yeah. At this part of the game, Adachi is like the bumbling sidekick of Dojima. He's in his late 20s. Watson. Yeah. He's like a young guy, but like is starting to become sort of disillusioned by life. He's also a guy who moved from the big city. Yeah. And Persona 4 Golden adds a S-Link for him. So like you get a stronger sense of his dissatisfaction with Inaba through the S-Link.
Right.
And yeah, he's kind of comic relief, but he's just sort of like there. Like you probably wouldn't think twice about him for most of the game at this point.
Which is the point.
Never trust a man under 40 in Persona. That's all I'll say for now. Above 18.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that most 40. Of them?
Yeah, that's right. Never trust a adult man younger than 40.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we move on to the next?
It's Risei.
Risei's here. I love Risei. I think it's the biggest surprise of the game, given Atlas's history, that like the idol is one of the better written characters.
Yeah.
You know, like I feel like there's certainly like gazy elements of Risei's character and her story, but it does feel like it's being interrogated in a way that is like interesting and part of her journey.
Totally. Yeah. There's a version of this that's way worse, you know, especially like the opening scene of the video game is like Risei in a bikini showing you a soda that she's like in an ad for. Right. And like her whole storyline could just be like, aren't I hot and cute and cool? And like, that's the whole thing. And like, boys love me and I want to be with every single one of them. Like that could have been the whole video game. But instead the story is like she moves to Inaba or back to Inaba because she doesn't want to be an idol anymore. And she doesn't feel comfortable in that space. Okay, we're giving Matt a lot of props. I'm going to keep giving Matt props. When Matt's video came out, I couldn't watch it because I was almost done with the video game, but I wasn't done yet. So I watched it probably like a week ago at this point. And I messaged him immediately because the core thesis of his video, the video is called Persona 4 is conservative. And I agree so completely. And the three examples he uses for why that is are exactly the three examples I was going to bring up on this episode as well about the S-Links that I think are done the dirtiest. And this is one of the ones that I actually really feel very strongly about because I love Risei. I love her character. I love her story. I love almost everything about her. I think the way it ends is rough and only made better by literally only made better by seeing a poster of her in the subway station in Tokyo in Persona 5. It's the only moment where I was like, I'm happy this is how it ended. But I find that her story of like, I'm uncomfortable by the idol economy. I don't like being sexualized constantly. There are like creepy men in my orbit all the time.
Yeah.
I want to go live a more simple life. I'm Reset as this idol, but I'm like Risei as a person. And I want to figure out who Risei is as a person first before I move on with my life. It's such an interesting idea because like specifically in Japanese culture, the idea of like becoming an idol is one where you are basically like plucked out from obscurity and turned into a national superstar. Like that's how, like in the same way, like American Idol produced all of these people who became extremely famous, or like Simon Cowell with One Direction or something like that. Like that is a long standing from like the 60s, 70s ish history in Japan of like people will just kind of get plucked out of, no name towns and turned into huge superstars. And that obviously comes with a bunch of like fucked up caveats. Like if you know anything about like the modeling industry anywhere in the world, you know what that can be like. And of course, for a girl who I think she's 15, right? She's a year younger than everybody.
She's very young.
Yeah. So she's a year younger than everybody. Like she's 15 or 14 years old and is already having experiences where she's like, I'm maturing much faster than I really should be and should need to at this point in my life. I want to like go fucking be a kid is such an interesting and like well thought out and well explored idea in this video game. Like that is the kind of thing where when I point at Persona and talk about what it is as like a rebellious franchise, questioning long-standing cultural norms in society, like going after the idea of the idol is really strong, which is what makes her S-Link so disappointing to me. But we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit less harsh. I get why you were disappointed by the S-Link. I think we'll talk more about it later, like you said. But I agree in terms of just like using her literal like theatrical like pop culture persona as like the ego she's like trying to navigate is really fascinating.
Yeah,
it's interesting because when you meet her, she's very quiet, but it's because she's like depressed and she doesn't really have any friends yet, and she's like afraid of people recognizing her.
Yeah, there's like paparazzi all over the place. So there's like people outside of her grandmother's tofu shop constantly like heckling her essentially.
And I love after you do her dungeon, she's like, oh, by the way, I love you guys. Like she's like, it like takes her a second. She's like, oh wait, you're all actually great. And I feel like she just reminds me of like every theater person I was close friends with like my whole life. Like she just has that like she can turn it on and off, and she's like very genuine, but also like she has a personality that feels real despite her larger than life persona. Literally.
Yes.
I also love her actual persona. I love the design of it. This like 1920s dress with the satellite head. It's so weird, but it's so striking too.
That's I think one of the things that's most interesting about Rise, and I think again like really goes to show how considered her character was. The fact that she becomes the character that is like your navigator, and you're kind of like background like random healer. The Futaba or who is it? Fuka, from 3. Like the idea of Rise having that role in this game says so much about her as a person, that she's not going to be on the front lines with everybody, but she is going to support, the way that she knows how, is like really, really, really interesting and really, really well done.
She's also so good. Like so Laura Bailey plays her in the English cast, and like the way she talks, like it's as if she's like a TV show host while you're fighting. Mm-hmm. She'll be like, great job, you're so cool, Yusuke. Like she just has this like it's great. Like I love how like Fuka's a good navigator in 3, but she's largely just kind of saying like what she's seeing, which is the role.
Yeah.
But I like how 4 and 5, it's like we're gonna filter this through like a TV show host, and then in 5 it's like this is the hacker in a heist, like talking through the headset.
Yeah.
I that's so much more fun when they get to that. It's really cool.
But Rise's entire dungeon is basically this idea that like she doesn't want to be an idol anymore, and she is having a hard time separating who she is as an idol from who she is as a person, because she's never lived that life, right? Like you have to imagine that when she got picked up as an idol, she was even younger than she is now. Like she's been doing it clearly for a couple of years at this point, so she was probably like 12 or 13 when she was picked up as an idol, which is
crazy.
Yeah, which is wild. So her experience is basically like I haven't been like a person with my own thoughts and feelings. Like I've had managers and agents and directors and et cetera, and like and designers basically organizing my entire life up until now. So I need to figure out who I am. And her stuff is like, I think the fact that she shows up on the Midnight Channel like in a bikini doing a striptease is like absolutely fucking mortifying to her also when she finds out like how the TV world works after the fact. But at this point in the game, the rumor of the Midnight Channel has kind of faded into obscurity, which is interesting. Like people aren't talking about it at large in society, which I find very interesting, because this is a side note. One thing I think about in terms of the way they decide to explain why everybody can go into the TV, including you, about like you are actually the nexus point for this, and everybody you become close to is also able to do it over time. That does mean that at any point Dojima could have been curious enough after hearing all of these people being like, yeah, and there's this TV world where you can go in, where he could have put his hand into the television and found out that he could go in. Same thing with Nanako, who is constantly watching TV every single time you're with her.
That's true. I really want to see, I'm sure someone has like headcanoned like what is Dojima's persona. I feel like he would be so cool as a persona user.
Yeah.
Like there's this shot of him like in promo material where it's like him with a loose dress shirt holding his jacket, looking sideways and doing a finger gun. And I'm like, this is cooler than anything he does.
There should be a persona over his shoulder.
Yeah. Right. It's like he's mostly just reading the news and like having back pain.
One of the outfits you get as the protagonist is Dojima's outfit also, which is like you could just recreate that entirely. Like they even give him the cigarette, which is funny.
But yeah, I really like Risei's dungeon. It's a strip club, which again, like I think it's presented as like a horrifying thing versus like this fantasy of some kind.
Is her dungeon the one where you need to? Maybe this is not her. Maybe this is Naoto's dungeon, but I think this is one of the first ones that has like a gimmick to it.
Maybe there's some like some of them start being like you need to find a weird item to get further in. This is the one where Teddy also has.
I was
an
about to bring
awakening.
this up also.
Yeah. So like the party is actually unable to beat Shadow Risei, which is kind of cool that she's just like canonically the strongest persona because she can see all their weaknesses because that's like her persona's power. She can like scan the whole area. So like they just don't stand a chance. And then Teddy is confronted with his shadow self, which is honestly really scary. And also this is one of the harder fights too, because you had to do them back to back, which is pretty tough. But Shadow Teddy is like, you're empty, you're nothing, you're meaningless. And this is where Teddy also becomes a persona user, which honestly kind of rocks. I was proud of him for getting this.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because he's also canonically a shadow, right? Like because he's in the TV world, that means that he is one of the shadows that you've been fighting the whole time. But this is a moment where he like realizes he has a subconsciousness to him. And is connected to the collective unconscious and becomes basically human in some ways. And then more literally.
Yes, which we'll get to. I can't remember like if they fully explain Teddy's deal, but I think it's kind of implied that like his friendship with all of you kind of makes him real, basically.
Yeah, they never really talk about where he came from explicitly, but they do talk about like why he becomes who he becomes. I
guess now that I think about it, I think it might be implied that he's a remnant of the shadow world before it got overtaken with fog, because like it is, I guess, going to the very end, but like once you get this sort of true ending, the fog clears and it's this like beautiful natural landscape.
Right.
And I feel like he maybe was like part of that world before it got overtaken and then sort of like lost sight and memory of it.
Yeah, he has a line
away
towards the end of the game when they're looking at the like verdant whatever in the TV world where he's like, I haven't seen it like this in a long time.
Yeah, so I think it implies that he's like, when shadows were nonviolent and this world was peaceful, that was like where he came from.
Yeah.
And he's just sort of been like a husk since.
I don't know how into it we need to get. If you want to get so into it, folks, one of my favorite things I did recently actually was there is a section on the main menu of this game that's called TV listings, and you can go into the TV listings and there's a bunch of different stuff in the game. First of all, there's a game show that Teddy hosts that you can go do quizzes. I didn't do that because I didn't really feel the need to. But there's like a bunch of stuff with like music you can listen to. And one of the things in there is our guy from Persona 3, Mr. Edogawa.
My hero.
Has a whole lecture series. It's I think a 10-part series where he explains Jungian psychology. And you can just sit there and watch read all of his lectures, and he gives you little quizzes at the end of some of them also. And they talk about the kind of origin point of a lot of the ideas that are present in the Persona franchise. I actually have a lot of thoughts about the way they explain it, and kind of the literalization of it in some ways. But one of the things they talk about is the idea of like, you know, the ego, the consciousness, right? And then the unconscious self, and then the collective unconsciousness. Those three tiers of like thought are kind of, or non-thought are kind of the like core of where Persona comes from, right? The shadow self is the idea of like the person who you are afraid to be, right? If like your persona is who you truly are, in your heart of hearts. The shadow is kind of the flip of that. It's this like version of yourself that like you're afraid to show other people. And so much of this game is about obviously confronting that shadow self. And the idea, I think, that Teddy represents, if I were to like really intellectualize Teddy for a minute, is maybe the idea that the shadow self isn't necessarily a negative at all in the first place, right? Which I think is what's happening with each individual character when they confront that shadow self in the first place and kind of accept them. You know, you brought up the connections between this game and Celeste a lot, like how that is like literally the story of Celeste is like not only confronting but accepting this kind of darker part of yourself and saying like, actually the two of us together is what makes me me. I think Teddy being this shadow that existed in a verdant, you know, kind of utopic version of society is in some ways a representation of the idea that like a shadow can just exist solely by itself and be good. Like it doesn't need to be a negative in the first place. It's just that the ways in which societal norms have kind of built up around us that has kind of warped us into being ashamed of pieces of ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's a great read. And I think the shadow self is also like the person you chose not to be in a way, right? Which again doesn't necessarily inherently mean negative. Him being a literal empty costume kind of drives that point home too, where it's like this is an abandoned persona in many ways. I love how much we love and give credit to Teddy. I feel like we're definitely like the most Teddy-centric thing about Persona 4 right now. Like any other conversation, Teddy is like thrown right into the trash and people like avoid talking about him. We're like, he's kind of humanity's Will.
Yeah. I did. Yeah. I watched one YouTube video that was like all social links ranked. And then the first one was like, all right, all the way at the bottom is Teddy. I'm not even going to like do him justice by talking about him. Let's move on to the next one. Like that was literally how the video opened. I was like, damn. But
yeah, I think Rise joining the team, and then Teddy also, this is shortly before he becomes human.
Yes.
Which we talked about on the main show, but like basically there's a scene where like
I love the scene so much.
Yeah, why don't you really loved this. I'm going to let you.
I love it so much. It's so funny because I'll say that I didn't see it coming. I managed to not have this game spoiled for me almost at all, which I think is pretty remarkable.
That's awesome.
Because like I knew so much of what had happened at the end of 3 and 5. Most of this game in all of these years had not been spoiled for me. So I didn't even know that Teddy became human in the first place. That was not a thing that was on my radar. But there's a point where Teddy starts leaving the TV world and starts hanging out in Junes, as I mentioned, and he starts hanging out with Yosuke. And so much of his time is just spent like being a bear costume, jumping around Junes, and like literally being a mascot for Junes. But this is, I think, the point where you're like in the summer, right? And it's hot.
Yeah.
And you're all sitting around the table in the food court in Junes. And Teddy just starts complaining about how hot he is. And he's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Like, I gotta like climb out of my costume. And everyone's like, you can't do that, Teddy. First of all, you are just the costume. Like, if you... like, you can't climb out of anything because that is your body. Second of all, there are kids around, and if the mascot takes off its head and there's nothing inside, kids are going to freak out. And honestly, like, we're already freaked out enough by your corporeal form. And he's like, no, I can't, I gotta do it. And he unzips himself, and it's like one of the only animated cutscenes in the game. There's like a couple.
Yeah, one of the handful.
It's like one of the handful that they have. He unzips his head and takes his head off and reveals that he is like this like beautiful cherub of a boy. You described him as like
he molts.
Yeah, you described him as like one of the Oran Host Club high school kids, which I
he's got like swooping blonde hair. There's like kind of like glitter around him when he reveals himself, and
full camp.
He then wears like an Astarian frilled shirt with a big rose on it whenever he's like in an outfit, and he now has like a human form he assumes when he's in the human world.
It doesn't stop him from wearing the bear costume sometimes, which I do love.
Yes.
Like even when they go skiing later in the game, he is skiing in his bear costume and not as his human self, which I think is very funny.
It's like loosely implied it like takes some energy to maintain the human form, but like it also just kind of deeply unexplained as well, which is definitely the move. And I love Human Teddy. I think like you said, it's so funny. Teddy. I think it represents an arc of some kind. And he starts to become like more present and slightly more reliable. Like I think the thing about Teddy is he's always the butt of the joke. Many cases like he deserves to be. Yeah. But whenever he's missing or whenever he's in trouble, the whole group is like, God damn it, where's Teddy? eventually.
Like when they go
can't-
back to the town from Persona 3 and he goes missing for a while, like it's a big moment. It's a big deal. I think in particular it's his relationship with Nanako that is like really one of the reasons that I think I would imagine Teddy is so endearing to you and
yeah, he really cares about her in a genuine way, and she loves him too.
She loves him, which is understandable because he's like, you know, weird fun uncle, right? Like he's like he's just always running around like losing his mind.
That's the point Alana made in our episode, I remember, where we were talking about Teddy and we were all like, I kind of like Teddy, and Alana was like, the fact that Nanako like sees through people and like lands on Teddy being a good person like gives him major points. like Nanako approving of Teddy kind of proves he's like a decent guy.
There's so much, as you were saying, like there's so much about the like horny mascot stuff that's like so gross and stupid and reductive, and like there's so much other stuff about Teddy that in my eyes like just not makes up for it, but like adds more to his character that makes me want to root for him. I think even like it's so repetitive and I don't even care, but like so many scenes in this video game are everyone's hanging out, Teddy's not there, they're having a normal conversation, one person asks where's Teddy, and then he shows up and does the dumbest thing imaginable, and it's so funny every time. Like that exact format of a scene happens like 50 times throughout this video game. As soon as he becomes human, it's just like, where's Teddy? Oh, he showed up and he's been shaking every can of Coca-Cola he can find in this ski lodge. Like, whatever, man.
And that's like why him and Yosuke are so good together, because Yosuke is kind of like the like he's trying to maintain order in a world with none because Teddy is near him.
The bit where it's Teddy and Nanako and they're hanging out at Junes and Yosuke's there and Teddy is trying to cheer up Nanako. It's after some stuff happens with her that we'll get to. But he's like trying to cheer her up and he's like, oh, we should go visit the grocery aisle because the ladies who work there will make us anything you want. And Yosuke's like, no, they won't. They have things that they need to make because it's their job to make it. And you just bother them all the time and ask them to make you like steaks and shit. Like they're not your like personal chefs, dude.
There's a point where Teddy stays with you and Yosuke's like, the minute he gets annoying, you can send him back.
Oh yeah.
Like,
he's like, if you call me tonight and want to send him back, by all means.
It's so funny.
And he actually does a great job. Like he actually like maintains the house for you and is like genuinely helpful, especially because I think that's when you get really sick.
Yeah, that's in the February like golden part because you're going on a ski trip and then you get sick and they delay it.
Yeah.
And I think you get sick because of something happening with Marie, which we'll get to eventually. But anyway, so this is where like the summer is really where the game kind of confidently enters the second act. Like you've got the family unit, you've got like most of the party, Teddy's a human, and like this is when you just get like you mentioned this before, but like there are so many scenes where it's just like them hanging out doing a big group activity that isn't leading into another big plot beat. It's just like a fun time shared with friends. Like it doesn't have anything to do with the main story.
Yeah, when you get to like the Golden Week festival and stuff and you're like, you know, like everyone's like dressing up and going out and watching the fireworks on the hill and stuff. Like that's also one of my favorite moments in the game is when Dojima is like, you really like assembled a great group of friends here.
Yeah.
And they all eat watermelon together. Like all that stuff is so nice. It's like, it's just like, that's what I play this game for. And when I'm talking about like, you need to play this game to get why people like it so much. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about is like those kinds of scenes, which is not the kind of thing that would like show up in like a general plot summary of this video game.
No. And even if you were just to watch like the cutscene on YouTube, like it wouldn't really have like, there's something about seeing the characters as like 3D models this whole time and then seeing an animated cutscene where they like come to life more. Where you're like, those are my friends, I know him. And just the loop you've experienced together, like this amount of time spent like grinding and doing all this stuff and like, you know, investigating murders, having this downtime is like a huge reward. You know, it's like I feel like other games reward you, like there are plenty like rare personas and weapons to find, but in a way I feel like the ultimate reward of Persona is like, here's a month to do whatever you want.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Yes.
that's what you're playing it for.
No, totally. I think this that bit that I was talking about too with Dojima is also like doubly interesting, or like it hits doubly hard because it's specifically like him turning around on Kanji as well. Because like Kanji is like known in the town as a troublemaker. Like Dojima already knows who Kanji is, and when you start hanging out with him, he's like, you shouldn't be hanging out with this guy. He's a bad influence. So him saying like you've really assembled a great group of friends, including Kanji, almost means twice as much, because like he's come around on Kanji, but also is like in some ways indirectly telling you that he's really happy that you're around and that like you found a good life for yourself here in this place where like I think he just assumed he was like doing a favor for his sister, and you know, like this kid's life was going to be kind of miserable for a year and then he'll go back home. It's really heartwarming. It's really heartwarming.
It's great. I think this is kind of like my favorite part of the game, honestly.
Me too. Like when I think about Persona 4 Golden, I do think about this part of the game in particular. Like everybody sharing watermelon in the in the living room with the sliding doors open.
Yeah, it's so good. It's worth noting, I would recommend playing the game this way. So like I mentioned how when I first played Persona 4, I beat it in like a few weeks, just in like a feverish state. And then this playthrough of Golden, I actually like gradually revisited over the course of years. Like I started it when we first got our Steam Decks, but well before we had plans of doing this episode. And then it just sort of, once we realized we were doing the Vita episode, it's like, well, it feels like now's the time, because we were talking about this game like every episode. So let's just do a bonus.
Yeah.
But I ended up playing it in like, it would be the same time of year when I would go back to it, which is like so fun. I would recommend like starting this game in March or April. So now basically, and then just playing it when it's the season it is in real life. Like playing the like ski trip and New Year's stuff like during the holidays was so much fun. It was great.
Yeah.
But anyway, so what follows this is one of the first big twists of the game. Everyone's least favorite teacher, nicknamed King Moron, is killed.
Yeah.
And the basically you find out that the main suspect is this kid Mitsuo, who you briefly meet at the very beginning of the game. There's like an especially creepy looking kid who says hi to Yukiko.
Yeah, he's like at the gate. He asked her out, right?
He asked her out and she's like, what? I don't know who you are. And you move on. And like to the characters, they don't mention him ever again. But to the player, you're like, who is that?
Yeah, that
like,
kid's super weird looking. Yeah.
You're going to make a mental note. Like it looks like he's wearing a human mask, you know, which I hate to be mean, but it's like he's drawn to be creepy and look, you know, weird.
Yeah.
So he suddenly it becomes clear that maybe he's the murderer and the latest victim is King Moron. So you go after him, and his dungeon is like a very twisted version of a Dragon Quest game where everything is like, you know, sort of retro, like NES style. The music is very like 8-bit, and the boss is like this really disturbing like baby creature surrounded by blocks that resemble like a warrior in a video game.
Yeah, it's like it's a real literalization of like who he is on the inside and who he thinks he is because of this act of killing Moroka, right? Like he sees himself as a hero for doing this. He's like, everybody hates this guy. You know, he's a mean teacher. Like Moroka is the first and maybe only person who is directly mean to you in this video game. Like when you move from the big city to Inaba, he's like, yeah, I know you think you're a fucking hotshot kid, but like sit down and learn what real life is about. And it's kind of a dick to you for a while.
Yeah.
And I think Kubo probably feels like this is the experience that everybody is having all the time. So he's like, yeah, by killing this guy, I'm going to become the hero. Like everyone's going to think that I'm great. But in reality, he's like a weird, freaky baby inside the hero shell.
Yeah. And even like as you go through the dungeon, it's like it represents the murder as like a turn-based combat thing. And when he kills him, it's like emptiness +2 or something. Yeah. And it's like, it's one of the more disturbing dungeons.
Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah.
And, you know, you catch Mitsuo and he gets taken to the police station. And for a moment there, it feels like the mystery is solved. So like basically after you catch Mitsuo, the whole team is like, cool, we did it. Like we don't have to worry about the murders anymore. Mm-hmm. And then this is like when Naoto is sort of introduced through Kanji initially, but Naoto like starts to come back into the spotlight again, and the mystery is not closed. It's basically confirmed that like, yes, Mitsuo killed King Moron, but it was a copycat killing. This was not the work of the main culprit.
Right. Because Naoto being an actual detective is like basically prying for information about the previous previous victims.
Yeah.
And it's clear that Mitsuo only knows about the ones that were televised.
And Naoto literally kind of like offers herself up to be the next like potential victim to see if she can catch. Also, I mean, I love this whole cast, but I feel like Kanji, Naoto, and Rise are like easily my favorites. I love Naoto so much. She is the like L counterpart, obviously, like the master detective.
I love Naoto. Yeah, I'm excited to hear more about her in Persona 5, even if it's just little bits and pieces, because I want to make sure that she's okay too.
Yeah, she also would have been helpful in Persona 5, honestly. In a weird way, I feel like she's more suited for, like, definitely more helpful than Akechi.
Yeah,
we'll get to him.
That's true.
But anyway, so Naoto, and you learn that Naoto is, at this point, everyone thinks she's a boy, but you learn that she's actually a girl who is passing as a more masculine person because she fears how she will be like taken, like she's already kind of not taken seriously at the police station because she's so young.
Yeah.
Doubly so if it's revealed that she's a woman.
Right.
So this is also, I think, like Naoto's character, similar to Kanji, is like, there's a lot of discourse about her character. I have a lot of thoughts about Naoto, and I think I just want to say I don't want my perception of her character to debase any read of her as a trans character, because there are people that read Naoto as a trans masculine character, as a non-binary character, and I think there's power to that read, and there's literally evidence in the text that that's like a way you can interpret the character. I think for me, Naoto's story felt less frustrating than Kanji's, because with Kanji, as we talked about before, it does feel like they're setting up his story being about one thing and then it's not. And then with Naoto, it's like, I don't get the sense from the script or the performance that she identified as a different gender, more that she was like worried how she is seen and that she won't be taken seriously as a woman.
Right. Yeah, there are the lines that are like, I wish I was born a man.
Yes.
And it's mainly in the face of like how society would treat a young woman in her field.
And that's what I mean by like, I don't want to discredit that read, because like that line has a lot to it.
Right.
Like,
There's a lot of
that's
weight
a
there.
very powerful line. And again, I think a lot of people felt seen by this character and continue to be seen. But yeah, I think it felt less like a sudden edit or like a sudden like betrayal of what they were setting up. Like, again, it would have been great to have a trans or non-binary character in the cast, but I think Naoto landing in a place of like, fuck it, I don't care how people see me, I'm a woman, this is who I am, I don't care if you respect me less, I'm going to do twice the work of anyone else. Like that's a meaningful story too, I think. It doesn't feel quite as like they're bailing on something, in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing that really gets me is just like the dungeon itself. Like, this is actually
yes,
as opposed to Kanji's. Like, this is the one where it's like, yeah, you have like a gender reassignment mad scientist like Saw adjacent like Eli Roth directed lab is so fucking brutal and so gross, and like
it's very disrespectful. I feel like this is the dungeon. I would say if they change any dungeon, it's this one. I think it feels like it's gonna lead up to a worse reveal than it does. But conceptually it's very off-putting, and it does sort of like demonize anyone who has had that kind of physical transition. But yeah, I think the thing about Naoto is like, my main issue other than the dungeon with the portrayal of Naoto is that the minute everyone realizes she's a woman, she's treated worse. So like, it's like the minute that's revealed, there's this like running bit about her being stacked secretly, and like suddenly, you know, characters treat her worse. And like, there's also this thing, if you romance her, where you can like tell her how to act, which I think that is like the worst part of her story, is like,
I don't like that. That doesn't sound good.
That they put like her decision in the player's control feels very weird.
Yeah, that's messed up.
And it paints her like, it takes the choice away from her. Because I think like I'm fine with her landing where she did because it's her choice, but then letting the player say like, no, you should actually act more feminine, feels very disrespectful.
Yeah. On the other side of things, there is the like budding romance between her and Kanji, which I do actually really like a lot.
Which we were robbed of. That was Callie's big point when we recorded together, was like, that would have been such a fun queer romance. And I think in games like this, I always love when characters end up together outside of the player's involvement.
Yes.
Like, I love how in Mass Effect, for example, if you don't date Garrus or Tali, they end up together.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that.
Most people won't see that because most people people are dating Garrus or Dolly.
Yeah.
But it's like, if you give up on the two best options, they're like, I guess we can date.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it would have been cool. I think again, I don't want to dwell on this for too long. So I think it's like, I don't know what new observations we can offer here, but I think it's worth sharing our perspective at least, and we'll share more writing in the episode notes as well about these two characters.
I remember this dungeon in particular being the one where you have to go to floor 6 and then go back to floor 3 to get a key, and then go back to floor 6 to like keep going up to floor 10 where you go fight the boss. I find in general like the like quote unquote gimmicks in, I would say, the earlier dungeons in this game tend to not work for me really at all. Like I find them to be like more kind of annoying than anything. Like they don't really add to the experience. They just kind of like make it harder to get through a dungeon, which is like already pretty difficult in this game in a lot of cases, especially if, you know, you're doing what you and I and most people try to do, which is like do the whole dungeon in one go.
Yeah.
It's pretty hardcore, and being like, okay, I made it to the 6th floor, but you're not going to let me pass until I go refight floor, like essentially turning it from a 10 floor dungeon to a 13 floor dungeon. Not very fun, which is why the next dungeon that has absolutely no gimmicks to it whatsoever and it's just a straight 10 floor dungeon is like, that's actually very nice. Like it's kind of like a nice breath of fresh air. It is also thematically appropriate for that dungeon, which we'll talk about. But it's like from, I would say, Naoto backwards, the dungeons are like kind of brutal in ways that I don't think they need to be, but is very clear that like this is a team that is trying to expand on what they did in Persona 3, and they want to be experimenting more, because like Tartarus as an idea is like, especially in the initial release of 3, right? We're not talking about Reload, but like in the initial release of 3 and eventually Portable, like Tartarus is a slog, and it's supposed to be a slog. And I think the idea here was like, let's take these dungeons, match them more thematically to what's going on in these character stories, and they will have like little tweaks about them that will make them each individually more interesting than just, you know, climbing 100 and whatever floor or 300 floors of Tartarus like last time.
I totally get the instinct to change it up. I just think having to like backtrack was not the enjoyable way of changing it up.
And the funny thing is, when you get towards the back half of the game, all of the like quote unquote gimmicks that they add to those dungeons actually really work for me, and I find very interesting.
Yeah, like I think Marie's dungeon is really fascinating,
awesome.
And like
so good,
works well with the theme of that dungeon too.
Yeah.
But yeah, despite the missteps here, Naoto's edition is awesome. She's so cool. You need someone with this level of intellect and confidence in this Scooby-Doo like group.
Yes.
Like we need someone with a brain in this squad. And yeah, she's just badass. Like I just think she's a really cool character, and also has a pretty good S-Link, despite that, like, you know, that strange moment I mentioned in the romance. And I actually do want to, like, I just saw that when I was watching the S-Links that I didn't see. Like I maxed out her S-Link, but I went down the platonic path. I do kind of want to romance Naoto next time I play, just to kind of see. I might pursue her in the remake and see how they handle that. If Yosuke is added back, against all odds, I will pursue Yosuke. But
same.
I think I'll go for Naoto next time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now we've got the full party. And I think that's like the biggest, one of the most frustrating pieces of Persona and also Metaphor is that like you don't really get the full party until the very end of the game. And you're like, oh, I wish I had more time with these characters. Cause like you get like the best character last.
Even Naoto, getting her towards the end of, I think it's the end of September is when you get Naoto. And like, you know, at that point you have what, October, November, December, January, February. And like a lot of that is time skips also. So like you really actually don't have that much time with Naoto. But you still have like many months, and it still feels like not enough with Naoto.
Not to mention, like, you have to max out your confidence to even talk to her after school. So like,
oh, is that true?
You can't even begin her S-Link until you've like maxed out a certain stat.
Oh, I didn't know that. I think by the time I unlocked her, I'd already maxed out all the stats.
Yeah, it's either like it's something with like confidence or brave. I forgot. There's so many stats.
Yeah, they do that a lot in 3. So I guess it would make sense that they were also doing it in 4. But I was really prioritizing those stats in this game in a way that I wasn't in 3 initially.
I love the one in 5. Everyone gets it eventually. Where like I think it's like level 3 or 4 of Makoto's S-Link or confidant is like you need to pretend to be her boyfriend, and you need the maximum level of charm for people to believe the lie.
That's possible.
So
yeah, that's really funny. funny.
She's like, you need to pretend to be my boyfriend, but like you look kind of like a slob. Maybe like take a few baths and we'll try again.
That's awesome. That's so funny.
It's like my first playthrough of Persona 5, it was like I would grind a Mementos and then just like go to the bathhouse every day to continue that swing.
That's so funny.
Or eat a big cheeseburger so I could pass as my friend's fake boyfriend.
That's a good to know as I continue my Persona 5 playthrough.
Yeah, you want to keep an eye on the confidence, or on the charm rather.
I think because from here on is like the plot happens.
Yeah, the plot comes into full focus.
So I think maybe now would be a good time to take a break, and then when we come back, we could talk about what happens in the last part of the video game.
Sounds good to me.
All right, bye everyone.
Tell me why you did it, every dream falling apart. Tell me why you did it after the promise. Still again, oh baby, I need your love. Looking so different, gliding street light. Heartbeat, keeps on pounding. Heartbreak, you take me goodbye. Heartbeat.
Welcome back. We're careening towards the big reveal of our villain here.
Yes, we have. So technically, this next dungeon could be the last one. If you get the bad ending, this is where the game ends. I don't know if you've seen the other endings or not, but
I actually haven't watched them. I feel like I probably should have watched them, but I didn't.
the bad endings are brutal. They're like really, really rough. You probably won't get them. Like, I think most people playing without a guide, you'll probably get like one of the normal endings.
Yeah.
But basically, like, so after Naoto's dungeon, the protagonist gets a threatening letter that says, like, if you don't stop investigating, someone you really care about is next, basically.
Yeah.
And something in those words, I forgot the exact wording, but basically it's a threat that like someone they really care about, someone very close to you will be the next target. And it's Nanako, which is really, really brutal. I mean, it's never like a relief who's kidnapped, but like I didn't even expect Nanako would be like a target for this plot of the game, like for the murder.
Yeah, I was freaking out when this happened. I couldn't believe.
The game knows that you're going to be like extremely upset about this.
Yeah.
And to add to the horror of it, her dungeon is so sad because it's just heaven. It's called heaven. And it's like her soul is so innocent that even her like shadow, she has no shadow self yet. And it's just sort of like a paradise of some kind, but also like a paradise as filtered through a TV set. So it's sort of like a construct of a paradise.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that. And then also like the element of like, that's where she thinks her mom is.
Right.
So she like where she wants to be internally is with her mother.
Yeah, which is extremely sad.
It's crushing. Yeah.
I will say though, I love the song for this dungeon. It's one of my favorite songs in the game. It's a really upbeat number, which kind of helps add some levity to this.
To how fucked it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole plot that gets us here though is there's a guy named Namatame who like is kind of revealed as
the kidnapper.
Maybe again the second mastermind behind the entire thing. He's a guy who has been driving a van around with a TV in the back, like a big flat screen TV in the back, so he could like kidnap people and throw them into the televisions.
He's also the politician that was involved in that scandal at the start of the game.
Yeah, exactly. So he is like deeply connected to the entire thing. And again, there is a world in which like this is where the plot wraps up and you're like, yep, this guy is obviously it.
Yeah. So basically, like as you basically get to the end of Nanako's dungeon, and rather than like usually the dungeons will end with like a confrontation of the shadow self. Like even with Mitsuo, he has like a shadow self he has to deal with. Right. He doesn't become a persona user, worth noting, but he still has a shadow self. Here it's just Namatame with Nanako. And so basically the group like rescues Nanako from him. He like turns into a shadow, basically.
Yeah.
I also love the look of this boss. It's like a weird mechanical angel with like a peace and love t-shirt. Mm-hmm. It's deeply bizarre. Also one of the harder fights in the game. And basically once you wrap up this dungeon, this is when I think I tried to give you a spoiler-free list of like, here's all the stuff you need to do to get the golden ending. And I said something like, when there's a tense scene in a hospital, hospital, keep asking questions because that's
Yes,
like
right.
the way to avoid the bad ending. But essentially, like you, the player, and the group are all like enraged. Like you're so mad at this guy. He almost killed Nanako. Even in like once you rescue Nanako from the shadow world, she's like deeply ill from her time being in this realm.
Yeah, she has like a mysterious illness. She's in a coma in the hospital. Dojima also gets like really fucked up in the interim, like in the chase, because there's a car chase that happens as well. And he's like extremely fucked up. His like, it's kind of implied that something on his torso has like a huge gash in it. And, you know, they've been like trying to stitch his wounds up, but because he keeps getting up out of bed against his doctor's wishes and like walking over to Nanako's room to stay with her, like his stitches keep opening up over and over again. Basically every day they have to close him up because he's spending so much time with Nanako, which again, if you've like done both of their social links at this point, which you have to have done, then you'll be you'll like really feel that.
You know, believe it or not, they're actually not a requirement, but you should do them.
No, I don't mean the requirement, but I mean like if you want to see all of them, I think you need to have done up through like rank 6 for both of them by this point.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, like right, you can't increase them after this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only one that's required for the golden stuff is Marie, I believe. But like, I do think like
it's Marie and Adachi, I think at a certain point as well. You have to get him to rank 6 before this happens.
No, you don't need to do him at all. I actually didn't even talk to him and I got the golden ending.
Oh, really?
It's just that if you don't, there's a cutoff if you wanted to do him.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's only Marie is required. But yeah, I kind of just ignored Adachi completely because I had no interest. And then I watched it after the fact and I was like, I'm glad I ignored him. More on Adachi in a bit. But yeah. So after this dungeon, the whole crew like locates Namatame and is debating whether or not to throw him into the TV, like you said earlier in the episode.
Yeah.
And Yosuke especially is like, because I mean, Yosuke, you know, is like they've all been impacted by this, but Yosuke is the only one who has lost someone directly. Like one of the people murdered was his friend Saki. So he's a little bit more got like blood in his eyes and is like ready to throw him in the TV. Yeah. And if you just say, and on top of this, not only is he like the prime suspect, but on the TV on the Midnight Channel is like a shadow version of Namatame being like, haha, yes, I did it, basically.
Yes, exactly.
And Namatame's like, what? No, like I really, really didn't. And if you say like, yeah, throw him in, you get the bad ending where Nanako dies, which is extremely brutal.
Yeah.
Teddy goes missing and the mystery is unresolved. And the killer is still out there. So just like basically a game over. Like to call that an ending, like no one is gonna get that and be like, wow, what a great game. 4 out of 5.
Yeah. Wow. Golden indeed.
Yeah. There is, believe it or not, a worse ending that you can seek out, which does require you max out Adachi's social link. But that's the bad ending. And there are sort of variations of a bad ending, but essentially the game ends if you don't, if you throw Namatame into the TV. But if you keep asking questions, you quickly realize like, wait a minute, there's enough evidence to prove he can't be the killer. And it also was very clear that like he believes, like it's revealed that he thought he was saving all these people. Like it's revealed that like he got the power to go into the TVs and basically like after the whole scandal and you know, his sort of fall from grace, like he saw this power as like kind of a mission from God to save people. So he was kind of doing a version of what you've been doing throughout the whole game, where essentially, I don't even think we said this, but like when someone is thrown into a TV, if they're there when the fog rises in our reality, that's when the shadows become very violent in the shadow world and they will kill whoever's there.
Yeah.
So that's like basically your time limit. And so Namatame thought that he was basically like being alerted who the next victim would be from the Midnight Channel and then would kidnap them and throw them in the TV to keep them safe from the killer. So he
was like, oh, I'll put them in this other world because the real world is so fucked up and has a serial killer on the loose. Like he puts together that people who show up on TV are the people who are going to die next, but then he thinks he's the hero in this story.
And because you've been saving them, he thinks he's been saving them too, because all he's been doing is just throwing them in the TV and then they're fine. So it is like a very clever twist. Like he is guilty, but only of kidnapping. He's just been the one throwing them into the TV, and they would have died if you did nothing. but the larger killer is still at large. And the characters kind of come to that conclusion if you keep asking questions. And then after you kind of keep asking questions and that scene resolves itself, where like Namatame is taken into custody, but he's not thrown into the TV, the group kind of settles down and is like, okay, well, if it's not him, who is it? And then they give control to you, the player, to guess who is the killer. Did you get it?
Yeah, they give you a big list of everybody you've ever met in the video game.
Yeah, this is another version of the bad endings. I think you have like 3 guesses. They do like limit you in some way. And if you don't kill Namatame, but you do guess the wrong person, you get like a slightly less bad ending. So it's Adachi. If you haven't already been able to put that together, if you didn't know that.
Yeah.
The real culprit is Adachi. Basically, he killed the first victim of the case, and then Saki, sort of indirectly by pushing them into the TV, but he is directly responsible for their deaths. And then as like a sick game, he basically encouraged Namatame to do what he was doing, because Namatame called the police to try to help, and he got Adachi, who was like, I don't know, keep doing what you're doing, I guess. Or he says something that leads him to just continuously doing this, because Adachi is kind of getting off on the like game of cat and mouse he's created.
Right. Because again, he hates Inaba so much, and he's so quote unquote bored living there that he's like, I'm going to create some excitement for myself and for everybody else in this town.
Yeah. So I'm curious, like we've talked a little bit about Adachi off the show. I'm curious, like how did this, first of all, did you get it? Did you like know it was him? And second, how did this reveal work for you? There's a lot of prop comedy in this episode. Brendon just held up a piece of cloth that said yes on it.
Yeah, I just have a piece of cloth that says yes. Whenever I hold this or look at this, I do think of Captain Falcon saying yes. Anyway,
I have a little. You remember the like old Obama poster that said hope, and it was sort of like a red, white, and blue filter?
Oh yeah.
I have a little plastic card from like a 2008 Comic-Con of Captain Falcon with that same filter, and it just says yes underneath.
Oh, that's great. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I knew it was him basically from the beginning, and it's basically just because they added him as a social link in this game.
Yeah.
Which is like the biggest bummer, I think, of Golden in general for me was like, it really, I was actually more surprised when, Mitsuo and Namatame showed up, and I was like, oh, maybe it's not Adachi. And then, as we continued, like as the inconsistency started piling up, I was like, oh, I guess it definitely is Adachi, huh? So yeah, I knew it was him. The second question was, did it work for me?
Yeah, just like how, because basically, like if you choose Adachi, everyone is like, wait a minute, like that's wild, but also that kind of adds up. Like he's always around the scene of the crime. He has access to all this information and like, all this stuff. And like, even though I don't know what his motive would be, like he does kind of fit, like it would make sense. Like he's one of the few people who'd be capable of doing all these things.
Yes. And it works for me in that sense. Like it works for me in like the narrative, like the literal narrative plausibility sense that it's him. And it almost doesn't work for me at all in terms of like the actual characterization of him after the reveal of him as a killer.
Right.
Like the coin flip from like heads kind of bumbling sidekick Adachi to tails like I'm the villain now. Like that version of Adachi like really feels so abrupt. And the thing that really I think gets me about it is this is another instance where I think his S-Link and like that storyline in my eyes, like even looking back, and I rewatched it just to be like, am I like missing something? Like I just didn't feel like it really primed me for that reveal either. Like I can tell that he's bored. I can tell that he's like annoyed by the people in Inaba, right? There's a whole like little mini arc where he's like annoyed by this one old lady who's always at Junes. And like I understand that he has like a distaste for the people in Inaba, but I think the thing that's more interesting about him that is like not even alluded to, like it's pretty much stated directly that he's like kind of the inverse of you as a character, right? Like he is also showing up from here from Tokyo, is like basically not finding anything about Inaba to connect to. He is not finding friends. He is not like finding anything even like remotely welcoming or warm about the place. He just has disdain for it. And like that's an interesting idea that I don't think is explored well enough to turn him into a murderer in the way that he is.
Yeah, I feel like the game seems to simultaneously want to paint him as like a look at this like tortured, nihilistic, like evil mastermind, but they also kind of want to redeem him. in a way that like doesn't work at all for me. Like like his S-Link. So the S-Link, the addition of his S-Link seems to be done with the understanding that most people will go into this having played the original game. At least like when Golden was in development, I imagine adding him was like, this is kind of a treat for people that already know he's the murderer. And so you kind of get a deeper look into his psyche. And I think what's interesting about his S-Link, for one, it's the Jester Arcana, which is a literal flip on the Fool, which is essentially the main character. And if you progress it to a certain point, like he is like bored and restless, and he says a lot of like, you know, when one of his first lines is like, I'm just killing time. You know, there's a lot of like foreshadowing like that. But there are moments like when you're together with Nanako where like you get a glimpse of like a potential good version of the character where like he could have been a more positive person and he could have connected to this family. He could have connected to other people. I think that
the opportunities are there for him.
Yeah, which I think makes his turn even more potentially tragic in some ways, but it is also like such like you and I were talking how like it would have been more disturbing if his personality didn't change. Like if he just had the same demeanor and was like, well, I just thought it'd be kind of funny. Like, you know, just have that. And that's actually the thing is like all these true crime things, when they interview these murderers, like they do act that way. Like they just act as if it's like, I mean, not everybody, but it's like, you know, I remember seeing like interviews like Jeffrey Dahmer, just like kind of matter of fact talking about it. And it's like, that to me is scarier than him getting like creepy eyes and like a wicked grin, you know?
Yeah, right. Or the like later reveal that he is also being manipulated, right? Which is like also undercuts everything here.
That kind of muddies his motivations a bit because I do like him as like a twist on the protagonist. Like here's a person who is like, you know, entered the adult workforce and is like disillusioned with life and has no respect for other people or life itself. That all works.
His persona is dark Izanagi, you know?
Yeah, like, and I like his dungeon a lot, the look of like this sort of twisted Inaba with the caution tape everywhere.
It's great.
But yeah, his S-Link like gets to a point where like you eventually learn he is this, you know, evil murderer. But there's another version of it where you actually team up with him. It's the the one other ending that I said is like worse than the bad ending. The game lets you, if you like commit to his S-Link, you can destroy the incriminating evidence. So the one piece of evidence that links him to this is the note that he left you, the threatening note.
Yeah.
And you can burn that and basically become like his associate, which like I don't on one hand it's like interesting that it's in the game, but it's like so outside of what the player or the character would ever do that I'm not sure why it's there even. Like the ending is cool. Like it is like very scary. Like there's a version of the ending where like the protagonist says goodbye to all his friends and then the train goes by and you see like Adachi in the window for a second and the character like jumps in his seat. And it's just like, that's like a fun little extra, but it's like, who's going to do this? Especially after like 80 hours of gameplay. Like who's going to be like, time to destroy the evidence for Adachi? Like I just don't get it.
Specifically when you're like in his dungeon and he's just like kind of pontificating about how fun it is to be evil was also like almost kind of like salt in the wound for me about how unbelievable this turn became. I'm so with you that I really wish he just kind of like kept the same kind of like bumbly demeanor. I wish that was kind of the more driving force here, like literally just him given all this opportunity, but his dispassion and disconnect from Inaba and its people like really just drove him to be like the most evil motherfucker.
I think and this is a spoiler for Persona 5, so skip ahead if you don't want that game spoiled, but like a much better version of this character for me is Akechi. Like I think Akechi basically has the same twist and is a similar like twist on the protagonist. Like what if the protagonist had no friends and hated the world and was like born into this like horrible family? But Akechi is like so much more interesting and tragic as a character to me because like essentially he and Joker were like a bet of the gods. Like what if we gave this one guy this and this other guy this? And like I think the feeling of Akechi.
See, that's interesting because that's not what's happening here also.
Right, that's what I mean of Akechi being a better version of this because it is like Izanami basically gave this power to the protagonist Adachi and Namatame and was like, let's see what happens.
Right.
And so like but I think the script needed to lean further in the direction of, is he being used or is this fully his actions? Because leaving that ambiguous and then sort of asking us to feel slightly bad for him after he like assaults and murders people is just like, it's just confusing. You know, I think it like, you know, I think in the moment I didn't really have like, I don't know who else it could have been. You know, like I don't know who else.
Right.
Like my only other guess was Teddy, just because like I'm like, well, there's like it's not going to be any of the other characters, and like Teddy is the only one that we don't really fully know. But if it was Teddy, I feel like it would be not his, like he wouldn't be doing it intentionally, but maybe just like his existence is causing some weird trouble or something. But like it kind of has to be Adachi because like who else would it be?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I think you know, it's not like it wasn't like I was like, huh, during this whole time. I just think like, I think it would have been more satisfying if it felt like, holy shit, of course it's him.
Totally. But yeah, in the Adachi situation, like it's just I can't imagine what it must have been like, and I'd be interested to hear your take on this, but like what it was like to play the PS2 version of this without his S-Link also, because I imagine it probably felt even more abrupt.
I was really surprised. I did not expect it to be him, and I only found out because I just sort of guessed like, okay, well, like it's not Chie, it's not Dojima, it's not Nanako, so it's like who does that leave? It's like, okay, I guess like, was it Adachi? And like but it wasn't like a, oh my god, like for example, totally different game, but a game like Ghost Trick, the other great game by Shutakumi of Ace Attorney fame. That game has a reveal about the main character's identity that is so fucking good. And
it's like slap yourself in the forehead, of course, moment.
I wish I had that feeling of like that eureka moment with Adachi. Instead, it's like, oh yeah, I guess like he kind of just has to be it. Because like, again, it's not like Rise or Kanji.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's an opportunity for the remake to like, I mean, that would require some serious rewriting, but I'm like, is there a way to like gamify the detectiveness of this at all? Like, you know, I think at this point, most people know it's him, but like, yeah, I don't know.
That'd be interesting though.
Yeah.
They did do a lot of rewriting and added a lot of new stuff to Reload.
Yeah, that's true.
And if they're going in that direction again with Revival, like I think that'd be very interesting for them to really either like breadcrumb it a little more to make it more interesting when the reveal happens, or as you're saying, add a little bit more work literally to the detective work.
Yeah, but it is like, I think it's a fun boss fight. It's fun to fight like another Persona user.
Yeah.
And the way it plays out is basically like, you know, they take him into custody. There is a little bit of like the characters pity him. They don't try to make it like, aw, poor Adachi, but there is a little bit of like, oh, how much of this was his control and his faults. But regardless, like the characters are sober enough to be like, we're not going to kill him, but he has to answer for his crimes.
Yeah. Well, this is also the bit where you fight the giant eyeball, right? Like that's also.
Yeah, you fight Adachi and then you fight the giant eyeball. That is like,
right, which is the thing that illuminates the idea that it might not have been Adachi the entire time, but like that there's some kind of larger force at work here. And the eyeball is like, as you're fighting the eyeball is saying things like, you know, my whole role here is to watch humanity and give them what they wish, and what they wish for is fog. And that's like, first of all, deeply silly when they first say it. Like when those lines of dialogue were being read out loud, I was like, this is really going, it's like really dangerously close to jumping the shark in some ways. But also, I mean, I think they make good on that idea later on.
They do.
I think when we get into Marie's dungeon and the final dungeon, like that idea of like the fog that kind of envelops humanity, like that, there is some interesting stuff there. But it's so funny that we go from like, what is the mystery here? The mystery is solved. It turns out it's Adachi. Just kidding. Adachi has been manipulated by a giant eyeball that wants to create a fog throughout the entire world. And now we're like fighting gods, you know?
Yeah.
We've just like ramped up very quickly into this.
I feel like this is also like, with knowledge of the rest of the game, in retrospect, this becomes clearer that like it's a fake out final boss fight, because the boss is named Amino Sagiri, and it is like a mechanical eyeball. It says like, I am the will of humanity. I will give them what they want. They want to basically like live in their own delusions.
Yeah.
And be obscured from the truth just to be like kind of comfortable and complacent.
Right. Which is, I think, another like flip again on the apathy syndrome from Persona 3.
Yeah.
Right. There is, it's where I started to like both lock in and also kind of dissociate from the game simultaneously, where like some of it was working for me and some of it wasn't. But the parts of it that were working for me were like, oh yeah, there is an element of what they explored in Persona 3, which I won't get too into. You should play Persona 3. It's really good. Maybe we'll do a bonus about it at some point. But, you know, apathy syndrome as an idea is like people get so locked into their routines that they kind of start to ignore everything in the world. They don't really see any positives or negatives in anything that they do in day-to-day life. They're just like so stuck in the norms of the world and what they do on a daily basis. They don't really think or act outside of those regimented ideas and structures. And this game being like not all like we in the last game we painted that as like a purely negative thing, and in this game we're actually painting that as like the true like will of the collective unconscious. Like this is what society at large wants, is to ignore everything except for the way things have always been. Is an interesting idea, at least.
Yeah, I think it's better explained and explored in the next few bosses than here.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think it's and some of the S-Links even touch on this. Like basically it's not one of my favorites. Honestly, it's kind of one of the bad ones, but the soccer S-Link, the whole point of that story is like it's better to do your best and fail than to just sort of like half-ass it and not put yourself at risk. Like it's better to like live life and feel pain, but have like, you know that like that was fully me out there playing soccer, than just like I'm gonna half-ass it so no one can actually know how good or bad I am at this.
Yeah.
I think that that's kind of what they're getting at here, where it's like people would rather not be, you know, vulnerable or seen. I mean, again, like going back to Rise, like wanting to, you know, moving back home and wanting to leave the spotlight, and kind of, you know, there's a comfort in obscurity for someone like her.
Yes.
So there's a lot you can pull from this. But I think in the moment, it's like, I am the eyeball of fog and people love it. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think the execution of this moment coming hot off the heels of like, I beat evil Adachi, who is the anti-me, and now I'm fighting a big eyeball who's talking about fog and won't shut the fuck up about fog, was like, all right, man, whatever. I'm on the roller coaster.
It's honestly a similar issue with the original ending of 5, is that like you fight the big bad of the game and then it's actually like the will of the people that you have to defeat. And like, it's so much less cathartic to fight a goblet that's like a concept than the dude who's made your life hell from day one, you know?
Yes, exactly. Which is, yeah, you're so right.
But I also think like that's very Final Fantasy X of them, where I feel like you kind of have two versions of a final boss in spoilers for Final Fantasy X. Whoops. The real final boss in many ways is a character that you're like very, very personally connected to and have had like a lot of issues with for the whole game. And then the actual final boss, which is like a fight you can't lose because like auto life is cast on you or something, is like very conceptual, and it's like you're actually fighting an idea more than a person.
Yeah.
So that's why Final Fantasy X is the most Persona of all the Final Fantasies.
Right. Yeah, we can cross that question out of the Google Doc that we have.
It's been bolded and underlined for months, which is the most Persona. Yeah.
How do you feel about this as a trope? I'm curious. I mean, you've played a lot. At this point, we both played a lot of JRPGs, but I would say that this is definitely like
fighting God at the end.
A trope of, yes, many of them is like fighting a god at the end, or fighting a representation of an idea, or like here's the evil theme of the video game.
Here's the theme of a game with a sword. Yeah.
Right.
I think it really works sometimes, and it works so well sometimes that everyone wants it to work all of the time. It is the will of the people to put God at the end of the game. I think
you could not have put it better. I think that's exactly how I feel about it.
Sephiroth works very well in Final Fantasy VII. Totally. One Winged Angel is like such a fucking good boss theme that it is basically the like Jaws theme of video games. It is just so synonymous with like, we want an epic final boss fight. And I don't say epic lightly. I try not to say epic, but like if you're going to say epic, it is for that fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't imagine what that is going to look like in the part 3 of the remake. Cause like just fighting like a random enemy that was like a robot in the beginning of the game is like a 5-phase, 30-minute fight now. It's going to be like a whole disc is just the Sephiroth fight.
Well, think about how intense the Sephiroth fight was at the end of remake.
Right. But I mean like the actual literal final fight.
I'm just saying like they've already lifted the floor of what my expectations were. So I can't even imagine where they're going to take it.
He just shows up at your house. Yeah. I also think in terms of Persona, I think it works really well in 3. And I've said that before. Like I think fighting death at the end of 3 is great because you actually can't win either. Like it's a doomed venture. And they personify death in a really interesting way through that character, Ryoji. And so it works there. And I think it works less in 4 and it works even less in 5. And I actually think one of the reasons why Royal's finale is so much better is it like makes the final boss of the game someone who is actually relevant to the story.
Yeah, like a tangible thing. Yeah.
So yeah, I think overall, like I can see why I can see why they want a final boss to feel like unknowable in an interesting way, or like, and Persona, since like, you know, I think Persona wants to root for all its characters, it would rather blame concepts and beliefs than individuals. Which is maybe, I think it's like, I think that fits what the games are exploring with like the Jungian psychology of it all and sort of like trying to fight systems over individuals, but it can sometimes take away the blame from people who are worthy of blame. You know, like
there's an interesting thing about the Jungian psychology stuff, especially if you watch the Mr. Edogawa lectures in this game, where I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this in a way that I think isn't too harsh or too damning. But the sense that I got watching these, and to be clear, this is like a fictional character in these video games explaining to you how Jungian psychology relates to the things you're doing in the video game, right? But by and large, these lectures are a way for the development team and the creators of the Persona franchise to tell you, the player, like, these are our inspirations. This is what we're pulling from. These are the kinds of ideas we're exploring when talking about this. The sense that I get from those lectures, and also from having played these games and having seen, you know, having played now 3 and 4 and having seen the endings of 5 and 5 Royal, the sense that I get is that when we talk about, and I brought this up before, but when we talk about the consciousness and the unconsciousness and then the collective unconsciousness, the creators of this game are writing under the assumption that the collective unconsciousness is a like 100% true, verified, proven out idea that is like real and not something a little bit less tangible. And I think in a world where you take everything that Jung wrote at face value and you don't really question it, which is interesting because like there are bits of that lecture series that are like a lot of the idea of the collective unconscious and the way that they say in these lectures that he proved the idea of a collective unconscious is that he went around the world and asked a bunch of people who had no idea, who didn't know anything about other cultures, like, what do you dream about? What do you see at night? Like he hypnotized a bunch of people and like was quote unquote like diving as deep as possible into their unconscious selves and like pulling out the truths that they believed within them. And everybody had like similar ideas about, you know, like fears and hopes and desires and things like that. Like there were classic ideas that showed up in everybody that he was studying, which he then defined as archetypes, which then became, you know, in this case, like personas or the tarot or whatever. Like that's where some of that stuff comes from. And he was like, this is how we explain religion, because so many aspects of religion are, you know, similar across all of these different religions. Like there are very similar ideas showing up all over the place. Like there's idea of like the old wise man and like the earth mother who like gives life to all of creation, like all of that kind of stuff.
And there's usually some kind of Satan figure, someone who like tempts you with something that's more kind of related to vice in some capacity, whether that's like earthly pleasures or sin or something like that.
Exactly. There are all of these different archetypes that he writes down based on, you know, all of the things that people are telling him while they're hypnotized. utilized. And the way the creators of Persona 4, at least, relate this information to you is like, this proves without a shadow of a doubt that the collective unconscious is a real thing. Instead of being like, there are learned experiences societally and culturally that bury themselves deep into our unconscious selves that allow us, like, basically as like evolved animals to pick out things that are helpful or harmful to us, you know, kind of without needing to think. They're like unconscious ideas. And that, I think, is where we find a lot of the disconnect in what they do with Persona 5 in particular, but also a little bit here. Like, I think the idea of you fighting the collective unconscious in 5 stems from like a critical misreading or hyper literalization of what Young studied without like any real asking questions about it. And I'm not saying that the developers like believe this 100% of the way. Like, I just mean that like these games are a very literal adaptation of his ideas. And I think that that can lead you down the path where you create a game where you fight like an intangible idea instead of like a person.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I think you kind of have to literalize it to gamify it. And I actually think that like,
yeah.
I like how unsubtle Persona is in its best moments, but I agree that I think they accidentally become Randian philosophy when you take this approach of like, it is the masses that are thoughtless and at fault, and it's like only
it's me
through
and my 5 friends who are right.
Only through rugged individualism can we find true happiness.
Yes.
Which like works in the reality of a video game, but less as a key takeaway from like like I think Persona does want the player to like take this lesson to their own life. And to be clear, I don't think that like the game is saying like people inherently suck and only a chosen few are good. I don't think that's at all the intention, the intended message. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite. I think the thesis of almost all of these games, 3, 4, 5, and Metaphor, is that we need each other and that we find our identity and our truth through our relationships and through love and connection. That's the message. It's the power of friendship, quite literally.
It's the power of friendship.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I think you're right that when you fight an idea, it becomes like that awful murderer is actually not the big bad. The big bad is like all your relatives' thoughts at Thanksgiving, which is also maybe like
right. This is what I'm getting
true.
at.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah, because it really reads to me like, and this is maybe digging a little bit too deep in, but like it really reads to me like, you know, the writers behind this game and these games in general are like walking around being like, man, society's changed so much and not for the better. And I'm going to fix it by making a video game where like you rebel against, you know, societal norms and like wake people up because they're turning into sheep. And like, I can totally understand that that's like a pretty harsh read of these games. And to be clear, I'm closer with your read than I am with the one that I'm talking about right now.
Yes, yeah.
But I do think, like playing devil's advocate a little bit, there is a version of the story that is more cynical across the board. Like all 3 of these games like can come from a very cynical place where it's like, are these people walking around judging society and being like, only through the storytelling of my video game will I be able to wake people up? Like there's a non-zero chance that that's kind of the like almost shadow self interpretation of Jungian psychology that they've landed on here. But I think the reason that the series resonates so much and the reason why, you know, you can go through fighting a giant eyeball being like fog is like because it feels hopeful in the end, you know. And like you created all of these incredible bonds and friendships with people, and you created a family where there was none, and you feel close to them as if they're real people when the credits roll.
Yeah, and I think there's also like there's also an implication that like when the god says, I am humanity's will, this is what most people want, that the god itself is also a construct and is literally assuming based on a construct. So like
I think it's Yosuke who has a line in that sequence where he's like, yeah, well, there's 7 people standing in front of you who do not want this.
Yeah, right. And
we are humanity also, and we don't want the fog.
I do think though there's a point near the end of Persona 5 that really hit me hard, especially at that time, because I think I think that game came out in 2017, which is, you know, the beginning of the Trump presidency the first time, and like is also the beginning of the Me Too movement, and I think was sort of a year of many revelations. Like I think at least for myself, up until that year, I kind of was naive to how kind of far gone a lot of elements of our society were, and like just the deep corruption that was at play, that we lived in a country where someone that and unambiguously awful could easily win, like
yeah, right.
And the fact that we, lived in a culture that like covered all of this heinous shit up. And it took this long for people to start speaking up. There's a point near the end of Persona 5 where the realities have merged, and like people are just walking around Tokyo while there's like demons in the sky and like bones everywhere. And Sojiro and a few other characters are like, look up, like, how are you just walking around acting like this is a normal day? And I think that really hit me, because I do think that while I don't agree with the potential Randian lens you can apply to that, I do agree that like I think the best and worst thing about us humans is that we are extremely adaptable. We can very quickly get used to things, and I think what the game is saying is like, don't let this be the reality you get used to. Like, look around you and say, no, this is not the reality I want to live in. That really worked for me. But I think like seeing all the villains you fought like in a prison cell go like, it was the goblet that made me bad. I'm like, what is this?
Right.
So I'm reminded of a tweet that was like, Persona's so fucking good, except when it sucks ass, but it's also so fucking good, but it sometimes sucks so bad.
And this is why I say that even the worst Persona game is better than most games.
Yeah, because how many games are saying any of this? Like
Sonic.
Sonic? What are you saying, Sonic? I gotta go fast? How Randian of you. Chasing technology for the individual's sake?
Yeah. Only by going fast can I prove Hedgehog's ability to usurp humanity.
Anyway, that's how the game can end. When I played Persona 4 for the first time, pre-Golden, Amino Sagiri was my final boss. Because after this, basically the game, Adachi's in jail, everything's wrapping up. Everyone's like, wow, like we finally did it. Like there's almost like a loss of purpose a little bit. Everyone's like, oh damn, like we don't have a murder mystery to solve anymore, but I guess we can still hang out. And then there's also, there's a bittersweet quality to these final months where like everyone's relieved that the case was solved and that like the murders have stopped and that Nanako is safe and alive and Dojima's recovering, but that you're moving away soon. That like come March, you'll be going back to the big city. And what that really means is that you've beaten Persona 4 Golden and you're turning it off and you won't be in this virtual world anymore. That's the truth.
That's the truth. Wait, can I put a pin in this moment and go backwards real quick?
Yeah, please.
I just need to highlight the moment where Nanako is still in a coma and Teddy puts his hand on her head and then disappears. And it's heavily implied that he sacrifices his own life to save Nanako because she dies briefly, which is a moment where I literally was yelling out loud, by the way, where I thought for real that they were killing her off. Absolutely crushing.
Yeah.
And Teddy sacrifices himself to save her life. And there's like a bit where he is wandering through the void that you start this game in and is just like, I guess this is just my life now, just like wandering through this thick fog forever. And everybody starts looking around for him. Like Nanako's back, everyone's happy, but everyone's like, where's Teddy? And everyone is like running around the entirety of Inaba trying to find him and they can't. And you find him in the limo that is the Velvet Room for this game. And you have this like very heartfelt conversation where he's like, yeah, I guess I'll come back. And then he shows up again.
That's another Persona sin while we're counting them off, is killing a character and then not. It's like they do that all the time. And I think you
get two back to back here.
You get right. Although I do think there is a one of the bad endings is Nanako lives, but Teddy doesn't come back. So I think he comes back in the good endings. But there's a version of this where like Nanako's okay, but Teddy is gone. And it's implied that he's gone for good.
So going back to the PS2 version of this game real quick.
Yeah.
So you fight the big eyeball who's like, humanity wants fog, I will give them fog. And then there's no more fog and the game ends and everything is like good. That's like kind of the idea.
So the only new dungeon in Golden is Marie's. In the original Persona 4.
Oh, Izanami is in the original.
But you will miss it if you don't know to not go home, because the way the game wraps up in both
that makes a lot more sense to me. Okay.
That's why I was like screaming at you, like when it feels like it's ending, it's not. Say no when they say go home, because what I did was, like, if you fight Adachi and you do that whole thing, the game wraps up and it's okay, like say goodbye to all your friends, and everyone you've maxed out your S-Link with is like around town, and you get to say goodbye, and they give you a gift that you can carry into New Game Plus, I believe.
Yeah,
that might be in 5, something like that. Basically talk to everybody who you've gotten to know over the course of the game. It's one of the best things Persona does. It's awesome. It's so cathartic just to go around and they'll kind of tell you like what they're up to. And it's not just the main characters, obviously. It's like everyone in the S-Links. Although if you're playing Persona 5 like I was the first time, it's just Ryuji.
Just Ryuji.
it's like Sai, Sojiro, and Ryuji. Everyone else is at home.
Boys' night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so then once you've talked to everyone, the game, like as you're talking to people, the game will be like, you still have a few people to talk to. And then once you've talked to everybody, it says like, okay, time to go home. And you can say yes or like, give me a little bit longer. And if you say yes, you go home, the game ends, and that's it. And you get what's called like the sort of neutral good ending, where like you get a cutscene where your friend's like, we'll miss you so much, thanks for everything. And then you get the end credits. And it's like, for most people, if you didn't know about this other dungeon, you would probably be fooled into thinking that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
Which I think is cool. This goes back to way 10 days ago at the start of this episode, where like we were talking about like, do we like the esoteric stuff? I think this is one of the ones I really like, because it's a final test of the game to see like, are you happy with this resolution? Is there any other lingering mystery here? I think they could have made it a little more obvious, because like it really does feel like the game is ending, but you're supposed to say no, and then you're supposed to go to Junez. And that's when suddenly everyone comes back and they're like, wait a minute, like what caused the Midnight Channel? Like who started that? And you go through this whole thing, and you're reminded by talking to a few different characters that when you first arrived and like you were in the car with Dojima and Nanako at the gas station, the attendant was like, oh, you're new in town, like you might, you'll probably be hanging out with your friends, you might even have some part-time jobs, like you could work here.
He's like, I have a job for you, if you're interested. And
you shake hands, and like you suddenly like feel ill, and that's essentially when you were given the power. It is pretty cool. If you start the game over, that scene does stand out. Like it does really, like you shake hands, there's a sound, and then you're like, I don't feel so well. And then that night you have a dream about like a mysterious figure in the fog. But I feel like it happens so early on in like an 80+ hour game that like, I don't know if anyone's going to be like, what about that one moment, when the game ends? I know it stuck with you though. You were dwelling on that, right?
It did stick with me. And you know what's funny, Steven? When I was going back and listening to our previous conversations about this, like one of the earlier episodes where I talk about Persona 4, I talk about this guy at the gas station also. I'm like, this gas station attendant really is like a weird vibe going on.
And I was like, I think
it's lit. Yeah. Thank you for not giving away
I
anything.
may not have known at that point even, honestly.
Oh, that's possible.
But yeah.
The thing about it is like, I have played through the beginning of this game so many times over the years that I feel like that interaction is so seared into my head that like it's like, oh yeah, the beginning of the game when you show up at the train station and then you go shake hands with the gas station attendant. Like that's how the game begins. And I never really thought about it from the perspective of like, and then the protagonist gets like sick in the car on the way home and like feels weird and then wakes up in the velvet room or whatever. Like that wasn't what I was thinking about, but I was thinking like, yeah, there is something weird about that gas station attendant, specifically because they offer you a job and then never show up again.
Well, they're like on the street and you can talk to them throughout the game, but they don't have like a portrait. They don't really play a significant role in any way after that.
Right. And when you get to the job board and there's like a big list of jobs, the one that they told you about at the beginning of the game is not an option, which is like very suspicious. And that's really why it stuck in my head. But like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I knew from the start that it was the cat. Like
they were giving Izanami vibes from the beginning.
I kept thinking It's definitely Izanami.
Is that one of the two creator deities that just shook my hand? It is Izanami. Like, so basically, if you stay behind, you talk to everybody, you then go and like interview a few suspects, and you talk to the gas station attendant. If you keep talking to them, they eventually reveal they are Izanami.
And if you max out Adachi's social link, he sends you a letter that's like, you should go talk to the gas station attendant.
Yeah, that's basically like that. He gives you a hint.
Yeah.
But you only get that if you've chosen to not go home. He should have sent you a letter that said, don't go home. When the game tells you to go home,
right,
say no.
It was just so funny that like, oh, letter for you. And it's
Yeah.
from Adachi in jail. And he's like, hello, please feel bad for me a little bit. I'm trying to be better. Also, remember that weird gas station person? You should go talk to them again.
Yeah. So I do love the Izanami reveal. I think it is fun.
Me too.
This is the better version of what we were saying before of like fighting a god at the end. Cause
Yeah.
the myth, and this is something that Mr. Itagawa goes into, is like the main myth they're kind of riffing on between Izanagi and Izanami is that like those were the two creator gods that were in love, and then a like demon killed Izanami, and then Izanagi slayed that demon with a sword and then created other gods from like the parts of that demon, if I'm remembering correctly. But the main myth is basically Izanami goes to the underworld and Izanagi pursues her, and Izanami is like, don't look at me. Like, she basically is like trying to disguise how she currently looks in the underworld, but Izanagi lights his comb on fire and it reveals like her decomposing body.
Right.
And she's so
it's a little
ashamed.
Orpheus and Eurydice in
Yeah,
that way.
right.
Yeah.
Which is again, not a coincidence given Orpheus is the protagonist persona in Persona 3.
And considering the collective unconscious is absolutely 100% verifiably true.
You're really stuck on that.
Yeah, sorry. I can't stop thinking about it.
Anyway, it's also telling that when you meet Marie, she gives you a comb. Coincidence?
Yes.
Anyway, Izanami is so ashamed to be seen in that literal light that she says, like, as it's a very angry god, like, I will now kill 1,000 people like every year or something. And then Izanagi counters, like, if that's true, I will make sure that like 1,500 people live to ensure, you know,
Humanity continues.
that humanity survives, which is a kind of a fun spin too on the murder mystery, where it's like we are literally saving every potential victim to prevent murders from happening.
Yeah.
So I like that. I think it's fun. I think it's simple. And I think Izanami being the final big bad goddess you fight is cool. And this is my favorite reveal in terms of explaining things, is that it's revealed that the Midnight Channel is actually just a window into your favorite thing, the collective unconscious, and that it is how people like want to see the other character. And that's revealed partially when you're debating throwing Namatame into the TV, because everyone there is convinced he's the murderer. And when they look at the TV, it's basically confirming what they want to believe.
Yes.
And I think right now, you know, at the time of this recording, we're in an era where like AI is being trying to be shoved in every part of our lives. And I feel like the people that fall prey to it are largely, you know, victims of like the AI chatbots, like reaffirming what they want to believe and gassing them up. And even outside of AI, just like the way algorithms work, like we're in a world where the algorithms essentially decide what funnel you best fit and throw you down it. And so you're only going to see, and on some level, only want to engage with things you either already agree with or things that they think you'll get mad at to stay on the platform. And to be clear, this is not to conflate like actual critical discussion or debate with like getting mad at. Like there's a clear difference, but like I think, you know, you see if you're like on TikTok or any like short form platform where it's like you're just scrolling through and they're just giving you things that are either like already what you want to see or something that will enrage you.
Yeah.
And I do think that is like having the game, even in 2008, kind of make that comment. Because I mean, you know, even before this technology, there's always a version of this, right? There's always a Fox News type organization.
Yes.
There are realities that exist, or there are constructs of realities that exist to reinforce you to say, oh, you're so smart, you're right, everyone else is wrong. I mean, that was a classic thing in like a lot of Ray Bradbury stories of just like in Fahrenheit 451, it's not just that they're burning books. It's like the only form of entertainment are these like panels of people telling you how great you are and how hard you worked. And so
Yeah.
I think the game saying like that's what the Midnight Channel is like a confirmation of your, you've already made up your mind and that's all you want to see. I think that has bite to it. I think it's better explored in 5 in some ways, but ending the game with that one little twist really worked for me personally.
Yeah, I think it works for me too. It reframes the experience of some of the other dungeons as well, or specifically some of the other Midnight Channel encounters,
Yes.
Because like take like Risei, for example, right? Like the version of Risei that shows up on the Midnight Channel is the version of Risei that everybody wants, actually, right? And it's simultaneously, and this is why I think it's interesting, it's simultaneously the thing that Risei is actually the most afraid of. Like it's the thing that she doesn't want to be the most. And I think the conflation of those two is actually where like the nuanced, interesting take on this is.
Yeah.
And, think about the same thing for Kanji, right? Like, feel how we feel about Kanji's dungeon and the way he's presented and stuff. But there is this version of like, this is how everyone wishes they could see him. And this is also what he's most afraid of. Does change the calculus a little bit in terms of how we think about all of these characters who have shown up on the Midnight Channel at some point. So I think you're right. I think there's some bite to it. Like, I think there's some interesting stuff going on with that idea. And I agree with you that it's like the least bad version of we need to explain every single mechanism that allowed this isekai plot to happen,
Yeah. And, the whole point of the myth with Izanami and Izanagi is like Izanami wanted Izanagi to believe a comforting lie that she wasn't actually in this like hideous dead form, or to really like believe that she had actually died. And Izanagi is like, I'd rather see the truth even if it hurts.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, I think, another sort of point of the game is like, it's about the truth, but it's also about life and like how life often sucks, but it's better to live life and like experience the ups and downs of it than to sort of mute yourself and to like be numb to everything.
Right.
I think it's simple, but it's powerful, especially when the game is like your day-to-day life.
Yeah. And this is the thing where like, and I can't wait to, when we get into questions, we start talking about social links. Like there are some social links that are very, very good at highlighting that exact concept, I think. And they're, not so much with the party members, I think, because of that disparity between like what's going on in their social links versus what's going on in the plot. But a lot of the like non-party member S links, I think, are very, very good at wrapping up that theme in a very nice bow and exploring it through like very high school lenses, which I think also really aids the entire experience.
Yeah, but I really like the Izanami dungeon. It's like beautiful aesthetically. Like you're in like the heavens and there's like these sort of like very it's like ribbon or something. The material of the floor and the walls is really cool. And then Izanami as a boss is like, first she's like all bandaged up and then she's this like grotesque rotting creature. And I do love it's so classic JRPG, but I love towards the end of the fight, she keeps casting 1,000 curses, which your party members keep diving in the way to take the hit for you. And they basically get dragged to hell, and you get dragged to hell too. But then like all the friends you've made along the way, like gas you up and like tell you to not give up. It really works. Like it sounds so corny, and it is, but it's so fucking good.
Right. You have access to one spell that you can use to fight back.
And he throws his glasses off. It's so good. I love it. It's like he throws his glasses off. He doesn't need them to see the truth, Brendon. And then you cast the final spell that does it. And Izanami relents and is like, kind of like, hell yeah, you did it. Like she's like sort of proud of you, just like, good luck, kids.
Right.
I will say, so and that's largely how it ends. And you have a very heartfelt finale with the cast. Before we get to like the ending and like the sort of summer epilogue, I wanted to touch on Marie's dungeon too, because we should double skip over that. But yeah, so one of the new things for Golden is like there's this whole February ski trip thing. I love the ski trip. It's so fun. I love the cutscene, the animation. I love like just all the little events that happen. A great Yukiko scene at the ski lodge. I feel like she's like one of her best moments in that little scene.
Which bit are you talking about?
I think when it's like when everyone's telling ghost stories.
Oh yes. She
gets
really into it.
Yeah. She's always like super into what what everyone else is afraid of. Like it's like that scene, and then when they're all like drinking at the club. Yeah, she's great.
This is also a great Teddy moment where they're all telling the Teddy is again I told you it's the same format every time. Teddy is conspicuously absent from this scene as everyone is telling ghost stories, and then suddenly the lights turn off and everyone starts freaking out, and when the lights turn back on, Teddy is just eating all of the food that's on the table as quickly as he possibly can.
It's amazing.
It's like so fucking stupid.
But yeah, up to this. So Marie is the new character. You meet her very early on, and she is one of the people in the Velvet Room. It's Igor.
Right.
Margaret, I believe, is the new Velvet Room attendant, and then Marie. And Marie has her own S-Link, and a lot of it's similar to Elizabeth, who is the Velvet Room attendant in 3. Whereas Elizabeth was more kind of upbeat and peppy, but was also very curious about the human world. Marie is like a stranger to the human world, but like kind of wants to know. And a lot of her S-Links are like you and her hanging out with the rest of the cast too, which I think is actually a great way to have her addition not feel so out of nowhere, because she's not present in the main story otherwise. Her only connection to the other characters is through these S-Links.
Right.
But I think she like fits in pretty well. Like she's a divisive character I've seen, and I can't say I feel like I got to know her that well, but I overall liked her. I think she's an interesting character, and I think her voice actor is really good too. I feel like it was a really good performance, which helped sell it. It was just fun seeing how open this group was to a new person. Like it was cool to see them all be like, oh, like Marie, who's Marie? Let's talk to her and get to know her, you know?
I think she plays off the cast really well, because I think that you don't really have that kind of like more like despondent vibe in the cast. Like it actually is helpful to have somebody who's like a little less upbeat and a little more a little edgier, you know, especially like when Kanji joins the crew and kind of becomes a little bit of part of the comic relief. Like he feels like he probably could have taken the role that Marie ends up taking. Sure. Yeah. But her kind of standing in the background, like rolling her eyes at everything that's happening in the game, I think really works. And I think the thing about Marie, I was iffy about her really until the end. And I think it's a case where like following through on her S-Link and going through her dungeon really does, I think, make up for the kind of disconnect I felt from her earlier, because the idea is less that she is like exploring humanity and humankind through the same lens that like Elizabeth was, as you were saying in the last one. She's also like a stranger to the Velvet Room. She's just kind of like a stranger to everything. And the reveal that she is also one of the goddesses whose job is also to like keep an eye on the will of the people and see what they want. Like she has this godly remove from everybody and everything, and the way she interacts with the world, even while she's looking for answers about who she is and where this comb came from and all this stuff. Like it really does come from a place, at least I feel that my reading of it at least is like it's coming from a place of almost like
indifference.
Not even, a little bit indifference, but also just like she almost can't get over the idea that there is a possibility that humankind is even like worth examining. Like there's a piece of her that really like hates the role that she's been given as she kind of grows into it, and it becomes very literal. Like when all of her poetry is read aloud in her dungeon later, it's very clear that this is where she's coming from. But like there's a version of her that's like, I hate this role because I've already decided, which is again on brand with the rest of the game, I've already decided that humankind isn't worth it. So why would I be doing this in the first place? And then of course, as she gets closer to the cast and to you and to Inaba even, and like Inaba as her first and only touchstone with what the human world is like, which I think is a very interesting flip again on like Adachi and the protagonist and also Yosuke, but also like the people who grew up and live in Inaba. There is this sense that she's like really, really, really grown and endeared to humankind, and like now deeply regrets having felt that at all in the first place, and hates her role even more because now she cares. Yeah, I liked that. And I liked her dungeon a lot. Basically, she ends up like disappearing. And if you like ask Margaret, like, where is Marie? You end up unlocking this extra dungeon. Yeah, the Hollow Forest. I got the sense that she's sort of like
Ryoji to death in 3. Like there's sort of like a human avatar of the god at play.
Yeah.
I gathered that Marie was sort of like the good side, or like sort of more conscious side of Izanami.
Yeah, she goes to the Hollow Forest specifically because, I mean, as I was just saying, like because she has now grown to love humanity, she's like, my job is actually to return the fog to the world. Like when you killed the big fucking eyeball, all the fog went into me, and my job now is to release the fog back onto the humanity now that the big eyeball is gone, because she also has a big glowing eyeball now.
It's cool. It's a cool look, honestly.
It is. And she's like, I'm here in the Hollow Forest because I'm basically planning to like off myself to make sure that that doesn't happen in favor of humanity. And then you and the crew show up and you're like, don't sacrifice yourself for that. We'll find another way through this, which is nice. But I will say, mechanically, this is my favorite dungeon by far. Like maybe in a Persona game.
Wow.
Like I loved this dungeon. It is so hardcore. You show up and you don't have any weapons. All of your weapons are just called like strange sword and like whatever. And you don't have any equipment. All of your items are gone. And every single time you get into a battle, your SP is halved.
Yeah.
So like whatever amount of SP you have half of it when the battle is over. And the only way to like regain that stuff is to go and open every single chest and like fight every enemy you can. But also like you need to pick and choose which enemies you're fighting, because again, your SP goes down by half every time. So you really need to have, first of all, built a party that you are very confident in. For me, the party that I was running most of the time was Yukiko, Naoto, and Kanji.
Oh, cool.
And Naoto had Innervate 3, which is like she's just regaining SP all the time, which was so helpful. But also you start to pick up items that regain SP as well, like accessories. And then you also start to pick up armor that loses all of its defense stat, but does blanket complete coverage for certain elemental attacks, which is like so helpful as well. It's really tough. It was a really tough dungeon, and I think like mechanically very interesting, and it felt like the most successful version of what they tried to do with almost all the other dungeons in this game.
Yeah, I agree.
I really, really, really loved it.
Yeah, I'm curious how much this will be like a point of reference for the remake, if they want to change up the dungeon design at all, because it is so considered and like tied to the themes of the dungeon. Yeah, my party for most of the game was the first time I played, I used Kanji, Teddy, and Yukiko, and this time I used Chie, Yukiko, and Yosuke. The only person I can't see ever playing without is Yukiko. She is so good.
She's too good by the end. Yeah, when you're burning petals is great. And also, Unreal. If you have her and Chie, and like there are 3 pairs where if you have 2 characters of a certain pair, they will just occasionally do a special attack freely of their own choice. Do X/.
So yeah, so if you have Chie and Yukiko, they do like a twin dragon attack where these like 2 dragons go around. Yeah. There's another one with Yosuke and Teddy. I forgot what it's called. And then there's one with Naoto and Kanji. I think it's called Beauty and the Beast, and it's like a big skeleton.
Beauty and the Beast. That's awesome. I got it all the time, which was great.
Chie made this dungeon much easier than it would have been, because a lot of her attacks use HP instead of SP, and she has like a deal almighty damage to everyone attack, basically, or like deal like a severe physical damage to everybody. I would say in terms of party members, like Yukiko has the best magic, Kanji has the highest attack. Chie is a little bit more balanced than Kanji, but is still like Kanji is like endurance and attack, and Chie is like agility and attack, and like slightly better magic. And then Yosuke, Teddy, and Naoto are kind of jacks of all trade characters. Like Teddy is a little bit more focused on healing and buffs. Yosuke is kind of more all over the place, and Naoto is a little bit more about like exploiting weaknesses and buffs. Yeah. But I feel like the only character that like you shouldn't go without is Yukiko, basically, because you want to have that magic damage and those heals as well.
Let me ask you, who did you romance in this run again?
Rise. Yeah.
Did your scene when you found the TV to get to this dungeon, was it you and Rise stuck in a blizzard?
It was.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So that's just whoever.
Yeah, it's whoever you're with. And then everyone else shows up.
Everyone else shows up, and they're like, we've been following you the whole time.
Yeah. Actually, I'm curious, in the animated cutscene, when everyone is skiing in pairs, was it you and Yukiko in the animated cutscene? Or was it you and...
No.
It was you and Rise, right?
Yeah. Yukiko and Teddy are racing.
Yeah, okay. So in
what.
the animated cutscene, I was like, do they make a unique animation for every... That would be a lot of work for what is not like a romantic scene. But I was curious if that was different.
Yeah.
But yeah, the log cabin scene, when you find like the entrance to Marie's dungeon is whoever you're dating. I wonder who it is if you have... maybe you just show up with everybody if you're single. Because you don't have to romance anyone.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's Marie's dungeon. You basically, you fight like a sort of shadow version of herself. It's a pretty interesting fight too, because like she initially like deflects everything. There's like another kind of puzzle element to it, and eventually you convince her to live. And I found it very touching because I think in a weird way the rest of the party not knowing Marie very well but going this far to help her kind of is a testament to everyone's character, that like they will go out of their way to help someone who they don't know very well. Which is cool. I think Marie is actually like, I like Kasumi better as a character in 5 Royal, who's like the definitive version girl that shows up. There's always one. And but her addition feels almost more awkward because she's like so present throughout the whole game and like is with the other characters that her not joining until the end actually makes no sense. Like there are even multiple points where they're like, do you want to join the Phantom Thieves? And she's like, no. And then doesn't until the very end.
Yeah, that's funny.
But anyway, I actually really hope I imagine a no-brainer addition to the remake will be take these like Beauty and the Beast twin dragon attacks and make them the Showtime attacks from 5 Royal. Like that feels like an obvious addition they could do, as well as adding Baton Pass, which I did miss that feature in this game pretty heavily.
Yeah, Baton Pass. It's just too good.
It's just really good. Yeah,
it's just too good.
That's
I think they should do another version of Persona 5 that has
I'm
shuffle
worried
time.
that they actually will. It's like been long enough that they're like, you know what? Let's take another crack at it. But it only has the Persona 5 content, none of the Royal stuff.
Only the Persona 5 content, but it also has shuffle time, and I think that would be the definitive edition to me.
That's Persona 5 Ruby. Or Persona 5 Revolution.
Revolution's perfect, actually.
Okay, one last thing I wanted to cover before we do questions. So, happy ending. The case is solved. Marie lives. Everyone's happy. Everyone's going to miss you. Everyone loves you. You get the summer epilogue where the protagonist has come back. Everyone's got new looks. Really, we just need to mourn Kanji's new look, basically, or we need to mourn Kanji's old look.
It's horrible.
Like everyone else looks great. It's like so fun to see, like after seeing them in the same, like roughly the same. It's very much like the Three Houses time skip where it's like, oh my God, everyone looks different. Like everyone's got new haircuts, new outfits.
It's so funny because it's only like 6 months later, but everyone looks so different.
Yeah, right. And then Kanji's like, yeah, I unbleached my hair. I'm wearing glasses and I've gotten really into e-commerce. Just sort of like, no.
Yeah, he's taken all of his piercings out also. Yeah, and he's like literally buttoned up. Like he's literally wearing a button up shirt. He does have a voice line. I think it's in his S-Link, if I'm remembering correctly, where he talks about like maybe wanting to no longer dye his hair. He's like, I was doing it for, reasons that maybe don't make sense for me anymore. There are parts of it that work for me.
Yeah.
I think like from a literal idea perspective, and the execution's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, it's like what they're trying to say is like he was maybe trying too hard to come off cool and rebellious when he doesn't need to. But they like my friend Sadie got me saying de-assified as like an adjective. They really de-assified him. I think that there's a version of Kanji that maybe like drops some of the more extreme elements of his aesthetic, but still looks like Kanji. It really feels like they just made him into an NPC.
Yeah.
That said, despite Kanji's new look, and he can grow out of it, it's still just summer. It's still trying things out.
Yeah.
It's just so fun to see everyone again. And it's just so... It kind of adds to this feeling that like you will come back to this. And like Dojima kind of has a line that's sort of like he says something short of like, I guess we had a golden year, didn't we? And like the game ends. But like I just found it really touching to see like, oh yeah, like life continued and they're all like in a pretty okay place and they're all kind of continuously discovering new things about themselves.
Marie becomes a meteorologist.
Yeah, what?
And she becomes like too famous also.
Yeah, like
Which
Rise
the
is
other
like
thing.
jealous. It's very silly.
So funny.
But it's a nice. I think that is exclusive to Golden. Like 4 had the Izanami stuff, but I think this epilogue is Golden specific. Because this is
I loved
the
it.
Golden.
I loved this
ending.
little epilogue.
Yeah, me too. I think it's really sweet. It's kind of, it knows you want to see everyone again, and it's just like a really fun little extra moment. Yeah, I feel like I love this epilogue because I feel like, as we've already said many times, this game is at its best when it's sort of stakes free, when it is just like a moment in time with these characters hanging out. And like, this is sort of the ultimate version of that, where it's like, the game is over, but they know you still want to hang out with everybody.
Yeah. I think in particular, like that feeling that we talk about when you finish a Persona game and you're like dying to experience more of it, like this actually does kind of satiate that feeling a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it does. You're right. It's like, it just gives you like, okay, you can kind of imagine the rest now. It's like, we're just giving you a little taste.
They just kept doing this every 6 months for the rest of their lives.
And that's Persona 4 Golden. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't even know how long this has been, but it's basically been all day for us. Then we're going to break here and then do the listener questions. So we'll see you all in a bit, but thank you for getting this far if you're still listening.
Yes. We will talk to you soon, dear listener.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Now I face up, I hold up, I reach out to the true on the rise, taking the seat of the whole moment, yeah. Yeah, make it the true life, only if you realize here in
All right. We're back.
All right.
For one last
We're back.
segment.
One last segment, believe it or not. The sun is still out where we are. It's a golden day.
Yeah.
And we have a bunch of listener questions. These are all great. Thank you to everyone who submitted a question here. Excited to dig in. Let's get started.
Let's do it.
I want to start with Jared from Discord. In honor of Rise and the Inaba tofu shop, what do you think of tofu and what's your favorite way to prepare
Oh my
or
God.
eat it?
I love this question. Let me put a pin in it real quick. I'm going to bring a guest on the show. I'm going to take off my headphones. I have no idea what's happening, but I'm going to put Percy on the mic. Steven, can you ask this question again?
Yes, I will.
What's happening?
Hey, Persia.
Hi, how are you?
Thanks for joining us for this Persona 4 Golden episode.
My pleasure.
I've got a question for you.
Okay.
In honor of, have you played Persona 4 Golden?
I played maybe the first dungeon and that's it.
Okay, it doesn't affect this question at all. I was just curious, but here's the question. In honor of Rise and the Inaba tofu shop, what do you think of tofu and what's your favorite way to prepare or eat it?
Oh, I love tofu.
I can see why Brendon brought
Yeah.
you
You're
here.
always going on rants about this.
I'm going on rants about. I don't know if that's true.
Rants or speeches?
One nice thing about Japan is that you'll have places that specialize in tofu and you can go and they'll do like tofu 5 ways. And I'm like, every way
Yeah.
is my favorite way. I like it soft. I like it fried. Brendan's favorite way is probably mapo tofu, which I don't know if
What is that
everyone knows.
exactly?
Mapo tofu is, well, there's a Japanese version and a Chinese version. Traditionally, it's a Chinese dish where they do soft, like silken tofu with a mixture of ground beef and pork in like a really spicy sauce, and then you eat it over rice. It's like classically addicted, like spicy, addictive, like a little mouth numbing. It's really good. And people make it a whole bunch of different ways. So it's very much like a signature dish you can put a spin on. My favorite tofu. This is hard. I did really get into just doing like literally a block of silken tofu with like soy sauce, sesame oil, sesame
Yeah.
seeds, scallion, and what am I missing here? I don't know. You can just kind of like put toppings on it and then eat it with rice. I really like plain food. More than Brenda does.
Yeah, I do feel like in the US, I feel like tofu is sort of misunderstood as an ingredient because I feel like
that's
it's usually.
the rant I go on. You're right.
Yeah.
You feel this way too?
Oh, you feel this? You feel the same way as me?
Yeah, because I feel like it's usually thought of as either
As
just
a
like
meat substitute.
Yes, as a meat, like tofurkey or something.
Which doesn't
Yeah.
make, that's like not how the ingredient is supposed to be used. I also think it's a bad way to use tofu. Like I think tofu is much more delicious if you just use it as an ingredient that it stands on its own 2 legs.
Yeah, I also feel like I was vegetarian for a few years, and I feel like there are other like seitan is much better at like replicating meat
Because of the consistency?
like one of my favorite vegetarian dishes, there was like a barbecue place in Chicago that made a pulled pork dish, but it was actually jackfruit like pulled in the same way. It was really good. So there's like, I agree, it's not really like, it's good at replicating meat for having protein, but that's like about it.
Right. Which is not, The other thing I used to do actually when I was more in my like tofu as meat substitute is 3-cup tofu. Have you ever had that? I think it's Taiwanese.
No, what is this?
It's
okay, cool.
You freeze it, and when you freeze tofu, and this is like a firmer tofu, so you freeze firm tofu, and then because it freezes, essentially the water in the tofu expands and it creates all these air pockets, and then you can toss it in, I don't remember, cornstarch and bake it, and it becomes more like a fried chicken almost texture, and then you toss it in the 3-cup sauce, which I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but it's like three ingredients of the same size.
And could you give us an example of like, because I know there's like sweet and like dessert variants. Like what do those tend to look like? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know people make pudding sometimes out of tofu.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not as well versed in this part of it.
No. What do you know about it?
I just know that's why I asked. Like, I know that it exists, but I'm not sure of like concrete examples off the top of my head. But I feel like overall, it's usually like a more savory thing.
Yeah. I actually don't know that much. Do you know anything about sweet dessert tofu? Asking Brendon.
There's silken tofu pudding, it looks like, just from a quick Google search.
But is that like like a Western way to use, like, to make healthy pudding?
I have no idea. It seems we're both outside of our tofu domain with this one. But I appreciate all your knowledge with this. And actually, I'll give you a reveal of my upcoming prop. I want to show Brendon.
Oh, cute.
But I maybe have some more stuff about tofu in a second.
Did you write it? Is this yours?
I am so flattered you think that I wrote this. But I also, if anyone was to write it, it would be me.
You.
So thank you. Yeah.
You can start your like anime cooking YouTube channel 15 years after
that's
the
already
trend.
A thing. There's like
happened.
there's a show on Babish, Binge with Babish, that's anime with Alvin, and he does like a lot of anime dishes on that show, which is fun. But yeah.
Okay.
Okay, nice talking with you.
This is the question segment.
Yeah, it is.
So wait, what is your...
We'll be done relatively soon.
What is your favorite tofu dish?
I don't really know. I don't have tofu quite as often. There's a really good Vietnamese place near me that's like a banh mi place that has a really good like vegan chicken noodle soup that it isn't replicating chicken, but it's just like tofu in the broth. I feel like tofu, like when it's like absorbing like a flavorful broth or some kind of sauce is usually when I like it the most.
Yeah, I like tofu in curry, like Thai curry.
Yeah, definitely.
As well. A little fried tofu and Thai curry. Okay. Thank you.
All right, that's all we got. Thank you, Persia.
Tofu. I love Mapo tofu.
Now that's tofu.
When we were in Japan, I ate Mapo tofu like at least once a week the whole time we were there for 2 months. I love it. I
think it's time for, I told Percy this and kind of the listener by extension, depending on what makes it into the episode. But here's my prop.
Oh, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. It's the Persona cookbook.
Oh my God, yes.
This was a gift from Matt Horton, who we've talked about many times. Because I think I just posted like in our group chat, like, I'm tempted to buy this. And then Matt was like, I bought it for you.
That's so nice.
Like, oh my God, it's very, very, thank you so much, Matt. We love you. And yeah, it's the Persona, the official cookbook.
Yeah.
Basically what it is it's like food from the game. So you can see on the cover, there's like the ramen from 3, the beef bowl from 4. And then there are dishes assigned to each character. Like each character has like a dish that's sort of like based on their personality. And
that's awesome.
Since I would go ahead and say, I know you probably wouldn't say this about yourself because you're very humble. I would say you are an incredible chef. And I feel like you would do a good job. If you'll indulge me, I think it might be fun for us to go through the party.
Yeah.
And for you to assign each party member a dish. And then I can tell you what the cookbook has for them.
Such a
we
fun
can
idea.
see
okay, sure.
like how close it is. So let's start with Yosuke.
Yosuke. Oh man, Yosuke is all over ramen. I think he's a big like noodle dish guy. I think ramen in particular. I think he loves the noodles. And broth and toppings are secondary.
What do you think like the key ingredient in his ramen is, just to give it a little bit more personality?
Oh, interesting. I was just gonna say like a classic tonkatsu ramen, like a pork ramen with like chashu.
That's all I need. So the dish the book gives him is the Juness steak, which is, I'll show it to you here. It's
Okay,
just
yes.
like a whole sliced steak and a side of broccoli.
What's funny is like that was my first thing for him was just a steak, but I remembered that Chie loves the steak. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna save the Junez steak for Chie.
That was the right instinct. I think this is a fun pick for him. I agree. I think he would like to eat ramen, but the dish based on him is the Junez steak.
Yes.
It has some sesame oil on it. It looks good. And it's funny, this book gives them like video game stats. So it says yields 4 servings. The cook time is 10 minutes cooking, 15 minutes resting, and the difficulty is easy. This is an easy meal.
Oh,
according to the book.
I love that.
Okay, Chie.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the steak skewers, I guess, then from the place next to the Chinese food restaurant.
Yeah, this is all. So this is kind of a flip. This looks like it's nikujaga. I hope I'm not mispronouncing that. But it looks like it's like shirataki noodles, potatoes, and carrots. It's kind of like a
it is a noodle thing. Yeah.
Somewhere between like ramen and a stew.
Yeah,
it's like noodles, meat, and big like root vegetables and potatoes. It looks really good.
Yeah, it is good. I've had it before. It's that's an interesting one for her. I guess I can understand it from the perspective of like her wanting to like take care of her body and be in fighting shape all the time. Like that's like a very like hearty dish that is also going to like heal you literally after a tough workout.
Yeah, and I think she's a very warm presence. I think this is a fitting dish for her.
Yeah.
Also easy and yields 4 servings.
That's an interesting one to label as easy. I'm curious about that recipe now.
This seems like intermediate at best. Or intermediate it should be.
Yeah.
So a lot of these meals have dashi in them, which is like the secret ingredient to a lot of Japanese cooking, based on what little I know. Like,
and very easy to make for yourself also at home.
Would recommend. It's a great book and it's also a great show. Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat.
Yeah.
And in the salt episode, Samin goes to Japan and they talk a lot about dashi in that episode. It's really good.
Yeah.
Moving on to Yukiko.
Yeah, Yukiko is interesting. Oh man, I feel like she would want to eat a lot of little things. You're
on the right track.
Is the vibe I'm getting. Let me look this up real quick. There's the thing that you get if you stay at a traditional ryokan, which is like an inn, I guess, in Japan. At a traditional ryokan, they have a thing that's like a ryokan breakfast, and the idea of the ryokan breakfast is like it's a very traditional Japanese breakfast, and it's this like big. You've definitely like seen this in media before, but it's like a big square that's divided into tiny squares, and each of them has like a tiny plate or like a small bowl that's filled with like 1 or 2 bites of a different kind of dish, and it's usually like the whole gamut of things. It's like,
is it kind of like dim sum in that way, like sort of like a samplers of stuff?
Kind of, but it's like very, very, very intentional, and all of the thing. It'll be like 2 carrots that have been pickled for like a week. It'll be like 1 little piece of uni. It'll be 1 little tiny piece of fish, like a small portion of rice. Like it's really like little tiny stuff, and that's the direction that I would take Yukiko's ideal dish in.
I like it. This is definitely more basic than what you described.
Yeah, I don't know how they would put that in the cookbook.
Her dish is it's called tempura dinner, and it's basically
nice
veggie and shrimp tempura.
Perfect. Yeah.
So it's the photo is great.
Yeah, that also feels like something that she would be into, because it's like her whole vibe is like, she's gonna run an inn one day. She has kind of like a more adult vibe. Like she would be like, I'm gonna eat vegetables tonight, but also once she starts laughing, she can't start laughing, and that to me feels like that I'm gonna deep fry all of it. Yeah,
it's like she's gonna deep fry all the veggies.
Yeah.
Like we're technically eating vegetables.
Exactly.
Yeah. She's great. Okay.
Teddy?
Kanji is next. His dish made me laugh because I'm like, this fits, but I feel like you did him a little dirty with this one. So I'll give you that hint. Like it's a little bit basic and a little bit off the beaten path, which is maybe kind of how Kanji is. But anyway, what do you think his is? Or what would you give him? And then I'll tell you what they gave him.
Yeah,
in the book.
I think I might get a hole in one here, but I we'll see. I have a hunch that if you're Kanji, you are going to the place that has the best American cheeseburger you can find.
That would be great. His dish is animal crackers. It's just like literally like silhouettes of like koalas and dogs and
What is the
penguins.
difficulty on handcrafting your own animal crackers?
Easy.
Okay, they're out of whack here. They've lost the plot of how
The
difficult things are
tempura
to make.
dinner was hard, which I'm like, it's hard in the sense of maybe having a fryer, but I feel like it's probably not that hard to actually make tempura.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
Creating a koala out of a cracker. That's
Animal
difficult.
crackers. Okay, now we're on Rise. This one is much better, and you could you might be able to get close to this one.
I have to assume this is a dessert. Am I wrong already?
Think a recent conversation we had moments ago.
Oh, okay. Well, it's got to be tofu related then, right? Because I mean, she
Yes, it is.
is in a tofu establishment. What kind of tofu would she have, I wonder? When you can have all of the best tofu in the world, what is the dish you make for yourself? For me, I'm just going to say it's mapo tofu because I consider her to be like she likes tofu. She works at a tofu place, but also she does have like a spicy side to her. She is the kind of person who would want a spice to it. So I would say mapo tofu.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's mapo tofu.
Yeah, it says mabo dofu, but yeah, it's easy as well. 4 servings.
Mapo tofu is pretty easy.
Yeah.
Dear listener, go make mapo tofu at home. Find a recipe.
Yeah, this is actually the one where I'm like, I'm absolutely making this.
Yeah.
Like,
It's going to change your life.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have an H Mart in Chicago?
yeah, I think we do. Downtown somewhere, I believe.
They have I'm going to change your life right now. They have pre-packaged mapo tofu packages at H Mart.
Oh God.
It's a brand called Nature's Soy, and it costs $5. And it's
Yeah, we have one, looks like.
straight up like we got it the other day and made it. Lost my mind. I'm like, next time I go to H Mart, I'm buying 10 of them. I'm obsessed.
Okay, Teddy is next,
Oh,
and
my
his
God.
is a dessert.
His is a dessert. Okay. Oh man. Fried. No, I was gonna say fried Oreos.
That I feel like he kind of has like a donut or fried Oreo
Yeah.
energy.
I'm gonna
you know?
stick with I'm gonna stick with fried Oreos. Actually, that's the vibe I get from Teddy.
Teddy Parfait.
Teddy Parfait.
It's like granola.
Yeah.
It's a cornflakes, berries, chocolate
Berries.
syrup, and 2 wafer cookies sticking out like antennas.
Sorry, I'll do it one more time. Berries.
Oh my God. Oh, they got us with that. I brought you a parfait. It's very good. Pretty good, Teddy.
Naoto. Oh hell yeah. 1 hard boiled egg.
she would have like the English soft boiled egg that you like dip toast in.
Yeah.
Hers is a letter crepe. It's like the challenge letter she gets.
Oh yeah. It's funny.
But it's like a crepe full of like cream and berries.
That's interesting.
Intermediate difficulty for that one.
Yeah, well, because you have to fold the crepe into literally an envelope.
That's all the playable characters. We could do a few more if you want. The like.
Do they have like Dojima and Nanako and stuff in there?
Here, let me see. They have the next ones are Akechi and Marie.
Oh, okay.
And then there's like beef bowl. There's actually Mystery Food X.
Oh, really?
Which is very funny. Yeah, Mystery Food X. It looks like kind of like a borscht, like beet stew.
Yeah.
Like it's like, it looks bad, but it actually looks pretty good too.
Wow, I might have to get this cookbook also.
Yeah, I think you should. There's a Nanako. Oh, and there's also, okay, so why don't we do, we can do Adachi, Marie, Nanako, and Dojima if you have it in you.
Perfect.
So what would you give Adachi?
What would I give Adachi? All right. Well, okay. He misses the city. What's the kind of thing that's easier to get in a city that's harder to get out in Inaba? I'm going to say udon. No, that's not true. No, because there's the udon shop in, pizza.
Cabbage roll. It's like
Perfect,
stuffed
actually. That's
cabbage.
perfect. Yeah, sure.
Apparently he has a line. There's like a line of dialogue from in each one, and it's like about how he cooked cabbage.
Yeah.
It also kind of looks like bloody in a way. I think that's kind of why they went with it.
Yeah.
All right, Marie.
Marie. Oh my God. Marie, what did Marie like? There was that whole scene. Oh, she liked the steak skewers also, right? She ate them with chie.
Ding, ding, ding. That's her thing.
Really?
It's Daigaku steak skewers.
Yeah, look at that.
Easy. 20 minutes. The beef bowl I might have to make one day.
Yeah. We got Nanako.
Nanako.
Yeah, Nanako. Nanako would be sushi, definitely.
Hers is a flan dish.
Oh.
It's like a flan dessert, which I think that fits for her.
That's nice. I just feel like every time there's like a celebratory scene, Nanako's always eating sushi. Like it's always a big plate
Yeah,
of sushi.
she does
in front
love
of her.
sushi. And that's also very social. I feel like she would want to have like a big social dish.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Dojima's is so good. Oh my God. I need to show you the picture of this. Guess his first, though.
Yeah. All right. I know I technically guessed this for kanji, but I'm I'm gonna go a slightly different direction for Dojima. I'm gonna do hamburger steak for Dojima, which is, if you haven't had one, it's literally just like a hamburger with like a demi glaze over it.
Mystery banana and barley tea.
Okay. Oh my god. It's okay. I need to describe what we're looking at.
Yeah.
It's it's 3 frozen bananas dipped in chocolate with an icing on them with the words "Dad" written on all 3 of them.
And a glass of iced tea that looks like a mug of beer.
Yeah.
It's like the ultimate dad dish.
It's okay. I will say barley tea. Oh my God. I love barley tea. I have some brewing in the fridge right now. Barley tea, non-caffeinated tea. They serve it with like everything you get at every restaurant in Japan, hot or cold, great for digestion. And it tastes, and this is going to sound gross, but I promise you is great. It tastes like if you poured water into a vessel that had recently had coffee in it.
No, that sounds, I know exactly what you're describing. That sounds, I actually, of all the dishes, I want dad bananas and that tea, honestly.
Dad bananas and barley. Next time you, Steven, I have the biggest bag of barley tea in the pantry. Next time you're here, I'll give you barley tea. We'll drink a bunch of it.
But yeah, this cookbook is fun. There's some good stuff in here. And like, there's obviously for 3 and 4, there's dishes for them as well. We could do a whole episode on just this cookbook, I think.
Yeah.
So, but I just wanted to go through the 4 characters together.
Love it.
There's obviously like the curry from LeBlanc Cafe.
Yeah.
That I need to make one day too.
I do want to make that.
That was my prop comedy, in case you were wondering.
It was perfect. I loved it. That was, what a great segment that was.
Okay, this is almost everyone asked a version of this question, so I kind of just combined them.
Yeah.
Favorite and least favorite social link. So we kind of we focused, I think rightfully so, on the main plot and the main characters. So all the party members obviously have S links, but there are also S links for a lot of non-playable characters, some of which are like completely disconnected from the main game.
Yeah.
I don't feel the need to go through all of them because this episode is already long enough, but I think we can just do like favorite and least favorite. I'll say quickly, for me, I think my favorites, I also think we could maybe talk, I know we want to talk a little bit more about like resays in a few of them, so we could have that discussion here
Sure,
if you'd
yeah,
like.
yeah.
But just to answer the question, my favorites for the party, I think are probably, I think Kanji's is my favorite for the party members. I would say though, overall, like despite my issues with some of them, I think the party members have relatively solid social links. I find that Persona 3, 4, and 5, broadly speaking, most social links are fine to good. A handful are great, and then a handful you want to avoid at all costs. Like it's always kind of that ratio.
Yeah.
So I'd say the ones that I found to be like, that was a little beautiful. Like I think the appeal of the social links for me is largely for like mechanical reasons, where like watching them in isolation versus getting them as a treat for your efforts as a player is very different. Like if you're just to watch Kanji's on YouTube versus like getting fed throughout the game, like you deciding to use your precious time to check in with someone and getting a little bit more of a window into their personal life, it's a very different feeling, which goes back to like playing this game versus watching it or hearing about it.
Yeah.
Which maybe defeats the purpose of this episode, but I digress.
You're in too deep, folks. You can't get
Yeah.
out. You already pressed play.
The 2 I hadn't seen before that I really loved were, I actually was very surprised by the basketball S-Link with Ko, because with the strength social link, you do soccer or basketball. I had done soccer the first time I played, and that one is just like, whatever. Like I mentioned that I get the theme of it, but like the whole thing is like he's nervous around girls because like he had a bad breakup. It's like, whatever. It's fine.
Wow. I hard disagree with that, but keep going.
You like that one?
I really like that one. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate it. It's definitely not like one of the ones I avoid.
You
but
don't
I
have to
just
walk it back just because I like it, but I will say I agree with the like he's nervous around girls bit, like that's whatever. The thing that really does work for me specifically is his and I think the basketball player, which you're about to talk about, and also the girl in band, they have the most like high schooler feeling about their vibe. Like the things that they're exploring, their social links, is like taking the theme of the game and applying it like point blank to what it's like to be a high schooler. The idea that the soccer player's whole thing is like, I can't give it my all. Like I feel like I'm at a remove, despite being like, I could be the best soccer player on the team and everybody's looking up to me. But by giving myself completely over to the experience of playing soccer, I'm like putting myself in emotional danger, is an experience that like everyone has in high school about something.
Yeah. And I mentioned that one earlier in the episode because I love that idea of like, it's better to give it your all and fall on your face than to not try.
Yes.
And I think applying that to romance as well is it makes sense. Where that lands, I really like. And I also really like the friendship between the three of them. Like, I like how even the other one you don't choose shows up to like hang out with you too.
Yeah, and Ko like really is like, hey, he's not in a good way. Like, we got to do something about him. The thing where it doesn't work, and I think this is probably what you clocked into and maybe honed in on, is specifically the fact that like the bad breakup he had that caused this for him happened like in middle school, where I'm like,
yeah, that's where I can't really take
nothing's real in middle school.
Yeah, like even in high school, I don't think I was like, man, in 7th grade, that's where it all went downhill for me.
Right, yeah.
But otherwise, I agree, and I like them as characters.
Yeah, me too.
Ko, though, like the basketball story is really intense.
Yes,
because it's about how he's from this like very powerful, very wealthy family who adopted him, and they kind of looked down on his interests, and they thought basketball was like a waste of time. And so he's at this weird place where like he feels pressure to do what they expect of him, but he loves basketball. And then there's this twist where like he finds out they're actually okay with him doing basketball because the pressure of being the heir of this family is now on his sister, who is like, you know, biologically related to them. Mm-hmm. So he starts to feel like nothing I do matters because they don't give a shit about me because I was adopted.
Yes.
And it ends with him seeking out his adoptive family and getting a letter that like tells him like who his family, like it doesn't say who they were, but it like is sort of this letter that was like, we loved you and wanted you to live a healthy life. But then he sees that it was like written by someone who worked at the orphanage, because like there was actually no record of them, but they didn't want him to know that. So they like, and he basically takes that as like, I don't need to know who they are because the people actually in my life matter more.
Yes.
And I was like, that's a really interesting place to land for this story, you know, like, and to realize that like his adoptive family also loves him regardless of what, like that's the more obvious ending, but him not finding any closure and being like, that is actually the closure I needed to just like be comfortable not knowing and just focus on who is actually with me. I thought that was a really nice story. I also really liked the kid you tutor. You like,
yes.
Most of the S-Links where you get a job are truly a nightmare. Like the two of the worst in the game, or one of the worst in the game, is working at the hospital.
Yeah, that one, oh my God. I did max that one out, and I don't want to say I regret it, but like it felt aimless. Like it starts in one place, spends, this is actually my issue with like social links in general as a form of storytelling, is that so frequently they kind of devolve. And actually the tutoring one does do this, but it's so good that it doesn't matter. But you spend like 5 ranks focused on one thing, 3 ranks focused on another thing, and then we get closure on a third unrelated thing. And that's kind of how the hospital one goes.
And sometimes you get closure at like rank 8, and then the next 2 ranks are like, I'm still thinking
so
about
glad
the
I got
lesson
closure.
Yeah. But the kid you tutor, he's like, his mom is like, he's the best boy, he's the smartest, and he's the cutest, and he's the best child a mother could ask for. But she's also like, but if he gets into a good college, like he's set, right? Like that's all he needs to worry about. And like he is obviously like, there's a lot of pressure put on him to like get perfect grades, and he's like the top of his class, but he's clearly deeply insecure, and he's also a lot younger than you. Like he's in middle school.
Yeah.
And it leads to a place where he like starts to really confide in you, but also starts to doubt, like, is this actually a path I want to be on? I'm not really passionate about anything. I don't really have that many friends in school. And then there's a new kid in class who like is actually better at him in school. And like,
he's basically you as like a middle schooler, this kid who shows up, this like, you know, kind of this enemy who shows up.
Yes, right. And there's even dialogue where you could be like, that's kind of like me.
Yeah.
But he ends up getting suspended for cheating just because of the pressure on him. And like, he's in a really bad place. And that's the birthday party I mentioned earlier, where like
his mom is like, you're not my son anymore, and then leaves while it's his birthday. Yeah.
It's brutal. But then you can throw a party for him. Like you call Yosuke, and like immediately everyone shows up to throw him a party.
Yeah.
And like, it kind of feels like when we were younger, like there would always be like 1 or 2 like young adults that were there to like hype up the party. Like, hey, like who's having fun? Like it feels like Rise just showed up to like throw a birthday party for you.
Yeah.
Like, but what I loved is like, you know, he's clearly like a little nervous, but they're all like, yeah, happy birthday, and like, let's have fun. And then he says like, I shouldn't have been born, just like out of nowhere. And then
it's so brutal. Yeah.
They all just call him stupid, like one after another. Everyone's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And like, they're like, of course you should have been born. Like you matter, your life matters. It's really sweet. And it's really, you I think it's relatable too, because I mean, especially where we grew up, like we grew up in a pretty wealthy area, and like intelligence was synonymous with good test scores for a lot of people.
Right.
And where you went to school was like our class, like on average, like a graduating class from our school, like a dozen or so people would go to Ivy League schools.
Right.
And like it wasn't a big deal. Whereas like that was a big eye opener for me, like when I went to college at Rutgers, which is a great school, but like is way more economically diverse, where like there were people who were like valedictorians whose first choice was Rutgers because it was like the best school that they could also afford.
Mm-hmm.
And like for people from towns who like if a kid got into an Ivy League, the whole town would like throw a parade, and like
yes,
for our town it was like, yeah, whatever, good job, we get a cool sweatshirt out of it.
Right.
I feel like I went through my own version of what this kid did, where like I was an okay student, like I was kind of like a B student, like I was really good at the classes I cared about and I didn't really try in the other classes. And so I was in class with people who like really, really, really cared about their grades, and I felt kind of like I didn't feel like I was intelligent until I went to college and I realized like, oh, that's all kind of bullshit,
Yeah.
like test scores mean you're good at taking the SATs and not much else.
Yeah.
So no, this whole little vignette I think was really sweet and kind of spoke to the more successful themes of the game, where it's like just focusing on being the best at one thing and disconnecting yourself from the rest of life is not how to live, even when you're at this point in your life.
Yeah, I'm usually very open on this podcast. I'm gonna play this a little bit closer to the vest than I usually would.
Sure.
I don't feel the need to divulge everything into podcast form. But I will say that the experience of dropping out of college specifically and moving back home for a little bit was very, very dark for the reasons that basically Shu is like going through it in this S-Link.
Yeah.
So going through that bit in particular was like dagger to the heart, like just threw me back however long it's been, 10, 15 years, to that bit of like dropping out of college. And like, I specifically remember going to a Christmas party that somebody in town threw. It was like an adult's Christmas party. And it was like me at this party with the parents of everyone I knew and like went to high school with. And they were all telling me about like, their kids like out at whatever schools they were at, and just being like hit over the head over and over and over again with like, so what are you up to? Like, why are you here? Like, what's going on? What are you doing? Obviously people were home for the holidays and stuff, but they're, the look on everybody's face when I told them I dropped out and joined a band was like getting like punched in the face, like over and over and over again at this Christmas party. And I think about that night all the time. Well, not as much anymore, but I used to think about that night all the time. So this social link in particular was really like, that's when I say like, for the most part, it's basically him just being like, I'm better than everyone else in my school. And there's this one kid who I find really annoying. I was like, all right, everyone tells me this social link is good and I don't believe it. And then you get to like rank 8 when this happens. And I was like,
yeah,
fuck, I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
This is one of the ones that I would recommend people do if they haven't played Persona.
And I feel like this is a good example when we talk about cozy games and how we kind of bristle at that word. And we talk about examples of games that are trying to provide a sense of place and a sense of comfort. If they're too saccharine and artificial, our mind kind of rejects it, even as comfort food, because it feels so fake.
Yeah.
And I feel like this game is comforting because it has stuff like this in it.
Yes.
Like I think about a show, maybe a weird comparison, but a show like Gilmore Girls is a show that a lot of people rewatch and kind of is weirdly similar, where it's like life in a small town where like things go wrong, never quite to the murder mystery degree, but it's like that's a show that does tackle like real things and the characters have real conflicts, and like there's a lot of deeply flawed characters in that show who are like unable to show affection properly, but it's comforting to rewatch because like it does provide you with a place that feels, it's like the perfect balance of fantasy and reality, where it's like the fantasy of like having this place that is comforting, familiar, that has relatable problems that you can overcome together. Like in some ways that is kind of the fantasy as well, of like these are all things that I can relate to and that like maybe remind me of past pain and trauma, but like there's comfort in being able to resolve it with this cast that I've grown to love.
Totally.
So yeah, I really liked the Tutor S-Link. I would say in terms of just best writing, I think the two that stand out, and I'm probably not alone in thinking this, are Naoki, Saki's brother, who is mourning his sister who was murdered. That one's really good. And it kind of like helps paint a wider picture of like what life in this town is like,
Yes.
because his family owns the liquor store that is kind of competitors with Junette's, because it is this like
Right.
mom and pop business. And so like he is sort of going through the same thing Yosuke is, where like he has to just like carry on and work at the family business, even though he's like deeply mourning the loss of his sister. And he also kind of resents everyone in town because they're always like looking at him and judging him. There's this really sad moment where like he finally opens up to you and is laughing, and two people walk by and they're like, how could this guy laugh?
Yes.
His sister's dead. Like, what a cold-hearted jerk. And he's like, people aren't happy unless I'm constantly miserable.
Right.
Like,
yeah, the bit where he talks about how there's like significantly increased foot traffic at the liquor store for the first time since Junes opened, just because Saki passed away. He's like, the business can't thrive on people pitying us, is kind of the
Right.
core of that. He's like, it's like performative. Like what everybody's doing here is performative. And, you know, anyone who has ever felt grief in any way, shape, or form, like you see straight through that kind of performative grief in some ways. You know what I mean? Like when you're in the thick of it, it's hard to see that kind of stuff as like helpful or nice or people being thoughtful at all. Cause you're just like, I'm fucking miserable. How on earth am I supposed to believe that like you have my best intentions at heart? You know, like you're just doing this to show other people that you're doing this. When in reality, I think a lot of those people were really trying to help. Right. But like when you're sitting next to him at the Chinese food restaurant eating noodles, like, of course, that's how he's going to think about it at that moment.
yeah, and I just think it's one of the few S-Links other than Yosuke's that actually grapples with murders happening. Like you can kind of almost forget that that's like what the plot is about with a lot of these S-Links. I thought his was excellent. And it's one of the harder ones to unlock, unfortunately, but like it's worth seeing through. I also really, really liked Hisano, the grieving widow.
Yeah. Who you can only meet at the riverbank on holidays.
Yes. It's weird that they lock the two best S-Links behind like weird stuff,
Yeah.
but she basically is like, oh, you remind me of my husband. And like the early S-Links are just her like telling you about her life as a younger woman and falling in love. And then it's revealed that like at a certain point, her husband got sick, and it's implied that he had some kind of dementia because he forgot who she was.
Yeah.
And it's really heavy. It's basically about how like she took care of him after he was ill, and he forgot who she was every day, and she began to resent him and literally almost tried killing him.
Yeah.
And is so guilty about that she now just calls herself death and like assumes that she's going to go to hell and that her, you know, that she will forever be separated from her husband. I would imagine this is also based on a myth of some kind. Like it just feels like, you know, hanging out by a river and like this particular tale feels very like mythological to me. But like basically you help her get over her loss, and she decides to move in with her kids, and like similar to Naoki, kind of just like focuses on the present and you know, doesn't forget those who she's lost, but like focuses on what she still has.
Yeah.
It's really touching, and it's like one of the heavier S-Links in Persona, honestly. Like I was not expecting it to go that far, even though she, you know, dresses like a widow the whole time.
Yeah.
But I think that like Naoki and Hisano are probably the two like best, like you can actually watch these on YouTube and like get the same catharsis from it.
Right, yeah.
Whereas I think some of the other ones kind of depend on like, you do kind of need to have the context of the rest of the game.
Yeah, I would say that those two are most similar to the Dying Man from Persona 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
The band one I'll also shout out, not because I think it's great, but because I think it's like a great encapsulation of teenage life. The whole idea behind this one is really just like, you join the band, this girl plays trombone, and she sits next to you in the horn section. The guy who is like the trombone lead in the band breaks his arm right before like the big show that everybody's supposed to play, and she now has to fill in as the trombone lead, and like has all of this stuff where like she doubts herself, she doubts her ability to do it, and then you convince her to like push through and practice and try hard and like get there, and you can do it, you can be the lead trombonist for this big show. And the day of the big show comes, and the guy who broke his arm shows up. He's like, it turns out it wasn't a break, it was just a sprain, and I'm healed and I'm back and I'm here. And everyone in the band is like, well, why don't you just take your spot back then? Like, have you been practicing? He's like, yep, I could do it perfectly. And then he takes over. And she's like, all that work for nothing. Woe is me. What do I do? And like that bit in particular, I was just like, this is so fucking high school, dude. This is like exactly, this is like such a high school thing. It's like, I worked my ass off for this trombone solo and now I can't even do it. I was like, hell yeah, man. I don't love that S-Link, but I do love that bit.
The drama story is a bit darker. It's like largely about like her mom being sick, if I remember correctly. But you're like in the hospital a lot for I think it's Yuki who does the drama. But regardless, when you're just talking about like, you know, high school stress, high school problems, I remember like doing theater and being like, I've successfully gaslit myself into like placing my validation on getting like ice cream barbershop member number 3.
Yeah,
and it's like,
right.
I don't get that. And it's the end of the world. It's like, did I really want to go ice cream on stage? Like, not really. What were your least favorite? No, we've done favorite. What were, I would say probably the nurse. I think the nurse is just like uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, the nurse is pretty rough for most of it. You do start to sympathize with her towards the end.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I mean, like her whole thing is about overwork, essentially. Like she's given herself completely over to her job to the point where she's like passing out at work. And then, you know, she's a nurse at a hospital and then becomes a patient at the hospital because she's overworked herself so much. Like there's some interesting stuff there, definitely. But they spend the first, like, no joke, like 5 or 6 ranks of that S-Link being like, aren't you a sweet little high school boy? It's like, oh, fuck, get away from me. What are you talking about?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why that is the beginning of this S-Link, but it sure is. Honestly, and I think this is probably where you and I differ, and this is where Matt Horton and I align in the stars, is you should go watch that video. We've shouted out a million times. You should definitely watch it.
It'll be in the show notes.
I actually think most of the party members don't really work for me S-Link wise, with a few exceptions. Like I think Naoto's is great. I think Kanji's is great. I think the way Risei's ends, I think the way Yosuke's ends, and I think honestly most of Chie's, and honestly kind of Yukiko to a certain degree. Like I feel like they feel like they run counter to what the game is trying to tell you. Like that's the thing that really gets me about them, is there is this feeling like Yukiko, for example, the whole thing is about how she feels this pressure that she has to take over the Amagi Inn. She's like, I have other interests. I have other things I want to do. I don't want to stay in this town forever. I want to go explore. I want to move to a big city. I want to like get into cooking. You know, the chefs at the inn are teaching me how to cook. I want to like go to a big city. I want to cook. And simultaneously, she's also being like hounded by the press because there are murders that happen at the Amagi Inn. And there's like people making like a shitty documentary about her and the inn, and about how she's going to like take over this like bloody inn and stuff. And there are so many great reasons for her to not be here anymore. Like it is actually in her best interest, I think, to not take over the inn and to like break from the family and be like, I need to find my own identity. I need to be myself. And instead she decides that the herself that she needs to be is the one that is running the Amagi Inn, specifically because of the late game reveal that her family wasn't putting this pressure on her at all. She was putting all this pressure on herself, which I think that is interesting. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it excuses the idea that like the thing I've spent the past 6 months of the video game telling you I don't want to do, I actually want to do now. I feel similarly about Risei, where like she's escaping what is like a pretty hostile and probably like dangerous, not in like a literal like death way, but dangerous in like probably a mental health and image way job, and is like, I need to figure out who I am, and then ends it basically succumbing to the pressure of being jealous of somebody else and then rejoins that industry. Did not feel good. Like that, I love her character so much, and that ending for her in particular, I was like not thrilled by. Yeah, I don't want to just keep railing on them, but like I felt let down pretty significantly by the ways the party members are treated in their S-Links.
I get it.
Yosuke's in particular, I think, really suffers from the cut content, because his feels like it's about 8 different things and then ends up being about nothing at the end of the day. Like there's interesting stuff about how people hate him because he is the son of the person who opened the Junes. There are interesting things about how he's depressed and grieving because of Saki, because he had feelings for her and she was his coworker, and he like really thought that like she was like the anchor to Inaba for him. Like she was the reason he was enjoying living in this place that he didn't want to be in the first place. There's all this interesting stuff going on, and then it all culminates in like, you and I should fight because I'm jealous of you, which is like, what are we fucking doing here?
Yeah, I agree that Yosuke is definitely the one that suffers from like, I don't know if it was like a bunch of rewrites or, I mean, there's the cut content, of course. His is messy for sure.
Yeah.
Chie's is just kind of, I think, overly simple, you know, like
she kind of starts and ends in the same spot, and then where she ends is like, I'm gonna be a cop, which is like, all right.
Yeah, that's the jump scare of the epilogue. I think her actual S-Link is like fine. It just, I think for a lot of the party members, I enjoy the like random hangout sessions more than the S-Links.
Exactly.
Like,
this
when
is
you're
my
just
point.
like,
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm a little bit kinder, and this is not to debase your read. I think I have a slightly different read on Yukiko and Rise in particular. I agree that like I think Naoto and Kanji, it's ironic that like the two characters that the main game mishandles the most have the best S-Links, which to me speaks to a confused script. But I actually liked Rise's S-Link a lot because, at least for me, I didn't read her decision to re-enter show business purely out of jealousy. That is a piece of it. Like they mentioned, like,
I definitely put a little bit too much weight on that, because there is the bit where she's like, Rise and Reset are the same, you know, we're like fusing back into one person.
Yeah, I mean, I've like I guess I've been in a, like, I'm not an idol to be clear, but I've like, as someone who has like done a lot of theater and done a lot of different projects, I have placed my sense of identity on two projects, and I've had to make decisions to stop like, you know, I don't perform nearly as much as I don't really go on stage at all anymore. My sort of main performance outlet is largely this show, which I love doing and kind of is me in a lot of ways. Like, you know, we're aware that we're being recorded and we want it to be enjoyable to listen to, but we're not putting on a persona. We're literally just being ourselves. But I often, even, you know, right now where I feel like I have kind of three main projects going on, I often think like, should I be doing this? Should I be doing more of this? Should I stop doing this in efforts of only doing this one pursuit? And like, sometimes my decision to stop doing something is more rooted in, I try to gauge, like, if I have a desire to stop doing something I care about that I identify with, is that decision coming from a place of, I actually no longer have the interest in this? Or is it a temptation of, wouldn't it be easier to not worry about this anymore? You know?
Right,
like,
yeah.
And I think with Rise, I think that's how I read it, is I read it as like, I love doing this, and having lived a certain amount of time not doing it, I realize that like both things can be true. I can be this persona and I can also be the real me, and they don't invalidate each other. And perhaps my decision to leave was more rooted in like getting away from it all versus actually not wanting to do the thing anymore. I do think there is that beat. They did choose to add the like, there's a new idol on the way. So like, you can read it the way you did. But I think her decision to go back, I found to be really inspiring, honestly. And with Yukiko, I think it's a little bit more gray for me. I think they needed to give her, like, if she has other interests outside of running the inn, I would have loved to see them.
Yes.
Like, if she does want to cook, like, I would love to see like Gordon Ramsay Yukiko. Like, we were robbed of kitchen nightmares with Yukiko. That would be so fun.
Yeah.
So I feel like I like the fact that it's like, oh, me thinking my family assumed a certain way was actually a voice in my head, because we've all had that. We've all like assumed that someone in our life is actually thinking something and acted on that assumption rather than actually having a conversation about it. So like, her landing in a place where it's like, I have the option now is cool, but I think we needed to know like, well, who is Yukiko outside of the inn? Because like, we only really know her as the inn girl for most of the game.
Right.
So that's, I think the bigger issue for me is like, I want to know more about her and less about the inn itself.
I feel I definitely see where you're coming from on both of those. I think for me, it really is like a case of, I think these characters get handled better in the main plot than they do in their own S-Links, which is just like a strange kind of juxtaposition, I think, especially as you're saying, when you compare Kanji and Naoto in particular. But yeah, those ones in particular, I think Rise and Yukiko and Yosuke like really stuck out to me. me as actually just my least favorite ones throughout the course of it. Like I kind of trusted that the game was taking me into a better place with them, and then it kind of didn't. And just not to dunk on Chie too much, Chie's really does feel like very kind of bland because she's like, I want to protect everyone in town, and then there's like a kid that she, you know, needs to protect from some bullies, and then like doesn't at first and then does later, and then ends it being like, I want to protect everyone in town, and not just Yukiko. And I'm like, I want so much more from this character. Like I think there's so much rich stuff we could have explored with her. We know nothing about her home life, for example. Like we don't, you know, like there's so much that we could be learning about Chie that we don't.
Yeah, it does feel very surface level. I think the best S-Links in Persona either give you like additional context or another side of the character.
Yeah.
Like compared to like, I think one of my favorites in 3 is Yukari's, and it's like you get so much more about her home life and her relationship with her mom. And
it's
like,
so good.
Yukari's one of the best. Okay, let's move on because we've got a lot of questions here if you're ready. This is a fun compliment to the section we just did. This is from Neo Geo Pocket in Discord. Dream and or nightmare blunt rotation of party members and S-Links.
They put Nightmare in here because they want us to put Teddy in Nightmare, but I will I will resist that temptation. I will resist. You are leading the witness. Teddy joins the Dream blunt rotation. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think my first thought is Rise, Naoto, Kanji for Dream rotation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Kanji handling weed well, though.
No,
I feel like
I think you're probably right about that.
I actually think Teddy might be the better pick. I also think Yosuke would get very paranoid as well.
I think so
feel
too.
like,
I think Naoto would be an extremely fucking good hang, though.
Yeah, she would open up about like a secret passion. Like it would be revealed she's like really into model trains or something. And I feel like you would hear all about it.
Yeah.
And Rise is like already a pro at this.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the three of them would be a lot. Like Teddy, Naoto, and Rise would be such a fun rotation. Nightmare is definitely King Moron, Adachi. King Moron, Adachi, and Dojima in the distance, like about to bust you all.
Yeah.
Like the minute you let your guard down.
I think Nightmare is just me and the big eyeball.
Dude, this fog is really hitting.
The humans demand fog. The humans demand thick clouds.
Oh my god. Well, we nailed it. The official Aether Dream rotation is Teddy. Would you also say Rise and Naoto for the other two?
Yeah, I agree with you. I love it. Yeah, that's perfect.
Lex and Discord. Are there any social links you think would fit better into a different arcana if the game didn't have to avoid duplicates and make sure all major arcana were accounted for? So in addition to some of the personas like reflecting like mythology and folklore and religious stories, all the S-Links are tied to a major arcana card of tarot. So like Kanji is the emperor, Rise is lovers, that kind of thing. And for the most part, I've actually I was going to write a piece for my newsletter about like how Persona interprets tarot and kind of see like how much thought was given to like each character and each card. For the most part, like they match pretty well.
Yeah.
Like actually one of my favorites is like Shu is the kid's name, right? That you tutor.
Yeah.
His is the tower, and the tower is like all about like sort of reality, like the floor kind of falling apart beneath you. And it's the one card that is sort of unambiguously bad, but there's also a degree to the tower that's like whatever was destroyed kind of had to be in some way.
Yeah.
Like what was destroyed was a construct of your own making. I mean, in tarot, it's quite literally like the Tower of Babel. So like, I think for Shu's story, it's like, yes, getting suspended was awful, but he needed to learn that like the way he was living life was not the right path. And if he didn't get off that path, it would have led to worse things down the road.
Yeah.
In terms of if I think any of them, I actually have I didn't think this initially, but this question made me think. I actually, without even thinking about duplicates and stuff, I think I would switch 3 of them. So I think the 3 that are a little bit odd to me are the music and theater characters are the sun. Nanako is Justice.
Yes.
And Naoto is Wheel of Fortune. I actually think it would make more sense for Nanako to be the sun, for Naoto to be Justice, and for the music and drama duo to be Wheel of Fortune in terms of like what those cards represent.
I don't know what Wheel of Fortune represents, but I think for the listener, maybe explain what all 3 of those represent.
Yeah, so Justice is what it sounds like.
Yeah, that one's what it says on the tin.
Wheel of Fortune is kind of similar to Death in that they're both about cycles. So like the tower is like the destruction of a construct, but death is usually more about rebirth. And that's why I think, death is central to the identity of Persona 3. And if you interpret death the way tarot does, or the way you can interpret it in tarot most commonly, is like every character kind of lets go of how they used to see themselves and embraces a new way of seeing themselves. The Wheel of Fortune is more about like the highs and lows of life. Like it's sort of this idea that like similar to death, there are cycles that must begin and end. But whereas I think death is largely seen as like a necessary and positive transition, the Wheel of Fortune is sort of like the chaos of the universe.
Okay.
And I think with
sometimes you get the trombone solo, sometimes you don't get the trombone
that's what
solo.
I mean. Sometimes you get the lead, sometimes you don't. And with it also, I think the Wheel of Fortune also deals with like transformations and like evolution. So it does kind of fit, but I think Naoto having justice just fits way more cleanly to me than Wheel of Fortune, and I think the sun is, if the tower is like the unambiguous bad card in terms of like, oof, look out. The sun is like, it all worked out, man. Like the sun is just a very positive card. And I feel like Nanako is like a constant ray of light in the game.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I think that would work more cleanly in my opinion. It works the way it is. But I think, I feel like that would make more sense in my opinion.
Yeah. Nice. That was just yours. I have no way of answering that because I don't know.
Yeah,
enough.
That was just for me.
That was just, let's even be a beautiful mind for a second.
That was from Lex from the Trails of Trails podcast. And if you ever wondered how she and I talk to each other, it's basically that question. Sort of like, okay, this is also from Neo Geo Pocket. As someone who has only played the vanilla versions of the Persona games, but has always been interested in checking out Golden or Royal, what is the experience of replaying a Persona game like? I feel like such a big part of the calendar system is that you have to live one day at a time and accept that your plans won't necessarily work out the way you expect. Alternatively, how much did you feel the need to optimize your run versus just following your heart?
Yeah. I feel like you've answered a pretty good degree of that first bit about like the replaying of Golden and Royal, but do you have anything else you want to add to what you've already said about that?
I think they're surprisingly fun to replay given how long they are. Like, I feel like there are some games, like Trails in the Sky is a game that I love, but I probably won't replay outside of playing the remake.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like it took me so long to get through, and I was just like grateful to have the experience behind me. And there's so many other games I have to play in that series. Whereas Persona is like a pretty breezy time despite how long it is. I think that's partially due to how just addicting the gameplay loop is. Like it does have that Civilization, one more turn, one more day kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
And I think the way that 3, 4, and 5 are designed is that like you will probably pick up on some new things each time you play it and focus on different things, have different characters in your party, maybe even see a different ending depending on what you did last time. In terms of optimization, I'm pretty, for myself, I'm pretty adamant that like the game is the most fun when you make the choice yourself. I feel like min-maxing Persona kind of defeats the point of it for me. I do know people who do that and they enjoy doing it, so I feel like it's a subjective thing where like if you really want to make sure you don't miss anything on your first run, there are guides that will help you, but I think for the most part I just like seeing where I end up kind of gravitating towards.
Yeah, I mentioned this in an earlier episode talking about Persona 4 in the lead up to this one, but I started this game following a very intense guide for the first like maybe 3 or 4 weeks of the in-game calendar, which I found to be really, really helpful. And I would actually recommend to other people to maybe do as a way of kind of onboarding yourself into what's possible in this game. Like it'll just introduce you to systems you didn't know were at play. It'll give you some like helpful stuff, like pick up this book on day 3, maybe start with this S-Link as soon as possible and like just do it as much as you possibly can. But then after that, I just stopped following those kinds of guides until I got more towards the end specifically. I think it's worth mentioning like the experience of playing a game for this show isn't always the experience that you will have playing a game for yourself. And for this episode in particular, I really wanted to see the golden route. Like I wanted to see the final true ending. I wanted to be able to speak to it. And I wanted that to be my experience, which meant that I needed to look some stuff up along the way, just to make sure I was like following, or I guess like I was doing the right things by the right time. And that meant that there were some things that I probably wouldn't have prioritize that I ended up prioritizing. But honestly, and maybe this feeds back into the first question, it gets me excited about replaying the game again, knowing like I've already done the true ending. Now I can replay it again and do literally whatever I want and see the other social links and get that fucking bug net before January and just like have a really true experience. Honestly, that's kind of what I'm doing with Persona 5 right now. Like the first 2 times I tried playing Persona 5, I like really was kind of min-maxing it because I really didn't know what I was doing. So I was like reliant on other people's experience to get me through it. And this time around, I feel like I have such a good foundational understanding of how Persona works that I'm like, I know which social links I need to max out to get into the royal stuff. Everything else is kind of gravy. Like I feel like I'm pretty good at this point. The nice thing also about Golden, Royal, and also Reload specifically is like the ability to see what other people have done. Like you can connect to the internet and it gives you like, you know, a screen that shows you what the most common things everybody else is picking are. So it does help you out in the sense that like sometimes you'll press that button and you'll see a bunch of stuff that's like, you know, ate at the Chinese food place, hung out with Yosuke, but then you'll see like hung out with Hisano and you'll be like, who the fuck is Hisano? I've never met anybody named Hisano. And that will just lead you down a path of being like, all right, well, I'm going to walk around the entire town. I'm going to talk to all these NPCs. I'm going to see if there's anything new or weird around town and find out who this person is. And maybe that'll lead me down a new path. And I think that's the most interesting way to play Persona is like there is the following a guide version, but there is also the version where you just rely on the thing they literally put in the game to point you in the right direction and allow your curiosity to take you there.
Yeah, I like making an informed decision. Be like, okay, like what? Yeah, I think that system is so brilliant to add that to Golden, and that's also kind of present in the other modern Persona games as well. To see like what everyone did that day. I hope that sticks around in Persona 6 or the remake.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Yeah.
Okay, this is from Ashley in Discord. Favorite vocal performance. They're all really good, as we've talked about already.
I was gonna count down. And we were both going to say the same name at the same time.
Okay, you want to try that?
Yeah, ready? 3, 2, 1. Kanji.
Yosuke. Oh, so you had the Japanese voice cast, and I listened to primarily the English one. I know we're like mixed.
Yuri Lowenthal, right? Was Yosuke in the English voice cast?
Yeah, he's so good as Yosuke, and he makes me like that performance makes me like Yosuke more than I think I would have otherwise. That's why I would give it to him.
He is good,
he's really good as that character. I think he has sort of a goofy demeanor, but he really sells the moments where he has to be like full of rage or like full of sadness.
Yeah.
Like he's got a great range. I also really like Laura Bailey as Rise. She does such a good job as her.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of big names in this cast, so like they're all very good at what they do. Like Troy Baker obviously is like a very established voice actor.
Yeah. I think it's worth noting that almost none of them are coming back for the remake also. Like none of them have been asked.
I think they're probably a little bit too old to do these voices
and
still.
Probably too big at this point also.
That's right. Yeah.
Same deal with 3 Reload as well. Like they didn't bring the original voice cast back for that either.
Although it was kind of fun. They did a little like, I imagine they'll do something similar where like the original voice of Akihiko played the cop who sells you weapons.
Yes.
I wonder if they'll do like, I don't know, something like that where like one of the original cast does like one of the S-links or something.
Yeah.
That could be fun. But
Troy Baker is
they're not
Namatame.
old by any stretch. I just mean like they probably can't sell the teenage voice quite as well as like almost 20 years ago.
Right.
But yeah, really good performances across the board.
Secondary awards tied for Teddy and Nanako in my eyes.
Yeah, Nanako is also a great one.
I will say I understand to a certain degree why so many people dislike Teddy based on the way the English voice acting is performed. I do like that as well. I think it works. It's very funny to me. His Japanese voice actor though is fucking killer. Like so good.
He's doing something really bold with that. I remember I heard him at the game show clip and I was like, this feels like the real Teddy to me.
Yeah.
I've been seeing Shadow Teddy this whole time.
Yeah.
This is from Matt Horton, another Matt reference in this episode. Wow. Thank you, Matt, for all you do.
Persona Matt Golden.
Matt. It is almost 8 o'clock. Matt asks
We've
in
been
Discord.
recording for 8 hours, Stephen.
Matt asks we did take a long break for lunch.
We took a 45-minute break. So sorry, it's been 7 hours and 15 minutes
How long is this episode?
I have no idea. Not that long.
Probably like 5 hours. All right. Matt Horan asks in Discord, which boss? There's always a point in a long episode like this where I'm just like, oh, this is just like my life now. Like this is just like every day is like talking about this game. Which boss has the best visual design, mechanical design as a follow-up question? And then also, what is the best track on the soundtrack and why is it Snowflakes?
Oh man.
So best visual design for a boss, best mechanical design for a boss, and then best track on the soundtrack.
This is gonna be a surprise to people. I gotta go with the big eyeball for best boss design.
For visual design, it stuck with you.
Yeah, I can't stop thinking about the big eyeball. Like I remember even when it was at Persia was playing Slay the Spire on the couch, and I just kept being like, I can't believe I'm fighting a big fucking eyeball. And she was like, that's nice, honey.
That's nice, honey. I really like the weird Namatame Angel with the Peace and Love t-shirt.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite
Huge bobblehead
visual.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my favorite mechanical boss is probably Mitsuo's, the like Dragon Quest one where you have to like wait until you've like erased the hero form and then attack the like weird baby.
Yeah.
And then soundtrack. Actually, do you have a mechanical boss before I do soundtrack?
Not off the top of my head, honestly. I can't.
Yeah.
Nothing really comes to mind where I'm like, that was a cool fight.
They don't really change it up that much. Like the only ones that I think are dramatically different are like Mitsuo, Marie's, and
Izanami. Yeah.
Yeah. What is the best track on the soundtrack? I think the one I've listened to, like I will put on a 4-hour extended version on YouTube and not think twice about it being on, is Signs of Love. So I think that's my pick.
Yeah.
As one of the best just like after school songs.
If you're asking me to pick between Heartbeat, Specialist, Sky Full of Stars, Signs of Love, and Snowflakes, like gun to my head, I'll take the bullet.
That's why you love Persona 3 so much.
Yeah. I'm not this. You can't make me choose between those 5 songs.
Wow. Yeah, they're all, I mean, it's a great, would you say this is can you choose between game soundtracks? Like, would you say 3, 4, or 5 has the best soundtrack overall?
I gotta give it to 5.
I think it's 5 too. I never got sick of hearing Last Surprise.
Yeah.
I did kind of get sick of hearing Time to Make History Real, I will admit. I do like Reach Out to the Truth better as a battle theme.
Yeah. I'm the same way. Beneath the Mask, specifically. Like, I could listen to Beneath the Mask from now until the day I die and be fine. I'm obsessed with it. And honestly, like replaying Persona 5 right now, I can't stop thinking about what the soundtrack for Persona 6 is going to sound like. I'm so excited just to get a new soundtrack from this team.
You have nothing else that it's worth it just for that.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there'll be other reasons, but like even if the game is bad for some reason, a new soundtrack is still worth it.
And also, I'll be real, like one of my favorite elements of Persona 3 Reload in comparison to the originals is the fact that they've reinterpreted some songs for the soundtrack, and now you just have all of these great different versions of the soundtrack. Like, regardless of how you feel about like each specific reinterpretation and how it works in that game in particular, the fact that like we now just have this tapestry of different versions of these songs is really great.
I really like Color Your Night from Reload. That's like my favorite new version. It's so
love
good.
That version of it. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Matt, for those questions. Speaking of music, Brittle Moon in Discord. Oh, you'll love this one. Can you guys assign an era-appropriate album to each of the P4G party members? Bonus points for all confidants, but that would probably be too much. Yeah, that will take us way too late into the day. So let's stick to party members.
Wow.
So if we're doing era-appropriate, this is what, late 2000s, early 2010s?
Yeah. Okay. I do have a playlist literally called 2007, which is great, which is going to be great for referencing. All right, let's just go down the fucking crew. Let's start with Yosuke. What's Yosuke listening? Yosuke's listening, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Yosuke is listening to Block Party.
I think so. I think Yosuke's got a good ear for like what's gonna be good to listen to like while I'm working or to put on at Juness that is like interesting but's not gonna like distract anybody. And Block Party is like a really like good, like it's I don't want to say it's like a crowd pleaser, but it's like They're very easy to listen to, but they're like just interesting enough to kind of catch your attention.
I think Silent Alarm by Block Party, one of the all-timers.
It's great. Yeah, I love. Is that with Banquet and Helicopter? Yeah, it's a great album.
So good.
Okay, so Yosuke's Block Party.
What's Chie listening to?
Chie. I mean, the question for me is which one of them is the ska choice? And I feel like
Chie's Real Big Fish.
I think Chie might. I think this is maybe not era appropriate, but I think she's a Wu-Tang Clan fan.
I love
'Cause
that.
I feel like she loves Kung Fu, and I feel like she would really like. I think she'd be really into 36 Chambers, Wu-Tang Clan just in general, but especially that album.
I love that.
Yeah, Yukiko.
Yukiko. What is Yukiko listening to? I think, you know who was big at the time? Perfect. She is on repeat on her new iPod listening to 1, 2, 3, 4 by Feist.
That works for me. Love that. Love an immediate choice. So we got Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko. Now it's time for Teddy.
Of course it is.
Teddy might have to be the ska choice.
He's a good ska choice. If he's
Is
not
it-
listening to Animal Collective or Grizzly Bear, he's listening to ska.
I feel like Keys Be Nights by Catch 22 is a good Teddy album.
That's really good.
It's a little bit loud and it's a little bit annoying, but it's very sincere. And that's kind of Teddy's whole thing.
I love that. I don't know. I also maybe no, I like this too much. Let's move on. All right, who's next? Kanji?
Kanji, yeah. Okay, so definitely I feel like At the Drive-In or Mars Volta would be a decent pick for him.
I think so too. I was gonna say White Stripes. I actually think that's a little bit too mainstream for him.
Yeah, maybe D-Lau's in the Comatorium. I think that's got to be it.
I love that. That's really good.
Yeah.
Who's next? Naoto?
No, it'd be Rise.
Oh, Rise's next. Oh my god.
Definitely something really poppy and upbeat.
Yeah, I mean this is the beginning of the era.
But not too obvious.
Okay, I was gonna say this is the beginning of the era of Rihanna. Like this is like like Umbrella and stuff. Like I feel like that's really good.
I think she would like Rihanna for sure.
I think so too. I think she would get really into Rihanna. Like she would be early to Rihanna. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly right.
Also, that's the year that The Sweet Escape by Gwen Stefani came out.
Oh yeah.
Also, and Fergalicious as well. But I think she'd be early to Rihanna. I think she'd be the only person singing Umbrella.
I think when Rise has too much to drink, she does an awful Fergalicious karaoke. I could see like her PR team like, no, don't do it. Like get her off stage immediately.
Yeah.
And I think Naoto, I feel like might be the White Stripes pick actually.
Yeah, she could be. I think that's right.
Yeah.
That or like maybe the Postal Service.
Oh, actually that works for like her outfit too. Like she kind of has like a mail carrier.
And also the fact that she keeps receiving strange letters.
Yeah, I think Postal Service for Naoto is good. I can see her loving Such Great Heights. That's a very of the era song too. Is that all of them?
Yeah.
And Marie, I guess we could maybe
we
count.
could do Marie. Oh my God. I've been waiting the whole time to figure out who's listening to The Black Parade by My Chemical Romance.
It's Marie.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. That was fun. Thank you for that prompts. Brady on Blue Sky. What arcana do you guys resonate with? Could be in general or in relationship to the archetypes, comparative foils of the characters that represent them in the series. So you can answer this without really knowing like much about tarot, because I feel like the Chariot, for example, is always a character like Chie. Like Ryuji is the Chariot. Even the Chariot in Persona 3 is like kind of a head. It's always the jocks, like the head first jocks who are into like track and field.
Yeah.
Is there an archetype that kind of resonates with you? I really like the Chariot characters, honestly. I feel like I usually end up really liking Naoto's Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I don't know if there's a standout one. But I would say if there is, it's probably the Chariot. I think that has the best track record across all three games for me.
Yeah, I think I was gonna lean into what you were saying about Yosuke earlier and say the Magician, but unfortunately,
you got a rough lot there.
That's Kenji. In Persona 3 and Morgana in Persona 5.
The Lovers is also pretty strong. That's Yukari, Rise, and An. I like An. I definitely like deeply empathize with An. I like Yukari and Rise a lot more, but those are good. It's a good trio there.
Yeah.
And the Emperor is also pretty good. Although it's like Yusuke, Kanji, and then the weird Republican student council guy.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like also kind of strange.
I forgot about him.
3 is always where they throw you a curveball because like not everyone had S-Links yet.
Right,
so like that's where you get like, oh no, it's Kenji. Wait, I need to find his last name. I need to shout out forever ago, GJ in Discord posted this, like, it's the meme of Oscar Isaac saying like somehow Palpatine returned, but it just said somehow Kenji Tomochika has returned. And I feel like
That's really good.
that's like the thesis of this episode. Yeah,
I love it. I'm going to say Wheel of Fortune for myself. That's going to be my answer.
I love that. Is that what you would assign yourself?
Yes.
Or who you like the most?
That's who I'm assigning myself.
If I were to assign myself one, I think it might be my first thought was the Emperor, but that's so presumptuous. But I feel like that kind of fits for me. It's very Aries coded, I feel.
Yeah.
But I also like the Chariot. I just don't think I'm enough of a jock to pull it off, but I'll find the truth one day if I keep looking. King Blackjack on Discord. How do you feel Adachi compares to other antagonists in the Persona series? I've always found Persona 4's story interesting given that its primary conflict is lower stakes relative to other games. We covered this a bit already. I think he's functional. I mean, despite how much we critiqued the reveal and his character, I think it works, but I think this series kind of now that I think about it, I feel like the series kind of struggles with antagonists overall.
I was going to say the same thing. I think the closest they get to really succeeding is 3.
Yeah. And I think Maruki is an interesting villain, but even then I feel like it's kind of more last minute than anything.
Yeah. 3 does feel at least like a subtle ramp up over the course of many, many hours into making something like climactic and feels personal, which is what you want out of a villain in a video game that's 80 hours long.
I also think the secondary villains are fun, like the weird Team Rocket trio of like the guy looks like Jesus. And
that's kind of what I'm talking about, is like them being kind of the in-your-face villains for most of the video game, I think really works. And then by the time you take them out and you're like, oh, the actual villain is literally death. Like, yeah, I think that's really strong because the entire game has led up to that thematically, versus Adachi, which is like there's a murder mystery and that's the central thing that's propelling you through the video game. And then they wrap that up very quickly and they're like, here's a big eyeball.
Yeah. And I mean,
who has the best visual design of all the bosses.
I'm excited for you to get back to Persona 5 Royal though, because like Akechi, while antagonistic, he joins the team in he joins the team as Robin Hood in original 5, and then it's revealed he's the traitor and he becomes a bad guy. But in Royal, he joins the team again after he was revealed to be a traitor, but he's like no holding back, unhinged Akechi.
Yes.
I love him.
Yeah.
I like talk about a good vocal performance. His voice actor is so good. And like, it's so funny because like, I think I mentioned this before, but like when it's anyone's turn in Persona, they're like, I'm next. Like they're excited to fight. And he's just like, I will break them. Like he's so scary when it's his turn. It's great.
He's time skip Dimitri. Yeah. Big shout out to our friend Callie, biggest Akechi fan.
Who loves Akechi
on the planet.
Yes, exactly. Oh, this is one that I think we almost got to and then moved on. This is from Biscuit in Discord. More of a general Persona question. Persona 3 soundtrack pulls from hip hop, Persona 4 pulls from J-pop, and Persona 5 pulls from acid jazz. What music genres would you like to see future Persona games explore?
This is awesome.
I feel like it would be fun. I love the Guilty Gear series, and I feel like an 80s metal Persona would be very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Like go full like kind of Dragon Force with it, or like Motorhead or something. It might be exhausting, but I feel like that would be an interesting spin. I think a metal Persona.
That would be very interesting. I would love that. I think that, yeah. Although I do feel like that's kind of what SMT is going for.
You're so right. That's exactly like, especially like 5, like the soundtrack of that is like kind of psychedelic metal, like dungeon synth almost.
I wonder if because of how long this game has taken to make so far, like just because the development cycle has been so long, like I'm curious if we have already moved past the city pop revival that has happened recently. I feel like there are so many great city pop artists who have kind of like popped up again in recent years. And I could see that being a big thing. Like even when I was in Japan the very first time, there was a Tatsuro Yamashita like reissue of all of his vinyl for the first time in like 30 years or something. That would be really fun. But I kind of want them to go back to Persona 3's hip hop influence and like do it again, but now with like just the way hip hop has changed even since the early 2000s when they made that game.
You could probably do that. Like, cause I feel like the hip hop in 3 is very like, sort of like a fusion of like techno and like, almost kind of like Adult Swim-esque in some ways. I think you could have like more of there's a lot of variety you could explore with that.
My concern truly is that Persona 6 abides too much by what made Persona 5 successful, and they just do like jazz again. Not that that's bad. Like, I'd be happy to have more Persona style jazz, like totally fine. But I would like to see them pull from another genre.
I think they'll pull. I mean, I think this game has been in development for long enough that I'm expecting some big swings, honestly. Like, I think it's going to have a lot more active combat in it. Like, if we looked at the trend of like, you go from sort of like dungeon crawling to Persona 5's like stealth mechanics to Metaphor allowing you to like do quick combos before combat.
Yeah.
I just sense that will happen in some capacity.
Yeah, I think what the Trails remake is doing is what I'm anticipating.
That's kind of what I'm anticipating as well. I think the music kind of has to be upbeat given like the vibe of Persona.
Yeah.
I mean, the elephant in the room is like, what if this is the ska Persona, really? Okay. That said, though, like a fusion of like ska and reggae, I think could be cool.
Dude,
that would
there's
be
something
awesome.
there.
Yeah, I feel like I think it depends on where it's set. I think that's going to inform the whole thing, because like all we know is that it's probably green and it's about Monopoly. What was that rumor? Where it was like it's like sort of a Monopoly structure, or am I making that up?
Oh, I don't know what that is. That's interesting.
I thought like years ago you shared a rumor that it was like it's probably like the green color scheme, and there was something about like Monopoly gameplay. Maybe I'm totally making this up.
There was a rumor that Persona 6 is actually taking inspiration from a Monopoly board that they made specifically for the city of Yokohama.
That's what I was thinking of. Okay, I was like, I know this isn't from nowhere.
Yes.
So
the rumors are that the Yokohama Monopoly board is in some way going to come into play, which maybe implies that it's going to take place in Yokohama, which I guess would make sense. And the color is green, and that the theme is hypothetically yin yang, like a yin and yang thing, which could also imply dual protagonists. But it's been in development since early 2019.
Damn. Okay, so I think I can't wait. I mean, that's going to be so exciting. That's one of the few games that like I will just stop everything for when it comes out.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Okay.
Emergency podcast moment when that happens.
Yes. And this is the last question from Snooze Button UK on Blue Sky. What would you like to see changed or improved upon in the upcoming remake? Do you think you'll both be playing it day one? I'll answer the latter question first. Unless there's some weird controversy, I will probably be getting it day one.
Yeah. This is the answer to every single question about do you think we'll be playing a video game, I think, is always like in lieu of some horrible controversy, which is more common than it should be. Yeah.
Like if you asked me like, a month before Kiwami 3 came out, like if I was to get that, my answer would have changed dramatically based on what happened there,
Right. This would be the Yakuza Kiwami 3 bonus instead.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I think in terms of what I'd like to see improved upon, I think the obvious answers based on our discussion here would be like, you can totally revamp the side quests. Like the side quests can be fully removed and fully reimagined. And I don't think anyone would care. I don't see like any nostalgia for like, I love the quiz master, or like, I love getting like a piece of rock for the nameless person in the hallway. Like,
yeah,
that stuff just feels like busy work. And I feel like if you were to give us the fishing and the bug catching earlier on and just have quests involved with that, or like sort of build upon like the fox functionality, like maybe like the S-Link with the fox is like doing quests for people, like just sort of have that be like more seamless, I think would be my vote. And I think the dungeon design is probably where I expect the biggest changes to be made. I think there's a pretty high chance that the dungeons will be kind of turned into Persona 5 palaces of some kind. Maybe like halfway between the fully authored environments of Persona 5 and the generative dungeons of Persona 4.
Yeah.
I feel like given the changes they made to Tartarus and Reload, I feel like it's probably a safe bet that they will try to make the dungeons have more going on than what is in 4 and 4 Golden.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. As far as the side quests go, there are a couple that are like decent to good, like there. I think the ones there's one where like there's this kid in your class who has like an unrequited love for a girl who's always on the roof that you need to like.
Oh, that is a good one.
Like,
you're right.
That stuff is decent. But I think you're right that like the fox stuff is actually the best version of a quote unquote side quest that exists in the game. And I think there's maybe a version of progression through the fox that incorporates the best of what were the better side quests. And the fox is not like an S-link, but is instead like a thing that just kind of continues to give you different stuff.
There's like a job board, and like every time you do like 5 quests, you go up a rank with the fox. So that feels like maybe better.
It's just so much of the fox stuff is also like really, really, really ambiguous in a way it doesn't need to be. Where like I think I talked in a previous episode about the cat one, where it's like the guy who's afraid of cats, and you need to like figure out how to get him to not be afraid of cats anymore, and it requires doing like 3 other side quests that involve cats before you can do that one. Like there's so much weird stuff there. I think I'm just generally interested in having a conversation about the remake, because you and I have said on the show more often than not that we are like more pro remake than most people who do what we do for a living seem to be. As you and I say every single time, there are a million caveats that I don't think we need to go over all of again. But like, if it comes at the expense of the original, if you're saying like we're replacing the original, never play the original again, obviously that's bullshit. But I do think there are certain games that benefit from having remakes in terms of introducing stories or ideas to new players who maybe are not as willing as people like you and I are to go back and play through old libraries of older video games. In the case of like Persona 3 Reload, for example, I think they made some great changes to that game that made that significantly more approachable to a whole new suite of people who probably didn't know which version of Persona 3 to pick up and were stuck in decision paralysis, but also were like coming hot off the heels of Persona 5 and wanted to experience Persona 3 but didn't know how. Like there are pros and cons there. And you have said, and this is, I want to hand it off to you, you have said more than once over the course of prepping for this episode that as you played this game, you felt more in favor of a remake of it than you were when it was first announced. And I'm curious why that is.
Yeah, I was pretty like unambiguously against the remake initially, because I'm like, the only reason to remake this, if you're not revisiting the story, which I'm just assuming they really won't meaningfully.
Yeah.
Maybe that's wrong, but like assuming that that's not why they're remaking it, I'm like, the reason to remake this is because it doesn't look like Reload and Royal. I'm like, that kind of still feels like the primary reason, if I'm being honest, which is why I'm like,
probably the primary reason. Yeah.
I'm not like as pumped for it as like I was for Reload, which I think like as much as I love Fez and Portable, and in some ways think like all 3 versions of 3 have something going for them that's unique to that version. Reload is so overwhelmingly more fun to play than either of those other versions that I can see that like, yeah, this is probably the version that's going to work for most people. And that's also such a good story and such a great game that like I'm glad more people get to experience it in a way that doesn't really, really test their patience and their limit for like older design. 4, though, I think the reason I warmed up to the idea of remaking 4 is just like, I mean, I'm not immune to surface level reasons. I'm like, it would be kind of fun to see these characters again in a new way. Yeah, and I think it's maybe as simple as like, because as I played this, I got a stronger sense of how more than 5 and more than 3, 4 is the most replayable one. And I'm just excited at the prospect of getting to replay it with the promise of like new additions and new ideas and potentially, I mean, I will be over the moon if they do anything meaningful with Kanji and Naoto and Yosuke. Yeah. Like dream scenario, like they add the Yosuke romance back. Kanji's canonically bi. Naoto is treated better when she reveals she's a woman. Like those are the kind of low bars to clear. Yeah. And like that is possible. Do I expect all that to happen? Not really, just because I feel like what I would guess will happen is they will cut the more egregious scenes where it feels like they are mocking the character, or they will rewrite those scenes to be more inclusive and less homophobic and transphobic. Like the drag number, I think, will probably be rewritten or even just removed entirely. I think the camp scene will probably be rewritten or just have that one bit with Kanji removed. But I mean, I just know so many people who would be so happy to be represented in a Persona game like this. Totally. And I think the reason why I would be in favor of rewrites is just like, it was there, you got halfway there. Why not use this opportunity to do right by these characters? I mean, I think they would only, they would make the worst people on the internet angry, but like, they're going to be angry no matter what. They're going to call it woke if you can save. Like, it doesn't matter what they think. Like, it doesn't, like, seriously. Yeah. I feel like so many more people would be so fucking thrilled.
Yeah.
If that happened, and I would be over the moon too. But as it stands, I also think it is going to be really nice to see these characters again and to see them with like new designs and new voices. And I'm sure they're going to add like some new stuff to do in town too. Like, Reload added a bunch of like new activities to do together. So yeah, I'm just like excited to revisit it. I think I want to replay it, and why not replay it in like a new Flash? If it has to come out, why not experience it that way?
Yeah.
I still think it's like an ambiguous reason to need to remake it, but if they're going to, there are reasons to look forward to it.
Yeah. I'm with you, basically, like in lockstep. I'm with you on that. I think like the prospect of replaying this game is already exciting to me, to see some of the stuff that I haven't seen before, and the idea of being able to play that with the same quality of life stuff that I've grown to love from Reload is like just icing on the cake for me. And I think specifically the thing that you just mentioned was something I wanted to shout out too. Like, they did add new stuff to do in town in Persona 3 Reload, and I'm excited about the prospect of Inaba in particular, first of all, being more seamless. Like, I think again, it's notable that the thing that they showed in the 8-second reveal trailer or reveal teaser was like the protagonist leaving the shrine, running down the shopping street north into shopping street south with no load screen. Like, that to me implies that they want that to be like one more cohesive area. And it wouldn't surprise me if we saw more of those closed down shops in that area open, or at least have like more stuff going on. I do think there is a certain element of having that stuff be closed that is important to, the Juness of it all. But I do think we'll see more stuff to do there, and I think that'll be really cool. And yeah, I think it's gonna be good. I don't know. I'm excited about it. I hope they don't fuck up. Like, that's kind of it.
I just saw a vision of actually being able to ride your scooter around like directly.
Like, actually ride your scooter. Yeah.
Because that's something, and I loved a metaphor. You can like use your sword as like a little surfboard to get around town faster. And I'm like, how fun would it be to be able to like actually just drive around Inaba? I'm not going to be bummed if that's not there, because I'm sure that's like kind of a distant dream. But I feel there's stuff like that where I'm like, oh, the opportunities of the remake are actually maybe beyond just a polished look.
Yeah, like Okina City, like that. That feels like the kind of place that could really use a level of like just additional thought, because it's like there's some interesting stuff to do there, but it's like largely a place you could ignore the entire playthrough and really.
I kind of did.
It wouldn't change
I feel
anything.
like I almost never went there.
I just like anytime I checked the thing that shows you what everybody else did, and people were like, I went to the movies. It's like, all right, I'll go to the movies with somebody. And that was kind of it. And then towards the end of the game, I bought every single costume in the shop.
Oh yeah, you gotta.
Because you gotta, yeah. And then I put everybody in secret agent outfits for the final boss. It was sick.
That rocks.
But yeah, I feel like Okina City could really use like a level of honest. Maybe they just take it out. I don't even know. Like I'm waiting for the thing that they remove. Like what do they get rid of in the same way they cut an entire character?
Yeah, I wonder if like Marie is just not in it. It's like, oh, it's a Persona 4 remake and not a Golden remake.
Not a Golden remake.
There's a non-zero chance they
Persona
do that.
4. Yeah, it's not called Persona 4 Golden Revival.
It's Persona 4. Yeah. Now, but I feel like
no.
what did we just summon into the world? Humanity wills it. They didn't want Marie.
The big eyeballs, like, get rid of Golden.
I feel like in some ways, if they include the Golden stuff, it makes it even worse that Katone isn't in Reload, because like then they're just picking and choosing what they want to include.
Yeah.
But also like that would be so funny if they don't do that. I mean, because the thing about Golden is like, yeah, there's that extra dungeon, but it's also like the Golden stuff is more kind of spread throughout. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what you have to gain from not having that.
Yeah,
but
right.
We'll see. I'm optimistic though, because I mean, Reload, despite the weird decision to not have Katone, was fantastic, and like Alice's track record these days is like pretty remarkable. I don't really think they messed this up. So
yeah, and look, at the end of the day, I think the beautiful thing, well, not the beautiful thing, it's not a good way of framing it at all, but the one silver lining upside to them cutting Katone is that Atlas has, as you were I think alluding to, is like they released Persona 3 Portable on all platforms. Like you can go play Persona 3 Portable and play through that route, and it'll be a markedly different experience than the one you had in Reload, and you're missing some of those quality of life improvements. But like if you finished Reload, you are well equipped to do that and have that experience and enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So that there's at least Golden will be available regardless. So if you're like, that was cool, but where's Marie? Boy, have we got the game for you. And several hours of conversation about it. And that my friend, is a wrap. We have reached max rank in our social link today, and our first official golden Persona bonus.
Yeah. Oh my God. I can't believe it happened. We did talk for so long.
I mean, it was always going to be this way.
Yeah.
I think you can't do a Persona bonus and have it be less than 8 hours long.
Yeah. I love you to death, but if there's one thing about you that I know is that if I bring up Persona on the show ever, the next 30 minutes of the episode will be about Persona, whether or not that was intentional. Like if I just like mention it in passing, we're talking about it. So the idea of doing a Persona bonus, of course, means we're spending the entire day from morning to night. It is currently, we started recording in the morning. It's currently nighttime, and it was great. It was really fun. I hope you enjoyed it, dear listener.
Yeah, thank you so much for listening, especially if you got through all the way. A special thanks to our patrons for making big episodes like this possible.
Yeah.
Thank you, AJ, in advance for your wonderful edit on this gigantic episode. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Igus, for your fruit and vegetable smoothie. I just wanted to see what her meal was. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And thank you, Brendon, for sharing your experience with this game with me. It's always so fun talking with you.
Thanks for pushing me to finally finish Persona 4 Golden after literally 14 years. I'll say at the end here, it's been a long episode. You can go to patreon.com/intothecast. If you want to back the show, you can go to intothecast.online. If you want all of our links everywhere, Steven and I are on the internet. You can find us just by searching for our names on the internet. And the last thing that I want to say is that every day is great at your Junes.
And every night at midnight, if it's raining and you're watching the TV, you will see the love of your life on screen.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.
That's how Percy and I met.
TWG, the worst garbage, online.